not, so we just know. So you're good.
Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing for resolution 2305 CL03. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move the adoption of resolution 23-05-CL-03 Sweetwater County Budget Amendment.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toman.
I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. And the last one.
Last one for today, resolution 23-05-CL-04 is the Sweetwater County Budget Amendment to increase the expenditures in the general fund and employee benefits operating in the amount of $1,500 and to decrease the general reserve in the amount of $1,500. So we're moving $1,500 from general reserve into employee benefits operating. And this one is due to So the employee benefits operating account is a lot of pre-employment stuff. So pre-employment screenings, evaluations. So we've just had more employment, new hires, I guess we'll say new hires than were anticipated. So that is why this is going over. It's for those pre-employment screenings. Are there any other questions on this before this is opened up to the public?
Any questions, commissioners? If not, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on resolution 2305 CL04 for employee benefits. If there's anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak to this budget amendment, now would be the appropriate time. And seeing and hearing none on this one, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move the adoption of resolution 23-05-CL-04 Sweetwater County Budget Amendment.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate it. Next up on our agenda today, commissioners, is tab B. We've got a few public hearings from the Planning and Zoning Department. First being the approval of resolution 2305-Z001, a conditional use permit renewal for an impound salvage and storage yard operated by Dave Burns with Burns Towing. We've got Megan here with us this morning to give us the details. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. This one is a renewal. Mr. Burns has been operating at this site for quite a few years. He owns the property under DNS Property LLC. It's approximately 9.81 acres located just a little bit north of where White Mountain Mining is over there on Gookin White Mountain Road. The current zone is I-1, which is light industrial, and it's also located within the growth management area. Fire District number 1 is the responder. Rocky Mountain Power, Dominion Energy, natural gas also resides within the Clearview Improvement District, and access is off of Gookin White Mountain Road. There has been an impound yard at this impound salvage and storage location at this property since approximately 1986. It's been in operation ever since. So it actually is a grandfathered location, which you'll see a few things why when we get more into the criteria. Mr. Raymond Black and Dave Burns submitted this conditional use permit for approval back in May of 2018. It was approved as for a period of 5 years, as long as they stayed in compliance with county and state regulations, and they held a valid state of Wyoming vehicle storage and disposal facility license, which they have. Staff has also not received any complaints or adverse comments for this conditional use permit, nor in the time that Dave Burns has owned this property. So we're greatly appreciative of that. As you can see, it's located off of Gookin White Mountain Road. We've got a little bit of light industrial in the area, commercial, It is very protected on the west side. It's got natural, kind of abuts a hill, which provides natural screening. And then as you're driving up and down Gook and White Mountain Road, there's fencing that provides ample screening to which you can't see the storage yard hardly from the road. You can see a more detailed site plan here as well. The actual impound yard itself resides on the western portion of both the two properties in which he owns. It was properly posted by Mr. Jim Zimmerman. And we'll get right into, because it's an impound salvage and storage yard, there are special criteria for that with the conditional use process. Going back to the whole grandfathered rights, since this has been established since 1986, per current regulations, it cannot be established within 600 feet of a church, school, residential zone district, or within 1 mile of a recreational facility. Because this site was established prior to these regulations going in, it is grandfathered. As long as the business remains on the parcel, they're not going to be required to meet this condition. Hazardous waste and possible storage or discharge of hazardous waste. It is the applicant's responsibility to stay in conformance with DEQ regulations. And criteria C and D, I'm going to combine those a little bit, talking about just the screening and abutting less intense zoning districts. As I've stated before, the impound yard is screened from view by fencing as well as natural vegetation and a hillside over on the western side of the property. No stacking of vehicles is allowed over 6 feet in height unless approved by the board. Sticking with what was approved on conditions for the conditional use permits in the past. Vehicles are not stacked while being stored, but possible limited stacking may occur while crushing operations are happening. And business must be licensed with the state of Wyoming. Mr. Burns, who operates Burns Towing, has submitted this approved license with the state, and we do have that on file in our office. And the last special requirement is that typically a 2-year term is placed anytime a new application has been submitted. This application has gone through ample renewals, anywhere from 2 years to 5 years. The last one he applied for was in 2018. It was renewed for 5 years. Staff has received no complaints since Mr. Burns has been in operation, and staff requests that at this time, this conditional use be renewed specifically for David Burns, who is the applicant, and that it be renewed for an indefinite period of time, as long as he stays in compliance with both state and county regulations. We only received one agency comment from the City of Rock Springs planner, Kathy Green. They have no issues and they have not received any complaints either. And at the May 10th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to approve this conditional use permit with staff recommendations. And I will read those into the record. This conditional use permit is personal to Dave Burns for the property listed on the application and the area within that property shown on the application site plan. The conditional use permit is approved for an indefinite period of time. The conditional use permit holds a valid, remains in compliance, with the county regulations and holds a valid state of Wyoming vehicle storage and disposal license. And vehicles cannot be stacked while being stored. Possible limited stacking no higher than 6 feet may occur during crushing operations. That's all I have for this public hearing, Mr. Chairman. And the applicant is here.
Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it. Any questions for Megan or the applicant, commissioners?
Good job.
With no questions, we will open up public, or does the applicant, do you want to speak to anything? No, you're good. We'll open up the public hearing for the conditional use permit renewal, resolution 2305-001. If there's anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak to this renewal, now would be the appropriate time. Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure on resolution 2305Z001?
Mr. Chairman, I would
Commissioner-
be happy to make that motion to approve resolution 2305Z001.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Next up is approval of resolution 2305Z002, a variance to allow an impounded storage yard requested by Susan Chapman. And I'll turn it back over to Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of background on this. It's actually going to be, we have this public hearing, which is for the variance to allow the impound and storage yard to be within a commercial zone district. And then the next hearing is for actual approval of the conditional use permit. One thing that we did do at the planning and zoning meeting was I did present both staff reports for it, just to get all information. And then we held back-to-back public hearings for each individual hearing, and had discussions off that. If that's how you choose, or if you want to
That'd be
run them
just fine.
separately. Okay.
Yep.
And I also do have a few pictures that the applicant provided on Friday after a few more vehicles were removed from the site. May I approach and hand these out to the
Please,
commission? All right, well, Mr. Bingham's handing those out. I'll get started. Susan Chapman owns both of these properties, both of Lot 4 and Lot 5 of Block 15 in the 5th section of Mountaineer, totaling 1.34 acres. She also operates LJD Towing and Repair, Inc. The current zoning of the properties is commercial, also residing within the growth management area. Both properties, the west property accesses off of Pyramid Drive, which is the county road. And then Foothill Boulevard is where the east property accesses off of. I've been corrected by Public Works Director Gene Legursky. It is a city road, but the county actually maintains it just because of its proximity, and also residing within the county. So please reflect that, since my report does not. Fire District number 1 is the responder, Rocky Mountain Power, Dominion Energy Gas, and this also resides within the White Mountain Water and Sewer District. LJD Towing and Repair has been operating this impound and storage yard since approximately 1996. Susan Chapman has helped staff in the past with another property that was nearby, which was owned by Susan Chapman and Leon Doan, in getting that property cleaned up. Leon Doan has since passed. The whole reason why we're actually here today is because the state of Wyoming is currently updating all of their records electronically and is reaching out to all towing, impound, salvage, and or storage companies and making sure they're in compliance with not only the state's regulations, but also county regulations as well. When Susan was going back and looking through her records, she didn't see anything saying this was approved with the county. She immediately came in and asked what she needed to do. So that's why we're here today. She has been in the process ever since she came in getting this property cleaned up, and has the goal of keeping the yard cleaned up and only keeping vehicles on there a minimum amount of time, basically per statute, and whatever impound times are in different situations. As you can see by pictures in the packet and also what has been handed out to you today, the site has been cleaned up more and more each time staff has been out on site for a visit. She has also provided a list of cars that have been sold or disposed of since the last pool. This was turned in March, back when the permit was actually applied for. Most, if not all of those, have been removed from the property. Again, this is the zone map of zoning map. You can see most of the properties to the north and south are the commercial districts, like these properties to itself. And then on the west side, we've got residential zone districts and a little bit of light industrial to the southwest of the property. The west property, 162 Pyramid, is approximately 60 feet from residential property, whereas the east property, 7416 Foothill Boulevard is approximately 255 feet from residential, and the nearest church is roughly 1 mile to the south. Those numbers are important to consider based off of the special requirements for conditional use permits, which we will get into a little bit later. But as you can see, I've provided what I could find for aerial imagery. This is back from August 2007. We've got June 2013 here. You can definitely tell when the aerial imagery gets better as the years go by. This site plan was turned in based off of 2020 aerial imagery. I would say most, if not all of the vehicles that are on the south side of the property are gone, with a few of the trailers on the east side have been removed and cleaned up as well. And then we're able to find April 2021 aerial imagery as well. And these were the drone footage that the applicant provided just prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last week. You can see even from these pictures to the ones that was handed out, that whole east property has been substantially cleaned up. They also have intentions of fixing the fence, putting slatting completely along the Foothill Boulevard side, as well as at least 50% screening on the south side. And they're currently working with the property to the north. He is talking about building possibly a vinyl fence on there. So it may be vinyl fence for a portion of it. All of it will kind of just depend on what the agreement is worked out between. But if the vinyl fence doesn't go up completely, the applicant will be responsible for putting at least 50% screening with slats on the north side as well. And on the west side of the property, the building actually provides pretty ample screening when you're driving up and down the road. Mr. Jim Zimmerman properly posted public notice, and there are 3 review criteria for a variance. The first is basically what's peculiar to the land or buildings that the commission should think about that have not resulted in any act of the applicant subsequent to the adoption of this zoning resolution. As I've stated a little bit in the background, this impound and storage yard, no salvage operations are happening on this property, has been in operation since approximately 1996. YDOT is the one who kind of sparked this this whole thing to get cleaned up and get all the needed permits. And Susan and her son have graciously cleaned up and has worked with staff to get the property cleaned up and asking no questions and getting things done. While they're cleaning up the property, it's kind of in an interesting location. As many of you know, north of Rock Springs is quite an eclectic or a peculiar area of the county. There's a lot of commercial properties, industrial properties, residential properties, all kind of mixed together. A lot of the commercial properties in this area are actually have a little bit more of light industrial uses on them, just kind of the way that it is and how long those properties have been in use for. The second criteria, are there any provisions in which the Sweetwater County zoning resolution would deprive the applicant of reasonable use of the land or building? And would granting of this adjustment be the minimum adjustment required to accomplish this purpose? Susan is requesting for these properties for impound and storage yard only, no salvage operations. And her goal is to keep as much of the vehicles on the east property as much as possible, trying to keep it further away from the residential property, which is on the west side. Staff has not received any complaints, verbal or any calls or clarifications by any of the neighbors or other people in the community when both of these hearings were posted. And the third and final criteria for the variance is the granting of this variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the zoning resolution, and will it not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. Again, staff has not received any record of complaints, and going back in the files, we have not received any complaints about this property location as well. City of Rock Springs was the only agency to respond. They have no issues with the variance request as long as applicant installs slats in the fencing along Foothill Boulevard, which she addressed in the conditional use permit comment form. And at the planning and zoning meeting last week, there was a bit of discussion back and forth on how best to tie this variance to the conditional use permit. At the time, staff was more under the impression that the variance kind of just ran with the conditional use permit. Whenever the conditional use permit needed to be renewed, then the variance would need to be renewed as well. Staff has since taken a little bit of time to rethink this process and just trying to make it easier for everybody in the future. So the P and Z voted to recommend approval of this variance. But one thing staff would like to make note is we would like to propose one condition be added just for clarification purposes. And that condition is as follows. The variance is personal to the applicant, Susan Chapman, and runs with the approved conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard. Our intent with this is to, as long as there is a valid conditional use permit on file, there is only needing to be renewal for the conditional use permit, not the variance as well. That's all I have for this public hearing. Mr. Chairman, if you're okay with me proceeding into the next one, or if you have any questions on this one currently.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, Megan, just one quick question. You talked about screening on the north side and said that there could potentially be a vinyl fence going in, but that Susan would be responsible for putting screening in if it weren't. Was there a definitive time frame put on that, or was that left open?
That was left open. I know Susan is currently working on straightening the fence so that you can place sliding in it on the east side. In the conditional use permit side of things, staff and planning and zoning recommended 100% screening on the east side, and then the north and south boundaries of the entire parcel, that at least 50% screening goes into play. But no, Commissioner Slaughter, there was no time frame attached to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? On to the next.
All right. Again, most of this information is the same, so I am going to just jump straight into the review criteria or the special requirements for the impounded storage yards. Criteria number 1, cannot be established within 600 feet of a church, school, residential zone district, or within 1 mile of a recreational facility. As I've stated before, the west property is roughly 60 feet from residential zone property, whereas the east property is more along the lines of 255 feet from residential property, with the nearest church being directly 1 mile to the south. Hazardous waste inventory identified possible storage or discharge of hazardous waste. The applicant will be responsible for maintaining and meeting all DEQ regulations in regards to this. Again, the screening requirements, don't want to beat a dead horse here, but the building provides ample screening on the west side, whereas staff and planning and zoning does recommend 100% screening along Foothill and only 50% screening along the north and south boundaries of both parcels. No stacking of vehicles is allowed over 6 feet in height unless approved by the board. Staff does not recommend any vehicles be stacked at this location. And the business must be licensed with the state of Wyoming. In order for Susan Chapman with LJD Towing to acquire this license, this conditional use permit must be approved. She has to basically submit that they're in compliance with our regulations. If this gets approved, she will then provide staff copies of all YDOT approval so that we have that on file as well. And typically with a new application, a 2-year time frame is established. This can be changed if the board feels so, but staff recommends that this conditional use permit be approved for a term of 2 years. And we did receive a comment from Kathy Green, City of Rock Springs planner. The city requires screening around all impound and storage yards. Where this is immediately adjacent to the city boundary, we would like to see screening a minimum of chain link and slats along the Foothill Boulevard side of the property. I see on the variance proposal towards the bottom, it states repairing fence, placing slats on the bottom half. We would like to see slats along the entire boulevard's fence side, not just the bottom. Just want to add a point of clarification here. I think that was more for the bottom of the property, not necessarily just the bottom of the fence. Applicant does have all intentions on placing slatting the entire 6-foot high of the chain link fence that's on the property. And at the Planning and Zoning meeting last week, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this conditional use permit with the following 6 staff recommendations. Conditional use permit is personal to Susan Chapman for both lots 4 and 15, of lot 15, Mountaineer 5th. The conditional use permit is approved for a period of 2 years from the date of approval by the Board of County Commissioners. This conditional use permit is in effect during the said 2-year approval period, as long as the business remains in compliance with county regulations and holds a valid Wyoming vehicle storage and disposal license. The conditional use permit is limited only to the storage and impound of vehicles. 100% screening completely along the Foothill Boulevard for both the fence and the gate, and 50% screening will be required along the north and south boundaries of the property where there is no building to help with the screening. That's all I have for this set of public hearings, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Megan. Any questions, commissioners? Do we have the applicant? Would either of you like to speak to anything? No? Okay. Well, it looks really nice. The pictures, you've done a lot of work cleaning that up, so we appreciate that. No other questions at this time. We will go ahead and open up the public hearing first on resolution 2305-002, which is the variance to allow an impound and storage yard requested by Susan Chapman. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak to this public hearing at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure on resolution 2305-002?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move the adoption of 23-05-0-02 with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations for additional requirements.
Got a motion to
Mr.
approve.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Point of order, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I would ask the commission to remember the conditional, the one condition that staff did
I believe
recommend.
I said that right, with the Planning and Zoning Commissions, because they're the ones who recommended
Staff.
the variance, the conditional. Number 1, the variance is personal to the applicant, Sue Chapman, runs with the approved conditional use permit for an impound storage yard.
Technically, the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't recommend that. It was something that came about after.
I
By
thought
staff.
Commissioner Richards asked for that.
With how the motion was made, it was not.
So I would amend my motion, Mr. Chairman, to include staff's recommendation.
Very good. We do have a motion by Commissioner Richards, the County Commissioner Richards, to approve resolution 2305-002 with staff recommendation. Is there a second on that, commissioners?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. That moves us on to the final public hearing today, which is the approval of resolution 2305-003, a conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard operated by Susan Chapman, LJD Towing and Repair Incorporated. Is there anyone online or in the general public that would like to speak to this public hearing? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
do you want to clarify with staff? Are these recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or are these staff recommendations? So I can give my,
These are planning and zoning recommendations. Sorry for the confusion on
Alright.
this one.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the adoption of resolution 23-05-0 Z0-03 with the commission recommended requirements.
Very good. We do have a motion to approve resolution 2305-Z003. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I
Richards.
just like to make a comment. Susan, thank you for the work you've done out there, getting it cleaned up. It looks fantastic.
Were there any opposed on that? I believe motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thanks, Megan. Moving along in the agenda, commissioners, is county resident comments and concerns. This time it would be appropriate from anyone online or in the general public that would like to address the governing body on any issue whatsoever. Now is your time. Morning, Clerk Lane.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I am going to read an email that was sent in by Mike Fresh. So this is on his behalf. Hello, I hope I can add thoughts for consideration regarding the Valdez's request to change the boundaries of the lease they have invested their lives into. They have invested more than just money and time. They have invested thoughtful consideration of how to continue to best serve the public as the water levels decrease over time. I have been using the services of Buckmore Marina for 25 years, including being a seasonal renter / resident of an RV spot there for 12 years. I have very personal relationships with the previous owners and the new owners. I love them all dearly. They have all done and are continually doing their best to be stewards of the great resource they were entrusted to protect and provide public access and services to. There have been a lot of changes over the years. The Tanners and the Valdez families have had different visions and challenges. I could go into very specific details that would describe my morning coffee conversations with Loretta and the same loving hugs I receive from Tony and Jen as they feed our tummies with food. I would challenge anyone to find in such a remote place, but none of this will change the fact that if the water levels continue to decrease, the services and access of the Buckboard Forest Service lease will diminish. The requested boundary change will give the current lease owners and any potential future lease owners access to deeper water. To me, it makes sense that any infrastructure investments such as fuel or sanitation services need to be construction with future water levels in mind. I also have to assume that this forum realizes that some of these investments are the responsibility of the Forest Service, and I hope our public money will be used wisely. I hope those that make the decision to allow the boundary change to take place will do so with the goal of providing the owners of the lease the best possible chance to succeed. Because if they succeed, I am positive it will benefit the resource and the public. Respectfully, Mike Fresh.
Thanks, Cindy. Appreciate that. Thanks for the letter as well, Mr. Fresh. Is there anyone else online or in the audience that would like to address the governing body at this time?
Commissioners, I got a little thing that being an operator 51 years out there, water levels does
Chairman,
not affect
Could the
Buckboard
gentleman
that
identify
much.
himself?
Could you introduce yourself, Mr. Tanner, just for the record?
Pardon?
Could you introduce yourself just for the record?
Pardon?
Your name, could you state your name for the record, please?
Oh,
We know
Leslie
who you are,
R.
but-
Tanner. Sorry about that. But water levels really have be a big effect on Buckboard Marina. Buckboard Bay has got plenty of depth for all the docks and everything that could be put in there, even at low water level. I was there at minimum power head. I had, at that time, we were just getting started. I had 75 boats on moorings in the Buckboard Bay. That's a lot of water. And the water was deep. The ramp goes down, and there's plenty of ramp at that level, low water level. But to let everything go, the amount of revenue that we're losing from everything out there, Buckboard contributed in 19, Buckboard in taxes alone contributed over $80,000. That's licenses and taxes. That's a pretty good chunk of money for our county. The revenue from our boats alone, the amount of tourists we brought in amounted to 265 people. That's just for boat rentals. I mean, that's stuff that is not out there anymore. And I think another thing that is very misleading for the public, if you notice a sign going into Buckboard, what does it say? All the facilities there, gas, services, they ought to take that sign down and put no services available. Because the only thing out there is an RV park, a campground, and a bar. I think our county really needs to look at that part of it, because the revenues we're losing for our county is quite a chunk. The Forest Service has taken 0.17% of $957,000. They're losing a chunk too. So I think they ought to look at it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Tanner. Any questions, commissioners? Appreciate you being here this morning. Is there any other county resident comments or concerns that would like to be brought before the governing body this morning?
I'm Greg Tanner. My main concern out there is we've done lost one heck of a lot. And if they gain the ground to South Buckboard, how many people actually camp on that South Buckboard Peninsula? Law enforcement said last meeting, they were going to shut off all camping north of the main road going into South Buckboard. That's that whole peninsula. There are hundreds of people camp out there. Don't be able to do that no more. I mean, no. If they want to give them land for camping or whatever, there's an area right behind the current Forest Service campground that was already approved and built for that. The Forest Service built, or the Park Service, excuse me, built in, that was a Park Service originally, built in 7 loops up there. They have built 2 of those loops. The other 5 are still unapproved, but they are there. Water and sewer lines were already dug into that area. If you want to go back on Google, you can actually see the loops built into the sagebrush out there. But I couldn't get back that far. But that'd be great for the county. Great for him. He could fence it all off and keep it private, just for his rentees out there, or cabins, or whatever he wants to build. But take all the south buckboard away? No, that's not good. He's already taken boat rentals away, gas away. You go into his store, you cannot buy a life jacket, cannot buy a throwable device, you cannot buy a fire extinguisher, a boat plug, a spark plug, oil, nothing. There is no store there. It's a building with a beer cave in it, from what I understand. And that they're proud of, that's fine. Beer cave's great, but not for everybody. So we need to have them readdress their lines that they want to allocate to buckboard, you know, make something that's going to be worthwhile to more people, not just a few. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tanner. Any questions or comments, commissioners? Appreciate you both being here. Clerk Lane.
Chairman, looks like Buckboard Marina is online, so I didn't know if they wanted to add anything to public comment.
Is there anyone online or in the audience that would like to address the governing body? Now is the appropriate time under county resident comments and concerns.
Hi, guys. I wasn't really planning on chiming in, but since you called on me, I guess I will. I just want to say thank you guys for coming out, the ones that made it out, to actually see what we have out here and what we're offering to the public. We are a work in progress. We've been very forthcoming in admitting that. And we have some extra challenges that a lot of businesses haven't faced in the past few years. So we're working through them. We're not trying to keep the public out. We do depend on the public to make a living, but we also have customers that live here temporarily or longer term that we do need to ensure have a safe place to stay and enjoyable and quiet, whatever the case may be. I happened to get on right as one of the previous owners was speaking, and so one thing that Greg has mentioned, and I've seen it mentioned a couple of times, is this other campground at Buckboard Crossing. That requires a brand new plan. I'm pretty sure they already know this, but there's a company that manages all of those campgrounds separately from the marinas. So it's not just like, go ahead and give them the campground. I don't know what else to say. We're working on offering more services. All the public that has stopped in and actually talked to us has been supportive.
Thank you. And for the record, could you introduce yourself?
I'm Jennifer Valdez, Buckboard Marina.
Thanks for jumping on, Mrs. Valdez. We'll continue to work through this. I know our land use director and one of our commissioners was able to make it out this weekend. So later this afternoon, we're going to have some updates on that. And it sounds like you guys might be joining one of our future meetings as we continue to sort through this. But we appreciate you commenting and joining us this morning.
One more comment. I know you guys did finally receive some copies, some of which we presented to you here Saturday, like our operating plan. But I think you probably have received some copies of our permits as well as the application for this boundary adjustment. And so you can read there what our intentions are with it. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there any other county resident comments or concerns that would like to come before the governing body at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the county resident comments and concerns. We are falling behind, commissioners, so we're going to have to make up a little time here, but next on the agenda is tab C, the consent agenda. Has everyone had a chance to review the approval of the May 2nd, 2023 minutes, the approval of the county vouchers, warrants, and EALs, approval of the bonds, monthly reports, abates and rebates for May 16th, 2023, approval of the hospital maintenance expenditures, a request to restaff a vacant position in the county attorney's office, and a request to restaff a vacant position in the sheriff's office. If you have, and there are no other questions or concerns, what is your pleasure on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move to approve the consent agenda.
you have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
Got a second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, on the approval of the hospital maintenance expenditures, there's a bid for their oncology suite renovation, which will be partially funded here through their maintenance agreement with us. In there, the hospital's notice of award is A Pleasant Construction, of whom the company I'm employed with, Vaughn's Plumbing and Heating, has turned a price in for that project. In return, we have received a notice of award from A Pleasant. So while this exact approval may not be a direct conflict, the channels thereafter obviously would be. So I would like to abstain from the approval of the hospital maintenance expenditures, but otherwise agree to approve the consent agenda as presented. And with that, the consent agenda approves unanimously with one abstention. Moving right along, Commissioner comments. Commissioner Toman, you're up first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be on for at least 3 hours. I just want to give you a heads up.
We're used to it.
May 3rd, I met with our federal partners. It's gone from a monthly meeting, which has been hosted by the Chamber of Commerce for numerous years. So I'd be remiss if I didn't thank them for providing that service for so long for all of us. But we're now going to go to quarterly meetings in June, September, December, and March, the first Wednesday of the month, and we will do it in person or via Zoom in our Castle Rock room. So I just want to thank all of our partners for jumping on that meeting or coming to that meeting to discuss all the federal issues, and our congressional delegation has been joining us as well. So thank you to all of you. That's greatly appreciated. And we have so much public land that we need to stay abreast of all the issues that are happening on that. May 4th, the Dry Creek Tona update. The alternate D technical memo is on our SharePoint site with updated mine plan, which is pre-decisional, but our planning and zoning, Eric Bingham, helps participate in that, and our coalition of local governments helps comment on that process. May 4th, I attended the Farson Healthcare Board. They do have a tax mill levy that supports that board in their clinic. That was a great service they provide to the Valley and their residents. May 8th, I attended the Eden Valley Senior Lunch and helped host, I didn't actually host it, but I helped serve that and met with some of our constituents. And I must report to our fellow commissioners that I received good comments about us and our new members. They feel like that, wow, this commission is treating this like a business. I said, wow, I thought that was one of our goals. So I was pleased to hear that, and I wanted to share that with all of you. May 10th, I attended in person at the Green River Outreach, Western Wyoming College, the Colorado River Drought Response. Whoops, that was a call. It was a call on the drought response on the Colorado River, Zoom call. The 588,000 acre feet that has been taken from Flaming Gorge over the last 2 years is to be fully recovered by April 30th of 2024 to the 6024 foot level at Flaming Gorge. And so they're trying to flatten the curve and sustain that gorge for the next 2 years. So I hope that they were able to do that and that they do that. The Upper Colorado River Commission shall have a special meeting on May 17th to implement this drought recovery response. Regular monitoring and adjustments will be done as needed. May 10th, I attended the airport board meeting. Sean Valentine, our representative, is up for reappointment this summer. I believe he's interested in that reappointment. Devin Brubaker reported on the current projects, including the master plan development by 2024, the water sewer system upgrade designs and bidding for later in 2023. The commemorative Air Force will be at the airport with the B-17 and a B-25, June 5th through 12th. So invite the public to attend, and have a special day for youth as well. TSA inspection was completed with no discrepancy. SkyWest is adding another flight. I believe that will start in June. It will transition to Wednesdays and Thursdays, as well as our daily flights that are there now. I just want to congratulate and thank the airport staff for surviving the winter and being able to keep our airport in operation in spite of the tremendous amount of snow. And I mean, I know that means that they have to buy another brush for the big, for the big plow. So they're working on bidding that also. May 10th, I met with the National Wilderness Society, one of their consultants. In the past month, we've been contacted by 3 special interest groups, or I have anyway. Friends of the Red Desert, they had a special consultant come and meet with me, wanting us to work with the governor to appoint a task force, to go to Congress to get special designations. The Greater Little Mountain Group has asked us to weigh in on what they want in Little Mountain. And National Wilderness Society wants us to weigh in and open the public meetings to the BOR, transfer the land back to the BLM around Fontenelle and along the Sandy. My take on that is that they are requesting special hearings and congressional designations when we already have a Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management public process. And that process through NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and FLPMA, the Federal Land Management Policy Act, has a process which I've been engaged in for 25 years, sitting in hundreds and thousands of hours of meetings, providing local input to support multiple use for our citizens. And to me, that process gives us a voice at the table before it goes public, and the public does still have the opportunity to comment. So that's my input on the special. Not that I don't want to listen to them, not that I think they have great issues, but I think it's highly important that we stay connected with a process that we are so invested in and that gives us as elected officials a voice at the table to represent our constituents, because we are the voice of the people, because we are elected to serve in that position. So I'm not in favor of bypassing those processes, even though they're long and painful. May 10th, I attended the WCCA monthly update. May 10th, I also attended the Green River FFA banquet. And I want to congratulate them for being named chapter of the year. They gave me an honorary degree for participating and helping review some of their presentations before they went to the state meet. So congratulations to Liz Tolman, their chapter advisor. Great job, and we're proud of you. There's some great students there, and I see some of them are in our scholarship list. So we'll get to that later. Saturday, May 13th, I did attend the Buckboard Marina invitation to listen to their concerns, and I was impressed with the process, but I would recommend you read the Rock Springs article written by Trina Britton, which covered the issues that were presented, and she did a great job of summarizing what was presented. We'll have more discussions on that, but I want to thank the Valdez family. I think they've put a lot of sweat equity and money into making that a A+ spot on the lake for Wyoming, and I encourage them to continue to make that one of our economic development achievements. Today, I leave for St. George to attend the Western Interstate Region of our National Association of County Elected Officials. I am on the Public Land Steering Committee. It's a busy time. It's really hard for me to make the commitment to do that, but I think it's really important that I help be the voice for the West. And if we don't attend, then we don't have a say. That WIR and NACO were very instrumental in getting us that second PILT payment last year. And that was almost $16 million with those 2 payment in lieu of taxes that came to this county. And that Western Interstate Region, Todd Devlin was the chairman, is sort of the expert on PILT. He lobbied and they accepted his recommendations for how that should be dispersed to the county. So it's very important that with our public lands that we stay tied to the process. John Espy, a commissioner from Carbon County, will be elected the new chairman of the Western Interstate Region. With Biden's rewrite of all the BLM rules and oil and gas leasing and all of the issues, we deal with that on a monthly basis on a call for that Western Interstate Region. So it's hard to get away. It's hard to be involved in all these things, but sometimes it's important that we have a voice and that we stay strong, because we have almost 70% public lands in this county. And at one time it was 70% of our income. I think it's probably just barely over half right now, but it's important. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Tillman? Busy times. Appreciate all your work. Commissioner Richards, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Last week, following our regular meeting and budget hearing, I met with the SCORC Trails Subcommittee by video conference, and we started the process of laying the groundwork of what our goals will be. We'll be working on trying to identify county roads that make sense for inclusion in the state trails program, as well as looking at abandoned railways that would work for the rail to trail initiatives. The hope is that we can come up with a cohesive motorized trail system that can benefit local recreation, as well as connect off-road travelers throughout the county from end to end and funnel them through our communities where they can take advantage of our local services. The state is still working on promulgating rules, so it'll be a slow process, but I think it's a great long-term plan to boost local economies with minimal investment. On the 3rd, I joined Commissioner Toman in an update from federal partners, and we had a good discussion with Forest Service about the proposal at Buckboard. It is clearly a complicated issue with no simple solutions, and I'm glad the public is involved in the process. We also heard from SWCO, who informed us they are releasing a lot of water from Fontenelle, and he does not predict great fishing in the Green through the refuge this summer because of the turbidity. But if that means the water supplies in the Green River Basin reservoirs get replenished this year, I'll take it. The group agreed to meet for updates quarterly going forward. Later on the 3rd, the Recreation Facilities Committee met and watched a webinar on outdoor recreation economies. That was slightly painful. One thing we got out of the presentation was how lucky we truly are here in Sweetwater County with our access to open spaces. One of the presenters was completely excited by the 145 or so city parks that they have in Pittsburgh to outdoor recreate in. I'm glad we don't have to depend on a city park for our outdoor recreation. On the 8th, Land Use Director Bingham and myself met with the BLM to find out what the process would be to procure land for a possible shooting sports facility. The land we are interested in isn't identified for disposal under the current resource management plan, and neither has it been nominated to be identified in the RMP that is currently being considered. And by currently being considered, I mean the one they've been considering for years and years. They did explain the process of proposing a transfer of identified land, though, so it isn't a roadblock, but it's probably about a 2-year process. So we're going to get to work on that right away. Regarding the currently proposed RMP, they did mention that if it isn't adopted soon, as in the next few months, it will likely be scrapped completely and started fresh because a lot of the studies that it's based on are years out of date and getting stale. On the 9th, I attended a district court hearing concerning a dumping case that the Land Use Department is dealing with in the Red Desert. The defendant didn't show up and the judge issued a bench warrant for his arrest. Hopefully this will spur some timely resolution to the case. It's been going on a long time. I also sat in with Commissioner Slaughter on a meeting he had with a few of our countywide elected officials, as well as our budget manager about different ways we could approach budget allocations for our component agencies. It was productive, and I look forward to discussing with you as we move forward in the budget process. Later that night, I attended a SCORC stakeholders meeting where we discussed several topics, including an effort to identify a potential state park location in Sweetwater County. State Parks is interested in locating a new state park somewhere in southwest Wyoming. And since Sweetwater County doesn't currently have a state park, it would be a prime location. The group decided to focus on recommending Firehole as a potential location with the thought that the Forest Service has really neglected it in recent years. And as state park, there would be a great tourism draw and a huge boon to local recreation. So we'll be working through that process to determine if that's something the public would be supportive of and whether it would be workable for state parks and the Forest Service. I volunteered to be on that subcommittee as well because I thought it was important to be a part of that process. On the 10th, I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and we dealt with all of that earlier this morning. Later that day, I attended the monthly update with the County Commissioners Association by video conference. I had planned to participate in Wyoming Wildlife Federation's eco flights over Little Mountain and over the wildlife migration corridors on the 10th and 11th, but those were canceled due to inclement weather and will be rescheduled. Last night, I attended a library board meeting here in Green River at the Sweetwater County Library. They have an active schedule at all their locations this summer. I have a copy of that if anyone is interested in looking at it. And they have been busy. Their physical circulation is up considerably over fiscal year 2022. They've also been busy finishing up some capital projects, and their budget request this year has a few more capital requests. But Lindsay will be here this afternoon to discuss those, so I won't bore you with them. On Monday, I'll attend a combined communication board meeting, and then I'll head to Douglas for the Spring County Commissioners Association meeting that will run for most of next week. I volunteered to serve on the Elections, Government Affairs, and Land Use Committee, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet. I'll let you know what I find out. I'm sure I'll see one or more of you there. I think that's all I have for you today, Mr. Chairman. As always, I'm glad for the chance to work with all of you, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Richards? Another busy couple weeks for you as well. Appreciate all the hard work. Looks like I'm up next. I too attended our Recreation Facilities Committee meeting on May 3rd, where we did sit through very difficult outdoor recreation economies presentation, and definitely thankful to be in Sweetwater County and not Pittsburgh coming out of that. Not much to take away from the presentation, but afterwards the committee had discussions and continues to work on site selections, as Commissioner Richards just mentioned, for future opportunities in hopes of making some of these hopes and dreams, and more so needs that we all receive frequent emails on, more of a reality. The public seems to be very interested in the future of athletics and facilities throughout the county, and I think we all agree that we need to practice some fiscal responsibility in order to achieve those goals. I missed my monthly mayor and commission meeting with the Rock Springs Chamber this month, as my son had a school program, but I'll look forward to catching up with what's happening in each of our neighboring cities early next month. I met briefly with Irene Richardson, CEO of the hospital, last Tuesday to sign the official paperwork for the reissuance of the bonds that we recently approved. Final copies will be distributed once a few more signatures are obtained. We had an attorney, the treasurer, the county clerk, and a CEO all in my office that day, which felt honorable for merely being a toilet salesman. But nonetheless, I appreciate everyone's availability and helping getting that wrapped up. I've been fielding lots of emails and concerns like you all have relative to the buckboard, marina, and boundary realignment. As mentioned earlier, and as you all saw, yesterday I received a partial response letter with corresponding partial permit records from the FOIA request that we sent to the Forest Service, which I have since forwarded to you all. We'll hear more from Eric this afternoon, as it sounds like he and Commissioner Tillman met with the Valdez family from buckboard over the weekend. But I just wanted to mention that I too appreciate the amount of public attention on both sides of the situation, as public engagement is what this democracy is all about and helps guide us to any decisions that may come for the greater good. I've been studying the budget requests pretty thoroughly and look forward to continuing our efforts towards producing a balanced and business-oriented approach in handling the constituents' treasury. It has been a lot of information, a bit of information overload, but probably one of the single most important aspects of this job, in my opinion. Aside from that, commissioners, I will not be able to attend the WCCA's spring conference in Douglas next week due to some other conflicts. But as the board member, I received an email from Jonathan Russell indicating that there's likely going to be a lack of a quorum, as many others are unable to attend as well. Apparently, the organization's bylaws provide the option for me to designate a representative to vote on my behalf. So I guess I would ask if Commissioner Richards or Slaughter would be interested in fulfilling that great honor. Don't arm wrestle over it. I'll appoint Commissioner Richards, and hopefully in the future my schedules will align. Other than that, I'll have my liaison meetings for Board of Health and Southwest Counseling the end of this month, and should have more to report on those fields at our next meeting. That concludes my report, and I too would stand for any questions. And with none, Commissioner Slaughter, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 3rd, I attended the Memorial Hospital regular board meeting. They approved their board meeting guidelines, passed a second reading on their employee drug and alcohol policies, talked about their CEO evaluation process, which is coming up in June. They ratified the CEO's executive decision to accept a contract bid for the oncology suite renovation. The only bid was received from A Pleasant Construction, as you talked about earlier this morning. On the 8th, I attended the tripartite board meeting. They discussed the CSBG CARES performance reports and financial reports and approved revised bylaws. They talked about their strategic plan and began a review for the fiscal year 24 CSBG funding request. On the 9th, I had a discussion with Assessor Davis, Treasurer Cowan, Clerk Lane, Deputy Attorney De Leon, Accounting Manager Bonnie Berry, and Commissioner Richards on our 12 mil levy. The discussion centered around how the 12 mil has been levied in the past and prospective changes that may make it more efficient with the passing of Senate File 60. Look forward to talking with the full commission about this later on today as we delve into our budget. On the 10th and 11th, I was very disappointed that the WWF flight was canceled. I was going to participate in both of those. I'd been really looking forward to that. On the 11th, I attended the hospital finance workshop. Hospital CFO Tammy Love presented the proposed fiscal year 24 hospital budget to their finance and audit committee. The highlight was the proposed break-even budget, which has not been the case for several years. Increased net patient revenue was cited as the determining factor in their balanced budget. Yesterday, I drove out to Buckboard Marina. Last week, we received the invitation to go out for the weekend to meet with the Valdez family to talk about Buckboard and what was going on. I had a graduation, so I had family in town, could not attend it. So I sent an email out to Mr. Valdez, letting him know I was not available for the weekend, but that I was available either all day Friday or yesterday to meet with him. So I went out yesterday morning, only to find that he had sent me a text at 6:15 stating that he had a prior appointment. So I was not able to meet with him. It did give me the opportunity to once again drive around that North Buckboard area, look at what is proposed for the land swap. And I have some thoughts with respect to that. Then I spent the rest of the day looking at agency budgets, preparing for today's meeting and reviewing the applications for the county commissioner scholarships. Very pleased that we had 18 applicants and that there were several deserving young scholars. Been a very busy couple of weeks for me, not as much. I didn't have as many liaison meetings. I spent much of last week preparing for my family to arrive for my grandson's high school graduation party. I enjoyed visiting with family from Friday through yesterday and got to see him walk last night. So very exciting with respect to that. I will be attending the county commissioners spring meeting next week. And I'm glad that you appointed Commissioner Richards to take your spot. Thank you very much. I too would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
I would just like to thank Commissioner Slaughter for dragging me into meeting after meeting after meeting and keeping me educated and getting me involved.
Glad to do it, Commissioner.
Very well.
What did you flip a coin?
Commissioner Shanefield, did you want to give us a rumble strip report?
Absolutely. I'm actually just outside of Laramie, so I should have okay service. Okay, so SEDC just completed the second of the 3 strategic planning sessions. So we have had a lot of in-depth conversation, good conversation, really trying to figure out what we can actually accomplish. There's a lot of work ahead of us. And so really looking at what we can get completed versus what needs to be completed, and what that looks like overall for us capacity wise. I also wanted to say congratulations to Kayla McDonald, our economic development specialist. She was just awarded a certificate of completion for leading economic growth program. That was through the John F. Kennedy School of Government and Harvard University. And so that's exciting for her, and congratulations. It was a fairly long, arduous process. And so she passed it and received her certificate last week. I attended the Starbus meeting last week and discussed their potential interest in a building that we potentially may be looking at getting rid of after we transition over to the Knight building. And so I suggested that they get with Gene Legursky, take some time to actually look at the building, make sure that it fits their needs, and really start looking at grant applications and things like that they potentially would qualify for. And then they will be coming in front of the commission to have that conversation if it ends up being something that they are interested in. The Sweetwater County Museum has been very busy. Dave Mead, the director, I'm sure he'll mention it today, but they just got done with their history fair. And he sent me some pretty awesome pictures. I'll forward those on to you all as well. We had our first specific purpose tax joint powers board meeting.
The suspense.
And we drew forth that documentation will go. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
You're cutting in and out, but we got you now.
Okay, I apologize. Specific purpose tax meeting, we elected a chair, which they elected me as the chair. They elected Mayor Wolf as vice chair, Mayor Mickelson as the secretary, and Mayor Davis as the treasurer. And we drew terms for that time frame, or for that Joint Powers Board. And we will be meeting the second Tuesday of every month. And at the next meeting, we will be discussing priorities and bonding, and beginning to work through the process of what that's going to look like. And I think that's everything that I wanted to cover. I'll stand for any questions.
Oh, Lauren,
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Toman.
who was the last appointment? Mayor somebody? We didn't catch that.
Dusty Davis, Mayor Dusty Davis from Wamsutter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And we will have there's a letter document that is being put together. I believe it will be on the agenda for our next board meeting, just for everybody to have.
Any other questions, commissioners? Thanks, Commissioner Shanefield. That takes us on to tab B, the action presentation items. First up here, we're a little bit behind, but request to appoint an additional part-time magistrate to serve in the circuit court for the 3rd Judicial District, Sweetwater County, to serve in both Green River and Rock Springs. And we do have Judge Prokos with us. Sorry for the delay, Judge. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. The letter says Green River, Rock Springs. I think that form is a bit aged. Obviously, now we're just one court out here at the new Justice Complex, but the goal is the same. The statute requires us, when we appoint a part-time magistrate, to come to the Board of County Commissioners. I think it's probably a holdover from the times when circuit court was previously called county court and maybe funded by the county commissioners, but that's really no longer the case. And we haven't appointed one in some time. Mr. Newman has previously been appointed a magistrate, and we're doing this out of an abundance of caution, given the merger of our courts back in 2018. Some things have frankly been lost to history, and we feel the safe thing to do is just re-up him. So I would ask you to do that, please.
Any questions on the additional part-time magistrate, commissioners? So, John, it's state funded, but it still needs to come through the board. Is that how I understand it?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman. The statutes require the Board of County Commissioners approve it, and it is what it is.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve Mr. Newman for appointment as a 3rd Judicial District, Sweetwater County part-time magistrate.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
so moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Short and sweet. Thanks, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next up, item 2 is a continued discussion regarding an increase for the court-appointed attorneys. We've got the Clerk of District Court, Donnelly Boback, and Judge Susanna Robinson with us again this morning. Good morning, ladies.
Chairman West, Commissioners. Thank you for your time again. Ms. Boback was wonderful enough to have created the attachment that you should have. I think you may have also gotten some printouts of previous years of budgets and how much was actually expended for each year. To try and answer some of the questions that the commissioners had at the last meeting, I do want to also provide a little bit more history, and I think Ms. Boback may be able to assist because I don't know that any of the commissioners know some of the background. Previous to 2013, the guardian ad litems that were appointed to all of the juvenile cases were not through the current program that we have, which is the Wyoming Guardian Ad Litem program. And so the amount that was paid for what you're seeing now, I'm understanding was quite a bit higher. Now, beginning in 2013, the Wyoming Guardian Ad Litem is mostly responsible for everything related to our guardian ad litems that serve on the neglect, juvenile delinquency, and CHINS cases. And they are required for all neglect actions. We automatically have to appoint them. And then for some, for CHINS, typically they're also appointed. And then for some delinquencies, they're appointed. Beginning in 2013, the county started going through that program. As a result, the state now pays approximately, I'm not clear as whether it's 80 or 85%, but we believe it's 80% of the program. And the county then picks up the remaining 20 to 25%. That has actually resulted in quite a savings that the county has not been having to pay for that. But the county still is reimbursing the 20 or 25% to the state. The remainder of the appointments for the cases for parent, it's usually parent attorneys, sometimes children's attorneys, and mental health attorneys are still being paid by the county, and it's per case when we send down the reimbursement, and then it is apparently paid out of the commissioner's budget, which I appreciate the question because I didn't understand what budget that came out of, but it's out of the commissioner's budget. From the history, we were able to track down the numbers that currently combining the past 5 years and what we expect 2023 to be, the county has been paying approximately $130,000 yearly for these services. It does fluctuate year to year. There are some years that are a lot larger. There are some that are a lot smaller. It really is based on what cases are filed out of the county attorney's office, and that is often based out of law enforcement and who gets arrested. As you know, our request is that the $100 an hour that is currently being paid for attorneys be bumped up to $150 an hour. That would result in a average expenditure of $195,000, $621 is what we got the average to be, which is certainly, it's a 50% raise, which the court, I can understand is, seems like a lot, but at the same time, this has been the rate for the past 20 years, possibly the last 25 years. And I think it's something that just has not, unfortunately, been brought to the attention to request that it be increased at a slower pace than coming after 20 or 25 years and asking for such a large increase. I do think at some point the attorneys would refuse to take the cases at that 50% rate of what their average rate is. Ms. Boback, could you give the explanation of what you think the budget was previously? Or
Yeah.
what was it?
When I came into office in 2011, for the GAL budget, when we paid the whole thing, it was close to $400,000 a year. And we were the only county that did not participate with the public defender program within the state. And I visited with commissioners at that time, and we agreed to pursue that program. And I think it has saved the county substantially.
So I know a couple of weeks ago when we were discussing it, there were discussions about 125 an hour, 150 an hour that showed that even though we were at 100 hour, it was pretty average for the state, but you guys were talking about comparisons to Gillette and some other areas. Do we have any of that actual data, or how did we end up with the 50% increase?
I know that quite frankly, that's not based on anything other than it's not asking for the full amount, but it's also not asking that it remain the same. And based on some of the other counties that are in the higher range pay. I have not been able to track down exactly what Gillette or Natrona County pays. But I believe it's either 125 or 150 in Gillette. Natrona County and Laramie County have their own program. They are contracted, they have attorneys that are contracted with the county commissioners. And I frankly can't completely explain how it works, but I believe they have attorneys they have a contract with the county and then they are paid from that. So I don't know exactly what it would calculate per hour. And I'm not sure. I can certainly continue to try and get that information for you if that's what you would like, but I don't know what that would calculate to hourly.
And refresh my memory, you said it's not the full asking price. Was that 200 an hour? Where did that come from?
Currently, the average low, what I'll say is a low average locally is $200 an hour. There are many attorneys locally that charge more than that.
Right.
But that's the low range. I don't know anyone that's charging less than $200 an hour.
You're talking more private practice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And these are all private attorneys generally. Some of them do have some part-time public defender contracts, but they are all private attorneys that are generally daily accepting a $200 an hour rate. I also, I don't know if any of you noticed, I did notice, and I don't really know why, but the budget for this until 2020 was at $234,000. And so what I'm asking for as an increase is actually less than what the budget was until 2021. In 2021, it was reduced to 150, and then in 2022, it was reduced to 145. I don't know the reason for that other than I can surmise that it was probably lowered based on that there weren't any years that there were bills of that high. So maybe the commissioners looked at it and just decided we're just going to lower it. But what we are asking for is lower than what the budget was, what was set for the budget as recently as 2020.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tillman.
Well, maybe that budget has gotten lower because we do have programs in place to work with the juveniles now. Do you think that maybe has had an effect on that budget?
I can't answer that for certain, but I don't think so. I don't think that probably has to do with it. I wouldn't be able to answer that without, I don't know if there's some sort of record of why that adjustment happened, but the juvenile programs that we have in place currently really have not substantially changed in recent years. So I'm not sure why that would result in that lowering of the budget.
Those were kind of our slim years with the county, and the commissioners were doing everything to, we were going bare bones. And, like with my accounts, like my jury, it's hard to plan. And they said, well, you can always come back for a budget amendment. And I do believe that's why they probably did what they did at that time.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Richards.
I'm just thinking as a process, this is going to be in our budget. We probably need to address this in our budget. And if we can find the money to do it, I think it's a good idea we do it. But I'm assuming we need to look at our budget line item, exactly which line item it's going to be in, and make sure money's available for it.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this one. I mean, I understand the need, and especially if it's been 20 years, it just feels like there's a lot of state pays 80 or maybe it's 85. We think Campbell County's 125 could be 150. I mean, it's hard. I kind of felt like the last meeting, we were going to get more information to make a basis off of. And, you know, when you're considering a 50% increase, even if it's less than what it used to be, I mean, I think we owe it to have our facts in our.
I was able to get a table from another clerk that did the same study in Uena County. And she was not able to get anything from those two counties for whatever reason. And I reached out to all the clerks and still nothing from them. But we do have it. And as the judge said, the majority, you know, when we were here last week, about 100, some are less, but then we have the other ones that are more of 150.
And so I'm looking through our budget. I don't see. But it's actually in the commissioner's budget. I mean, I would assume obviously it's coming from our approval, but I don't see it within the individual.
Mr. Chairman, is this the guardian ad litem line item?
It is the guardian out line item.
It was in 2018, and looking at it, fiscal year 2019, it was $234,000. In 19, it was, or excuse me, in 20, it was $234,000. And then it dropped to 150,000, 145,000, and this year was 145,000. So we'd be looking at roughly a $50,000 increase if that were the case with this. I think that's where it would be in our budget.
Yeah, I just meant the individual commissioner's budget. It's not coming out of. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Absolutely.
I'm glad Commissioner Richards brought up the budget issue. It will also affect my budget. And what I have in there now, what I have proposed for next year, I would like to keep that as is, because not only is it the GAL, but I also have the transcripts and other professional services that come out of that. I would like to see where that goes for this year. And if I have an issue, come back for a budget amendment. Or if the commission would prefer, I will redo that line item.
Okay, yeah, and we just received an email from Anita. Appreciate that. It comes from just the general county fund, so not the county commissioner's individual budget, which is where some of that confusion is. With that, commissioners, you want to take action on this now? Do you want to wait and see how things roll out with the budget, or?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's more appropriate to do it as part of our budget process.
Okay. Well, we have quite a bit of budget discussions yet to take place. So I guess as we get closer to that, we'll try and shake some of this out. And if we have to bring it back for an official approval, we'll do just that. But hate to keep punting it down the road for you, but it sounds like it's been 20 plus years anyway. So we'll address it one way or the other and try and get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is item 3. We've got a Williams Company update. Gabe, I apologize. I was trying to get ahead of schedule for you there, but looks like we're running behind about 20 minutes. So we appreciate you being with us today. We've got Gabriel, oh boy, Sepulveda. Not sure if I slaughtered that one or not, with the Director of State Government and Regulatory Affairs. Thanks for joining us.
No, thank you, Commissioner, and pretty close. It's Sepulveda. Good morning. Really excited to be with y'all today. As just stated, my name is Gabe Sepulveda. I'm the Director of State Government and Regulatory Affairs for Williams. It's a real pleasure to be here to talk a little bit about the company and some of our activities in the state, in particular in Sweetwater County. I'd like to thank Commissioner Toman for the invitation, and I thank all the commissioners for your time this morning. I know I had the pleasure of meeting a couple of y'all at an event that we had out this last September, but for those that did not get the pleasure of meeting that may not be as familiar with Williams, I'll give just a quick update on the company. We are an American infrastructure company with operations in over 22 states. Our core business is gathering, processing, and transmission of natural gas. Throughout our system in the entire country, we touch about a third of all the natural gas in the US every day. We also operate the largest contiguous transmission pipeline, our SWCO system, which starts in the Gulf of Texas and then runs all the way up the eastern seaboard to endpoint in New York. In addition to our core natural gas business, we also have a burgeoning new energy ventures division that works on advancing low carbon technologies like carbon capture and sequestration, hydrogen, renewable natural gas, and low emission natural gas. With that team, we do a lot of work with the School of Energy Resources there at the University of Wyoming. As I mentioned before, we have a presence in over 22 states, but one of the states that we have one of our largest presence and one that continues to grow is in the great state of Wyoming. Our assets in the state include our upstream operations based there in the Wamsutter, right there in the backyard. We have our gathering and processing assets that go throughout Southwest and Central Wyoming. And we also have some newly acquired assets, which I'll talk a little bit about here in a second, which adds to our asset base there in Southwest Wyoming. Throughout the state, we have over 4,600 miles of pipeline and just over 300 employees in the state. So our three main asset bases there in the state, I'll just talk a little bit about those. We have our Overland Pass pipeline, which we have a 50% ownership stake in, and it operates over 1,000 miles of pipeline system that is capable of transporting over 245,000 of barrels of natural gas liquids. The pipeline originates there in Southwest Wyoming and then travels through Northeast Colorado and ends in Conway, Kansas, where the natural gas liquids are fractionated, stored, and transported out to market. On the gathering and processing side, our operations are all throughout Southwest Wyoming with a big hub there in Wamsutter. We operate more than 3,700 miles of pipeline just within the processing and gathering operations alone, with an inlet capacity of 1.3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. And a capacity to recover approximately 112,000 barrels per day of natural gas liquids. We have two main gas processing plants that are off of this operations. One is in Opal and one is in Echo Springs. For our Northwest Pipeline system, which was one of our major transmission systems across the enterprise, we've got that's a system that's 4,000 mile bidirectional transmission system across the states of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. So it's a very large system. But the heart of it is there in Wyoming, where we have district offices in both Opal, Wamsutter, Green River, Big Piney, and Kemmerer. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the newest things going on with the company since I got through the overview. First up is on our new energy ventures side. Over the last several months, we've been working with the School of Energy Resources on a grant that we were provided by the Wyoming Energy Authority to do some select studies around hydrogen. So what we've been doing with the School of Energy Resources and the WEA has been looking at water availability, hydrogen fuel blending within our pipeline systems, and then pipeline material compatibility. So all of these studies are structured so that we can get a better understanding of how putting hydrogen into existing pipelines may affect the integrity of the material of the pipe, how the blending sources will work within turbines and cooling compressors, as well as water availability across the state for the development of green hydrogen, which primarily relies on the process of the use of electrolyzers, which essentially is running electric currents through water to separate the hydrogen molecules from the oxygen molecules there in the water. So that's been going on for the last several months. Most of the studies are complete at this point, and we'll be releasing a final report, which we're really excited because we think it's going to help advance the development of a hydrogen economy throughout the country, but particularly in Wyoming. I think there's a huge opportunity there, which is why we participated with the state in the development of ideas around the hydrogen hub application that they recently submitted as part of that 4-state compact and everything else that we were doing in this space. So we're particularly excited about that work. On the upstream side, with our operation base in Wamsutter, we currently have 1 rig running with an associated 1 to 2 frac crews. That'll run from end of last year into this year, and we plan on expanding that circle of drilling parameters over the next year. We have, as I mentioned before, one of our bigger offices there in the Wamsutter, where combined between our joint venture partner in Crowheart Energy and Williams, we have a little over 150 employees that come in and out of those offices every day. Really excited about the work that we're doing out there to develop the land there in the Wamsutter Basin, and we're excited to be able to try to get more rigs online in the coming years. We'll acknowledge, as most of you have experienced firsthand this past winter, as it was for all the residents there in Southwest Wyoming, was particularly hard for our facilities and employees. But we were fortunate that we were able to put safety first and get out and help pave roads where we could, help with regular maintenance as needed, and happy to say that we did not have any major safety incidents or incidents with our employees, despite the really severe weather conditions. Moving ahead, I'd like to just briefly talk about one of our newest acquisitions for the company. The end of last year, going into the beginning of this year, we acquired the Mountain West Pipeline System, which is a large pipeline system there in Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. But the largest presence there in Wyoming is in Southwest Wyoming. So by acquiring this pipeline system, we've added significantly more mileage of pipe there in that part of the state. And we've added some new facilities and compressor stations, as well as 2 new offices, one in Rock Springs and the other in Evanston. So with that, I will pause and see if there's any questions or any other information I can provide to the commission.
You mind going through that one more time?
I was trying to be concise because I know you guys are running behind. So apologies if that was a bit fast, but was trying to be respectful of your time.
We did get the 3-day presentation, but we have 3 fast, sharp commissioners. I'm sure they observed it all.
No, we appreciate the information. That's a lot to take in, but sounds like lots of good things happening with Williams and lots of expansion and things for the future. So it's exciting times for both you and us, and we'll look forward to those changes. Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
I just want to thank you, Gabe, for working with us to get on our agenda. Appreciate that very much. And appreciate you working with the county on the snow removal. I'm sure Gene Nagurski appreciated that very much.
It's my pleasure to be here with y'all, and it's an even greater pleasure for us to work with the county and the community so that we can keep up with all of our shared assets. So I'm always around. Commissioner Toman has my information. I can share it with the rest of y'all. If there's ever any questions offline, please do not hesitate to reach out to me.
I had one question. You went over it, but I didn't catch it soon enough. You said you guys were producing 1.3 billion cubic feet a day. How many barrels did you say that was?
So that, let me pull up my reference here. So that was in reference to our Northwest Pipeline System, and that's the capacity. Okay. That's the overall capacity every day. It varies depending on the day, how much volume we're actually going through, but that's the capacity of that pipeline system.
Any other questions, commissioners? Comments? Well, Gabe, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging in there with us, even though we're running a bit behind. Appreciate the wealth of information. We'll continue to work together in the future to bring great things to Sweetwater County.
Sounds great. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shanefield did text me just before Gabe got on there. She had to drop off for another meeting, so we're down to 4. And up next, is everyone good? Do we need a break? Keep moving on. Sorry, Candy. we're good. We've got the Sweetwater Events Complex Summer Events Update. Candy Pendleton, Executive Director, Sweetwater Events Complex. Hi, Candy.
Hello, thanks for having me. I have a tendency to talk fast anyway, so I'm going to catch you up on some time this morning. So I just wanted to come and share with you some of the fun, exciting things we have going on at the events complex this summer. You all are very busy. I heard your reports, and I think we're equally as busy out there. So this summer, obviously, we have a slew of events going on, so I'm going to go through them pretty quickly and then just stand for questions. Maybe. Okay, so first off, up in our slide presentation is the Spicer Pavilion that we've talked to you about a couple of times. This is the outdoor pavilion that we're building on the grounds courtesy of the Spicer Family Foundation. So it is 95% complete, very close to being done, which is great because we are using it June 21st. So if you haven't had a chance to come out and see that, I would recommend that you come out. It is fantastic, has a huge courtyard. We did some setup in it the other day to see what kind of events we can host in there, and you could host about 500 in that venue if you wanted to have a wedding or a party or a company picnic or that type of thing. Hard to tell in the picture, but it has a beautiful gas fireplace right in the middle of that main structure right there. So we just had the gas line run from Dominion. And to the left of the picture where the tractor is sitting, there's actually a large fire pit. So there's a gas fire pit in there as well. So it's really made for daytime and nighttime use. Just a beautiful structure, and we can't thank the Spicers enough. And we hope to see you all out there when we do the official ribbon cutting at some point.
Candy, did you get the windbreak on the back windows?
We have a price on the windbreak on the back windows. Yes, we actually have a price for hurricane shutters on the back of that building, which we've talked about a couple of times. Wasn't as expensive as I expected. So now we just need to figure out exactly how to get them installed. So I don't know if they'll be up this summer, but it will happen. It will happen. So one of the big things that happens at the events complex and is not produced by us is Sweetwater Speedway. Kara Beach and her group put Sweetwater Speedway on. They just lease the facilities from us. So I would be remiss if I didn't show you the schedule that they have. She does a fantastic job down there with volunteers. So they have a busy schedule all summer long. I will say they've added a couple of dates in July, a couple of those sort of specific to things that we have going on at the events complex. So the July 4th in Duro is a great place to watch the fireworks, but they also sort of added that to keep the Airstream people on the grounds a little bit longer. So we expect Airstream will hang out there. The Derby's fairly new for them. They picked it up in the last couple of years. And then of course, all their great racing action. And then our first huge event of the summer is the Airstream Rally. It is June 21st through July 1st. They are completely sold out at 1,350 campers. That is 1,200 full service units and 150 that are considered boondockers. 2,690 people are registered for that event. They had, last I had talked to them, about 300 people still on a waiting list. So I don't think that we'll see all of those people coming in, and there's some room for expansion, but we'll be full. It will look very similar to National High School Finals. And I know I invited you all out for some ice cream, but if you can't come for ice cream, please stop out and see it. It's going to be really impressive. So super excited about Airstream. Some great things that are happening. June 21st through 24th is their check-in schedule. So a lot of those people come a couple of days early so they can get situated and check out what Rock Springs, Green River, Sweetwater County has to offer. So they'll be trickling in those 3 days. You'll see them all over the interstates and the highways and coming into town. On June 24th, which is that Saturday, they actually are doing a downtown vintage parade in downtown Rock Springs. So we have South Main closed in Rock Springs, and they're going to take their vintage units down there. So Airstream's sort of a bunch of, not a bunch of, Airstream is made up a lot of engineers and people that are really focused on that, the brand itself. And so a lot of people have these vintage Airstreams, so 60s, 70s Airstreams. They're going to take them downtown, about 40 to 50 of them, and open them up for the public to see. So they're going to go down there with their units. They'll open the doors. We're going to have music and food trucks and stuff going on downtown, and you can come check out those vintage Airstreams. So from 11 to 2 on June 24th, 11 to 2:30, and then we will close that down, and they're actually going to parade from there out to the events complex with a police escort. So they put all their flags up on the front. It's really cool. They'll parade from there down under M Street, and then out Elk Street to the events complex. So excited about that. The rally runs June 25th through the 30th. And then we offered a stay and play package so that they can stay until the 16th. We're expecting between 400 and 500 RVers to stick around through at least the 4th of July. A lot of them don't want to be on the roads for that weekend, and we don't blame them. So we offered them a place to stay. One of the cool things that Airstream did that we haven't seen before is typically these groups have some sort of a banquet for their rally attendees, and it's hard to feed 2,700 people. We don't really have the facilities to do that. So they're giving chamber bucks to all of those people to go use in area restaurants. So they bought over $40,000 in chamber gift certificates just to hand out to their registration people to go out and spend in our community. So that's going to be a great boon, and we hope people will get out and enjoy that. And then typically kicking off Wyoming's big show is the Red Desert Roundup Rodeo. Again, this is not produced by us. This is produced by the Red Desert Roundup Rodeo Committee, but they've been there for years. They do a fantastic job. That's the opening weekend of the fair, July 28th and 29th. And then fair, go big. We've been Wyoming's big show for years. So August 1st through 5th are the public and the concert dates. We do have several dates before that that are 4-H and FFA activities, but the only charge dates are August 1st through the 5th. So obviously 4-H and FFA sort of take center stage out there. The carnival will be in the front parking lot. And then we just listed out some of the activities that you'll see. We have some great kids activities, and we'll go into that a little bit more, but lots of fun stuff happening at the fair, things that you're used to and some new things that you'll see. We did a big focus on kids this year in Sweetwater County. So we really want to bring Kids Day back. So on your desks, I had set a flyer for you. The Fair Board agreed to give a ticket to each child in Sweetwater County. So 6 and under are already free. 6 to 12, we're given a free ticket or a free flyer for a ticket that was sent home with every school district child this year, so they can come for free for Kids Day. And some of the things that you see on the screen there are the Kids Day activities. So my favorite thing in the world right now is that Max robot up in the left-hand corner. He is a 9-foot robot. He drives around in a mini monster truck that has this really thumping sound system with it. And it's just super cool. I think kids are going to love it. So Max, the monster truck, Max, the robot, and the monster truck, the carnival. We have mythical creatures with dragons that people ride. We have a petting zoo back. I spoke with Commissioner Slaughter last year. He was very concerned we didn't have a petting zoo, and we agreed. So we have found a new petting zoo to come in this year. We have a petting zoo that brings animal races. We've all seen pig races, but they also have poultry races, so geese and ducks that race. They have an educational component that goes along with that, and then a petting zoo. So if you attended the fair last year where the Clydesdales were set up in the front tent, that whole section will be sort of the farm animals and the petting zoo and the races and that feature right up there up front. Amazing exotic birds. And then the back tent that's closest to the indoor arena will be dinosaur encounters. They're taking over that entire tent. They have miniature golf that's dinosaur themed. They have animatronic dinosaurs that you can ride. They have fossil digs. They have shows. Lots of great things in there. So lots of focus on kids this year. And then here's the warning before I move to the next slide. Our concert lineup is next, and there is a little blurb of music as we go. And I think I have it set so that it won't blow us all out of this room, but prepare yourself about 5 seconds in. It's going to show a clip of the music. So Chairman West said we're ready for some headbanging. So here we go. Kicking us off on Tuesday, August 1st is LV Shane. He'll play at 8:30. Commerce Bank is the sponsor, and he's fantastic. He played in Sublette County last year. Maybe not. Technology. Oh, that's all right. We'll save you some time. So here's what I will tell you. A lot of people say, I don't know who that is. I don't know what they sing. Oh. The day we met, I knew I had some catching up to do. He ain't my blood, ain't got my name, but if he did, I'd feel the same. I wasn't there for his first steps, but I ain't missed a ball game yet. That ain't ever gonna change. I could never walk away. Yeah, he's my son, and that's my choice. He ain't my blood, but he's my boy. Then we hit the rock acts. So this is where I told you to prepare yourself. Pop Evil on August 2nd at 8:30 p.m.
Commissioner Tolman would like a backstage pass to that one.
You've got it, Commissioner Tillman. Right. We have a double header on August 3rd. This is Saving Abel that you hear right now. They're going to open up at 7 o'clock on Thursday. And then Firehouse, for those of us that are a little older, Firehouse will hit the stage at 8:30 on August 3rd with their power ballads. And then we finish up with country. Russell Dickerson's sort of a current crossover country pop star on Friday night at 8:30.
She likes it when I wear a suit, pick a favorite movie. When I open up, when she's talking to me, when I go get groceries and I bring back flowers and I rub it back for like half an hour. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She likes it when I ooh, ooh, ooh. She likes it when I pour tequila.
And then classic country, still very current, but Randy Hauser on Saturday, August 5th at 8:30.
You were raised on an asphalt farm. Ain't never heard of road. Ever walked barefoot by a river. Felt the mud up between your toes. You never rode in the hay.
So we're really proud of the concert lineup that we have this year. It's impossible to please everyone, as you all know, but we think we did a pretty good job of getting a well-rounded lineup in there. So there's our concert lineup. The one that I didn't mention, but I'm going to throw out there is Tris Munsick. We have had typically in the past in our Pepsi tent after the concerts a DJ, and we're going back to a live band in there. So we have Tris Munsick and the Innocents. For those of you that came last year, we had Ian Munsick on our main stage. This is his brother, Tris Munsick. It's a family out of Sheridan, very musically inclined, fantastic group. So Sheridan band, he'll be there on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night in the Pepsi tent. Some more information, just that you can visit our website to buy your tickets. We had a flash sale on a Friday that was really well received. And of course, we have great community partners. Too many, obviously, to mention here and still get you guys through your meeting in a decent time, but we have awesome community partners that we could not do any of this without. And then I've told you this before, but we have one day to flip from fair to go to this large Royal Crown event that we have, which is racing, barrel racing, roping event. They paid out $1.2 million last year at that event for 8 days. They've expanded to 10 days this time. And we'll see about 400 campers on site and 1,500 horses for that week. So that one's free if people want to come out and see it. It's incredible horse flesh during that week. And then, of course, Sweetwater Downs horse racing, which we're all familiar with, will run weekends August 19th through October 1st. And that's sort of it in a nutshell. So I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Thanks, Candy. Great update and presentation. That's quite the lineup. I'm excited for that. So excellent job in that regard. Commissioners, any comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Candy, amazing concert lineup. Couldn't be happier with it. Anybody who thinks you didn't do a great job on this one doesn't know what they're talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I missed the last meeting, so I wanted to ask about your stalls. How's that coming along, getting your stalls upgraded?
They actually started yesterday. So we have a crew on site from Oklahoma repairing the poly panels in that new section of stalls that we purchased for National High School. For those of you who don't know, the poly in there, they have poly inserts inside of them, and they think the poly was defective. So it was bowing with the heat and getting to where you could barely get those doors to slide back and forth open. So we partnered with WW to replace every piece of poly in those stalls. So they're on site, started yesterday. He thinks it will take a week. So they'll be on site all week, and they're using local manpower services to do some of that work. You bet.
Usually it's the wind, but for once we have heat issues.
I know, right?
Hard to believe.
Who knew?
Any other comments, questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is it under warranty?
No, of course not. No. But they did, I will say WW Stall Manufacturing, who we bought the stalls from, they ate all of the labor to come and do that work for us. So we just had to buy the poly, and they paid for the rest of the labor and getting things installed and sending their crew up. So it was a good partnership.
Candy, just wanted to thank you very much, especially for the petting zoo. That was one of the things, like I say, a lot of people address that. I was a little concerned when I saw the dinosaurs. I thought maybe it was a dinosaur petting zoo.
There you go.
We might be losing some hands or arms. I'm very excited to see that. I think it'd be fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Candy. We look forward to that. The pavilion looks nice. I believe the last time we met, you said your goal was June 1st. So it seems like you're right along with that. And I hate to curse you there, but hopefully it all goes well. And lots of good things happening out at your place. So we look forward to
Absolutely.
that.
Yep. Landscapers are on site. So if the weather can hold, we're golden. Thank you.
We sure hope. Thank you for coming and keeping us updated. Moving right along to item 5, commissioners. We all good before we take a break? Push through on Southwest Counseling. We made up a little time there. Thanks, Candy. We've got Title 25 and Emergency Services update from Linda Akers, CEO, and Mike Bauer, Mental Health Manager of Southwest Counseling. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about Title 25. It's a complicated process, and I believe in the commissioner's packet, you had a trend analysis of the individuals that we have been seeing for years at Southwest Counseling. And the top green line that you see are the number of emergency contacts we have with clients who come into Southwest Counseling, are our clients. We go to the hospital. So for this year, we're projecting 276 people that we will have seen this year. And with that amount of people, we predict, well, we don't predict, it's actual, 4.25 hours of work with those individuals. From the emergency assessments, we go into emergency detentions. And I will give Mike Bauer the opportunity to speak because he's not only the manager of mental health services, he's also the manager that goes to the hospital and ensures we have the on-call workers there, but he also performs that work himself. So he will be able to answer your questions very directly. So from that 276, we reduce it to 122. And then from the emergency detentions, because we believe the best treatment for most people is in the community. However, there are people that will need hospitalization, and that will result in a title, an involuntary commitment. So this just really represents that we believe Southwest Counseling is doing their work in meeting the needs of Title 25.
I'll be glad to answer any questions. Everyone know what Title 25 is? Okay. Yeah, it's a difficult process for our clinicians. It's always hard. It's always hard work when you're at the emergency room and trying to figure out if someone's an imminent danger to themselves or others. It's really serious work, actually. It's something that that our staff, it's a high stress area for our staff. You can see from our graphs that we are able to, in most years, we've been able to, especially since 2017, we've been able to divert usually 90 to 95% of people from going to involuntary hospitalization. And which is the final process or the final part of Title 25. If they go through the hearing processes, there's actually 2 of them. And then the court commissioner and the judge find that the only route, which is the most restrictive route, of course, that you would have, is that involuntary hospitalization. When that's needed, we're able to divert 90 to 95% of the folks to more community resources. Sometimes those resources are private hospitalization. Sometimes those resources are our crisis center that we run, our crisis stabilization. And sometimes those resources, through medication at the hospital, we're able to divert them to regular outpatient care with continued medicine, psychiatric consultation. That's kind of the way the process I think works, but it's hard for me to summarize it so quickly because it is a very complicated process. I always like to say it's a psychological legal process because it involves sort of a coming together of the law and the legal process and the county attorney's office. We make the psychological part is actually psychomedical. We and the physicians make decisions conjointly on these cases and for the betterment of the person involved. Hopefully we're doing a pretty decent job. I think we're doing remarkable considering the fact that we don't have, as some other communities have, a psychiatric unit in the hospital. We're able to do a lot of things with our resources.
So Mike, one question I've got, or maybe for both of you, is that, looking at your graphs that you've produced there, it doesn't seem like it's a whole lot different in comparison to last year. There's been less emergency detentions, but this year, in regards to Title 25 expenses, we're significantly up. I mean, we've had to do a budget amendment, I believe it was 7 months into the year, right around January, for an additional 198,000, which is a huge increase. I'm just curious how that relates to the chart, because it actually shows on, the detentions that we're down about 40 based off your graph here. But your overall, emergency assessments are relatively even compared to last year. So where does the additional cost come from?
Talk to that.
I can.
Sure.
Chairman West, I think part of it is when a person's placed in emergency detention, the county has to pay for the first 72 hours, except when Saturdays and Sundays and holidays do not count towards that 72. So I think what you'd have to do as a county is look at how long are those people staying in emergency detention for those first 72 hours and see the expense there related to that. And then, of course, after those initial expenditures of the county, it reverts to the state of Wyoming. So this is a pressing issue for the state as well as the county.
So, I mean, Title 25 is not a simplistic issue. I'm learning more about it every day. It's very difficult to wrap your head around and try and understand. And in your opinions, I mean, I don't think we're going to solve it overnight by any means, but is that the biggest missing piece, is the psychiatric beds here locally that would help with some of this?
Well, that's one of the pieces that other communities in Wyoming have found does help. Yes. I mean, both in Cheyenne and Laramie both have psychiatric resources, for instance, and their Title 25 cases kind of diminish, significantly because they're able to put folks into those psychiatric beds and in a short-term sort of crisis kind of way. But I don't know. The expenses, like Linda said, revert to the state health department, or should, after 72 hours.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I guess, how does that psychiatric bed side of it work? I mean, you're dealing with basically voluntary detention, if they don't want to, enter the psychiatric bed, what happens in that regard? I mean, a lot of what we're hearing is, there's the hospital, but then they can't hold them if they don't want to be there. The jail, they didn't commit a crime, and so they're just released back out. And so we have this continual cycle of these people with needs. But how do you hone in on that?
Chairman West, I think the emphasis of the state is to divert people away from hospitals. Because the minute you enter a hospital, your cost goes up. I think the cost of going into WBI or the state hospital is well over $1,000 a day. And the majority of those people who are in an IH will not have the funds to pay for it, nor the emergency detention. Because when they go into the hospital, we do bill for our consultation, but we rarely collect because the individuals don't have the money necessary to pay us. So what the state's pushing for is not so much psychiatric hospital beds in a hospital. They want what is now referred to as subacute. It's outside of a hospital. It's basically crisis stabilization in a community, and you do the wraparound services. But for people who need to be titled, you have to have security because you're holding them against their will. They just cannot walk out because of a safety issue. So that's one concern that you're always going to have to deal with. It. Emergency detentions are going to have to be in place, and how you handle that. It's a very complex problem, and it's a very expensive problem.
So on the subacute care aspect, I mean, I assume that falls back to organizations like yourselves.
Chairman West, yes. I mean, that's a possibility. We only have 4 beds for Sweetwater County. That's really limited for a county of our size with limited resources in this area. So yeah, that's really, I went up to Lander and I looked at Life Resources, which has transformed the training school up there, and they have beautiful facilities. It's like 10,000 square feet. They have in the middle, it's a cafeteria style kitchen. They have the room for people to sit down, but all around this building are rooms that have single occupancy. They have their own private restroom. It's very upscale and appropriate for the care these people need. It's too bad they didn't spread that through the state of Wyoming because it could be used in every major county. Mr. Chairman. I just can't wrap my head around the fact that your budget is like 14 million. You have 165 beds. You have 4 beds. I just can't understand how that can be. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, 165 beds are not totally all Southwest Counseling. Last month, I referred to the beds that are in Uintah County, that the money passes through Southwest Counseling to Uintah County. Now, through the state of Wyoming, we are certified for residential beds, Commissioner Tolman, in substance use disorders, in mental health disorders, and our beds are very limited when it comes to subacute. It just still doesn't make sense to me as a priority for such a dire need in this community to have more than 4 beds. And I know you said you need to build a whole new wing or something, but I think this commission would welcome maybe a tour of your facilities or our facilities if we own the buildings to get a better understanding of how they're used. I've heard in the past that you don't have a psychologist or psychiatrist on board other than remote, and you don't have people working on weekends or overnight with people. I think I've heard that before in your reports that you do not have people overnight. Chairman West, Commissioner Tolman, I don't know what you mean about being overnight. I think I asked at the last meeting why you couldn't handle more clients on an overnight basis, and you said you did not have staff to do that. Unless I misunderstood, that's what I thought I heard you say.
Mr. Chairman Tolman, I don't believe that. We have people on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know where the misinformation's coming, but I think I would invite you to come and look at the county buildings. I think it would be very appropriate. Our occupancy rate is 85% because we're mandated by the state that we reach that. And we do not have a psychiatrist or a nurse practitioner for psychiatry at Southwest Counseling, but they are available through telehealth, which today that is the operation that we have to have. Most individuals are not wanting to come to a small rural area, and they can provide these services through telehealth. But I would welcome the commission to come to Southwest Counseling. In fact, I think I invited you if you had any additional questions, because Commissioner Tolman, I think you've been given misinformation.
Well, I misunderstood. I have not been given any information except what you have given us. So
I hope so.
if I misunderstood, I apologize, but that was a direct question to you last time, why you could not keep some of these people. And you said you did not have staff is what I understood, but I'm not going to argue the point. If you're
Okay.
clarifying the
Okay.
issue, then
Okay.
fine.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
Linda,
Slaughter.
just a quick question with respect to the psychiatrist. I'm the liaison to the hospital, and obviously they're trying to get a psychiatrist. Is it just a nationwide shortage? Is that the problem we've got, or they don't want to come to our area? They're also working with the telepsychiatry. I know that they're doing that. but-
Chairman West and Commissioner Slaughter, it's absolutely a change in how we do business in behavioral health and medicine today. And people want to have access to a lot of amenities that are graduating, and Zoom is such an easy form of providing that. So it's very difficult.
It just doesn't work nearly as well as.
No, and I would agree with you.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
Linda and Mike, we appreciate you coming and give us an update. Like I mentioned, we're not going to solve it overnight, but I think together, if we can establish a relationship to work with all the partners and find a common goal, then we'll try and make that happen. So
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
thank you. All right, commissioners, we're still a little bit behind. We are going to take a break. We'll make it quick. So let's go ahead and resume back here at 11:30. All right. We're out of break. And where we left off was item number 7, which is the All West Communications license to install fiber optic cable along Yellowstone Road and various other roads in Farce and Eden. Got Public Works Director, Mr. Gene Legursky here, who has promised to get us back on track. So here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No pressure on that one. This little speech I'm going to give you is going to apply to the next 2 things that I'm doing. Typically, we handle these in the engineering department on a regular basis. If it's just a single road crossing or going along the road, when it's something of this nature, I always bring it to you guys. So you guys are aware of the projects that are going on of any kind of scale or magnitude. And what this is for is All West is trying to put fiber optic cable in the Eden area mostly, and then also some other roads in the Farson area. They'll be starting about Stasnos Ranch, running up along Yellowstone, along the new portion of Yellowstone, and then heading up 191. 191, as you know, is a YDOT highway. They've got everything through YDOT. So they're waiting on us. And there's still a couple other things that they need to provide for me. But what I'd like to do is present this to you guys so you can know what's going on. And then if you guys will allow me to be able to sign all the appropriate permits. Once this is done, there's no reason for you guys to have to sign all the permits. There's about 32 of them, unless you guys really want to practice on your names. There's no reason, but I want you guys to make this aware. And then also, it was previous boards when I got hired 7 years ago to bring anything of this size and nature to you guys. Like I said, the individual ones we just handle in-house that are little, that nobody ever knows about, single line crossings or an electrical line or a gas line, and you just go into a house. We do those all day, every day. But both of these of this nature, they're large enough that they're multiple month projects that you guys should be aware of, and then grant me permission to back to them. After all, they are your roads.
So you need our approval, then our blessing to be able to handle any necessary contracts and permitting. Is that what I gathered out of that?
Yeah, basically permitting. Just the motion is to allow the Public Works Department to approve all license once all requirements are met for the installation of the fiber optic cable along Yellowstone and various other roads in the Farson Eden area.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion that he just stated.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
This is kind of the same thing. Dominion Gas wants to replace all the gas and gas services within the Jamestown Rio Vista area. It's a large project for them. It involves multiple roads, but it's the same thing. I'm working with them currently to make sure all the permit requirements are satisfied, and we'll go forward from there.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd like to make the motion to allow Public Works Department to approve all licenses once all requirements are met for the installation of gas lines by Dominion Energy in the Jamestown Rio Vista area.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next is the detour through county property on Lagoon Road, County Road 112 for the Lagoon Road reconstruction project.
What this is Dee Bernardi, if you guys remember a couple months or about a month ago, Dee Bernardi Construction was the low bidder on this Lagoon Road reconstruction project. They've been looking at this, trying to figure out the best way not only to do the project, but also limit the inconvenience to the businesses that are on Lagoon Road. And they've came up with this detour plan, multiple detour plan. They're getting the permit from the BLM and other landowners. And what they would like to do is actually do a detour across our land out there. It's actually Lagoon Road Storage Yard. It's highlighted in red on the aerial that I gave everybody. And what this is for Sunrock to be able to go to their concrete batch facility and also deliver raw aggregate to their facility. This allows Dee Bernardi to be able to do full width concrete paving, allow it to cure, not have to rush everything. And also it provides safer access to everybody. As you know, Dominion Energy is back there. Sunrock is back there. Right now, this time of year, Dominion Energy has to have emergency services for everything. So they have to be able to get in and out of there on a moment's notice. Sunrock is basically delivering, concrete about 14, 15 hours a day right now and aggregate 20 hours a day there. This speeds up the project by about a month just in cure time alone. So what we'd like to do is to be able to allow them to be able to construct this detour through there. The detour will be all weather rated. It'll be able to withstand 80,000 pound fire apparatus road and handle two-way traffic. So what they're going to do is they propose to basically take down 2 fence posts for us to get the correct width on both sides of the project, and then build a road through our storage yard onto Sunrock's place.
And they'll put it back.
And they'll put it back and finish everything up. Yep.
Is that road existing? Not the one through the property you're talking about, but
The approach is existing.
it is.
It is. It's existing forever. YDOT has used that for a plant site forever. And if you guys remember during the interstate construction project, they had a water tanker stored, and they still do, right by this approach. So they're using an existing approach to come off of YDOT. YDOT's approved it with an approved traffic control plan, and they're still working through. They should receive BLM's permission, because remember, that's a BLM piece within this week. So.
Any questions or comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the concept of a detour through county property on Lagoon Road, County Road number 112 for the Lagoon Road reconstruction project, and allow the Public Works Director to work with the contractor for the best route and location of said detour.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item 10 is an MOU between YDOT and Sweetwater County for road condition information. Slowing down because I continue to go too fast, even though I've been asked to pump the brakes. So with that, hand it back to you, Mr. Legursky.
If you're getting to pump the brakes, how do we catch up?
It's easy to forget.
Okay. What this is it's an MOU between YDOT and Sweetwater County. As you remember, during the first blizzard that we had in January, everybody was trying to get around I-80. They were using various county roads, BLM roads that were off I-80. So we entered into a kind of a trial thing with YDOT, where they were able to use the 511 road condition app, and we gave them all of our road condition information that allowed, basically when the interstate gets closed down, it also notifies drivers that, hey, county roads are shut down also, plus the BLM roads. It works so well. They tried it out with another county on the north side. So they're trying to work with all the counties right now to be able to do this, to provide better services to the people traveling the interstate and secondary roads. And we'll work with them for basically anything. If we want to close a road and we need to get it out there, just say the Peru cutoff road was closed. YDOT would be able to post that on their website when we send them a shapefile. I think it's a really good service for everybody. It's a 5-year MOU. There's no cost to either party. They already have all of our information. It's just more of a formality for you guys to sign to be able to enter into something with YDOT.
Should help keep people off of red desert in those areas.
Should. I think that's the key word.
Yeah. Any questions, comments on the MOU, commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the MOU between YDOT and Sweetwater County for the sharing of road condition information, to appoint Gene Legursky as the contact person for this MOU, and allow the chairman to electronically sign the MOU and all other necessary documents.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion?
Good job. And I met your assistant the other day.
Yep, it's working out well.
Have him come by. I should say hi to the commissioners.
He will. He'll be presenting here hopefully next month
Oh,
on some
cool.
stuff. So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Any other squirrels? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Just teasing. Motion is unanimous. Next up is item number 11. Got an update on comments for the Buckboard Marina special use permit boundary line realignment. Got Mr. Bingham here, our land use director. And we're back on track, so. Good morning, Eric.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, while that loads up, just an update as far as where we're at. The Forest Service extended the comment period, as we know, after our letter was submitted to them, and they did provide an extension of that. So comments are due this Friday. So that's why I wanted to bring this subject matter up to the commission. Okay, so an update is myself and Commissioner Toman went down on Saturday to Buckboard Marina, looked at the existing facilities, and just to kind of give you an update of what's going on down there. Mr. Valdez was very nice. His family was down there. We were able to look at the existing restaurant and bar that's in there and a little bit of a convenience store as you walk in. And then there are liquor sales also that are going on in there. As far as that building goes, I've been down there a few times prior to the ownership change. And I would say, and Commissioner Toman would agree, I would think that there've been some massive improvements to that building that they've done. The other thing is there is a bait and tackle shop that's not inside that building. It's an actually separate building. So we did get a tour of that because there were some concerns that there was no bait and tackle shop down there, and there is. It is just located in a separate building. There is also RV campground that's obviously there and operating. And so what Mr. Valdez had laid out was several different tables, and he went over just some of the different issues that have come up. I don't want to get into some of the issues of the land transfer and the complaints of the previous owners and things like that, but let's get down to what the county has involved here, which is the issuance of a comment for the boundary realignment. I think there's two separate issues going on here when we're getting public comments. The first issue I see as we've got the concerns of the compliance of the existing permit, which are some of the comments that we've heard, that no fuel sales, things like that, which, just for your information, as far as the fuel sales go, the reason for the lack of fuel sales right now is that the previous tanks that were in there were non-compliant as determined by DEQ. So those tanks had to be removed from the lake. And so bringing in new tanks is $280,000. So there is that issue of that huge cost. Now, I know the owners looked at grants. I'm not aware of any federal grants that would be applicable in this situation. I'm not even aware of any grants as far as, because they are a for-profit. They're not a nonprofit. They are a for-profit business. So we're looking and asking around to see. I reached out to Christina Marshall, our grants manager, and she stated that she didn't know of any grants either for that circumstance. So it's not that the owner is not willing to sell fuel. It's that the cost, the upfront cost for that. I wanted to also.
Eric, if I could interrupt.
Go ahead.
Fuel is available. There is fuel available. They just have to remove their boat, or they will help them remove their boat and take it up to the gas tank.
Right. So there's
They
fuel.
just can't pour 5-gallon cans off the dock and
No.
get it into the river or the lake.
Right. Correct. No, you cannot do that. For the risk of obviously spilling into the reservoir. So I also took some pictures of what they had on these tables. Just have 4 pictures here to show you. This is the actual drone footage that you're seeing right here of where you can see how much, and Commissioner Slaughter, you've been down there, you've seen how much that's receded, obviously, because of the shoreline, because of the water conditions. And then you can see the existing campground kind of to the bottom there, boat ramp. So in this next photo, and just this really helped kind of clarify some things for me when I was down there. This is the existing special use permit boundary. So in blue there is their boundary, right? Because we've seen maps of that, but you can kind of see now with imposed on there, the aerial photography, the actual facilities that are located there. What that green boundary is, and the Forest Service is, we talked about this with the Forest Service, is right now in that green boundary, you're not allowed to camp by their special use permit requirements. So currently, the area that you're seeing kind of to the northeast of that boundary, which is where that special use permit boundary is expanding. That right now, it's not being enforced. I mean, you're seeing people camp down there. And then the same thing, when you look down to South Buckboard, that boundary right there that goes along there on the south there, technically, they're not supposed to be camping down there right now. Go ahead.
For just one moment.
Sure.
In that area, so that is the boundary that the Forest Service has determined that you're not supposed to be able to camp in. It has not been enforced. When was that actually set? Was that in the 2019 contract with Mr. Valdez? Was it in effect with the contract or the permit that the Tanners had? Is it just something that's been missed for a long time? Is that what it is, or do you know more?
Excellent question, and I don't know. I believe it's been in a regulation for a long time as far as the quarter mile. It's in the CFR regulations. So I'm assuming that has always been in place. Just has not been enforced.
It's for all permits. I mean, it's in the forest rules
Right.
for all permits to have a buffer around them.
Regardless. So like even ski areas, things like that, regardless of the type of use, Lucerne would be the same way down in Utah. So.
Okay.
So this is something, new information to provide for you is this is with their proposed boundary change. So now you can see the 30 acres, which is their existing, kind of where their existing facilities are. And then if you can look over to the east of this, you can see where that 35 acres is being proposed to swap from the water and moved over to include this. And then I believe this was submitted with their operational plan. I still don't have a copy of that. As you saw with the response on our FOIA request, we only received the permit. We didn't receive the appendices with it. So I don't have the detailed information on this. This just shows you kind of where he's planning to place, the owner is planning to place some docks located in there. So as far as the detail, unless Commissioner Toman, you have additional information that you caught from the conversation. But I'd have to see an operational plan to really see in detail what they want to do.
It wasn't on that table, was it?
Was it? Okay.
I think it was, maybe we just didn't dig back into that. I think it was on display.
What they're also proposing to get in there too is potentially additional fire protection in the area, which they're lacking, and to put a water tank in there, new flush toilet. That's what it's in purple there. And then it says 40 to 50 boat slips would be included with this. But that's really all the information I have on that. Any questions on that? Go ahead.
So have they
Mr. Chairman.
changed from the picture you just showed that had the green? Have they changed where they're just focusing on the pink? Or am I misunderstanding that?
I'm not sure what that pink is right there. That was not
I think that's a high water mark on the water.
okay.
No, but I mean right there, the green outline,
That's what's existing right now. So that's that
Mile
quarter.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Gotcha.
might, the green outline indicates the quarter mile buffer zone around a developed area that you can't camp in.
I got you.
And then blue, that blue is what he has right now. And then the next slide is what's proposed, abandoning what's in the water. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Forest Service changed their rules that where you can't lease the water, but your permit gives you access to the water for your docks, but you don't need to own the water to put docks in it anymore. So he wants to abandon what's his holdings that cover the water area and replace them with land holdings.
Yeah, yes. Eric, you might show him the next slide after that one, because he's also asking for a piece on that south shore for some slips. There'd be another picture that goes beyond that.
It didn't upload,
Oh,
but I'll show you correct. So kind of, it doesn't show it on this map, but basically there's like a sliver down there on the South Buckboard Marina that's also being included in their proposed action to include that. And the concern from the public, and it's a good concern, was that will shove, anytime you move that boundary, that quarter mile is going to extend further out. So when you're looking at this area that's being proposed down here, that's obviously going to extend that boundary out further. So that will take away some other additional dispersed camping potentially. In a discussion I had with the owner, they were working with the Forest Service on maybe not, and I don't know how they would do it, but not extending that boundary when the boundary adjustment happens, as far as like the buffer, not extending that buffer zone and keeping the buffer zone the way it is so that it doesn't take away any additional camping. So that was just a discussion. I did, in speaking with the owner, he is on the agenda for your first June meeting where he can give more detail on this information. I encourage, and Commissioner Toman, for him to come here. The unfortunate thing is we have to have comments to the Forest Service, of which they stated they would let us turn them in late, but I don't have any confirmation of that in writing. And I've tried to reach out to the Forest Service a few times and I haven't received a response on that. So here we are with this one. When I was looking through, and we got to get comments out to the Forest Service, and where we're at right now is trying to decide what angle we're going to take as far as the CFR regulations. I have also forwarded this information to the CLG, Coalition of Local Governments. The one that, in looking through the CFR, and I believe the CLG brought this up, was there's a statement of in their CFR regulations that federal, state, and local government agencies and the public shall receive adequate notice and an opportunity to comment upon a special use proposal accepted as formal application in accordance with the Forest Service NEPA procedures. I guess that's our first concern, is we were not provided, like we do in other projects where we have a project scoping period. We were not provided sufficient time to actually comment. And I feel like we're rushed right now trying to get these comments together and get more information. If, when speaking with the Forest Service, what they're trying to decide right now is, does this go as a categorical exclusion, which means they issue the permit, or does it go through the NEPA process? I think to address the public concerns that have come up and the lack of information that we've received, that's probably the best avenue for us to get a comment in, or have them officially extend even that comment period further out. Because the information that was provided to us, like they do in town hall meetings and when they do these scoping meetings, would have helped us and help the public know exactly what they're doing. So at this point, I think that's where we're at, is if I don't get a confirmation on extending this time for the county to get those comments out, then we're in the position that we would ask them to go through an environmental assessment so they can analyze some of these concerns that have been brought up. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, after processing things, after meeting out there, seeing the public comments, is that's kind of where we're at right now, is requesting that. Again, this is your comments. I don't know, just any feedback that you have right now on what your thoughts are moving forward with this, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richards.
You know, I've read a lot of comments from the public on this. I think there's probably some confusion about what our role is in this process, but I think we understand it. We're taking the position as a commenting entity. Typically, we would be considered a cooperating entity through a NEPA process, but they kind of forestalled that and jumped ahead of that. And I think that's probably my belief of what our comments should reflect. I don't know enough about this plan to say yes or no, and it's because we didn't go through a discovery process that we would typically go through, so we would have the information to make good decisions as a cooperating agency. And because of that, I think my recommendation would be that our our comments reflect that and specify that we think this boundary adjustment should not be denied in favor of them going through a proper NEPA process, so we can be a cooperating agency, get that information. The public can be apprised of all the information, because we're just getting this information, some of this information today, for 3 days before the comment deadline. And while yes, representatives from the Forest Service have said that they would accept our comments after that, if it's not written from the federal government, I don't believe it. So that would be my belief, and I think I've talked with Eric about this individually, and I've talked with a couple other commissioners. I would like to see Mr. Valdez be successful out there. I think his plans look great, but I think in all fairness, those plans need to be able to be reviewed through a true public process. And I think the Forest Service dropped the ball on this and did this accelerated process that just didn't provide us with the information we need. So that's my feelings on the subject.
I feel similar. I mean, it does feel rushed, even with an extension. You know, it takes a long time between FOIA requests and, then the owner hears some of the feedback that we're discussing as we're just trying to evaluate the situation. There seems to be some, pushback and frustration on their part. But from the public standpoint, I mean, while we certainly have influence, it's ultimately not up to us. And I think, we should be engaged and, try and do what's best. But for some reason, some of the feedback I'm getting is they act as though the commissioner are the ones, making a decision on it. And that's not the case. Right. So I too would be more apt to, the public process and trying to, weigh all the options rather than just pushing it through. And I feel like they kind of jumped the gun and got everyone, worked up. And now we're learning, by making trips down there that, there may be some cooperating aspects to the change, but it feels like we're kind of being backed into a corner, and ultimately the politicians always get the slap. So if we can avoid that, that'd be great. But more importantly, we want to do what's best by the constituencies. So,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, I could concur. I do concur with Eric. Maybe it needs to go through NEPA. But on the other hand, I think we need to encourage the Forest Service to get it in high gear and to get it processed and get it through the public process. That this family, it's a family, it's sweat equity. It is good economic development for the county. It is the only game we have on the lake that actually belongs to Wyoming. And they have done an exemplary job of making it presentable and beautiful and functional. So I can't commend them enough. I know they've exerted since 2019. They got caught in the COVID trap for 3 years. So that hurt their income. They had to get special permission to even be open. Then they get the drought for 2 years. So the lake levels are low and they can't really utilize all the docks. And so I think they're trying to do some good things for our county. But we do have constituent complaints, and I'm a little distressed that some of them maybe are not accurate. But if you go through a public process, I think if we write a letter saying it should go through NEPA, but we need to get it high speed moving, and the Forest Service needs to make a commitment to help them honor their commitments to the water line. And it needs to be a closed loop system so it can have fire protection, not just a pipeline running over to the corner of the dock, or the shore. I mean, they need to listen to some input, and they've got money, they've got infrastructure money, and they need to start putting it in Wyoming. We have not received the benefits of any of that money in Wyoming on that lake. So those would be my comments.
Okay. No. And, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tillman, so also if they do an EA, let's say that it does require an EAs, there still can be a finding of no significant impact. Is that correct? I'm correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they will analyze different impacts in an EA, but we would also have input.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, Eric.
Yeah.
So, I too feel like the Marina is a very important asset for Sweetwater County. It certainly benefits us to have that marina in place and have the people who are coming through getting gas and getting groceries and things of that nature as they come through from Utah and go to that marina. So I certainly want to see it succeed. My concern is that there's been a tremendous amount of disinformation and a lack of communication on what's going on. Today is the first day that I've heard about the buffer zone. I don't know anything about the buffer zone. You know, the public is upset because what they're hearing is, you know, there's going to be a land transfer, and due to this land transfer, they're not going to be able to recreate on the South Buckboard side any longer. That's not the case. You know, what we're doing is applying a law that's been in place for a long time and actually using that law at this point in time. But the public needs to understand that, and they don't. And so we need to go through this process. You know, I once again, I don't have any negative feelings towards Buckboard or their owners, but I believe that it's imperative that we get the best information we can. So I have tried to get hold of Mr. Valdez. I was not able to make it on Saturday. I let him know that.
Yeah.
So I have once again offered an invitation to him. I will come out and talk with him at his convenience if he will just do that. I'd love to learn more from his side and learn more about this. But the big thing is getting the information out to the public, and that's part of the process. So I think we have to go try and our suggestion to the Forest Service should be that we believe they need to go through the NEPA process before moving forward with this, and let the public have the time to learn these issues. It's the pot is stirred, and the people want to find out.
Sure.
Now we have a lot more information. Hopefully, we can disseminate that information and get that out to the public in a better manner. So that would be my recommendation with it.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more comment.
Mr. Tillman.
It's 370 miles of shoreline, 175 miles are in Wyoming. He's asking for less than 2 miles of shoreline. And with the mussel problems, people can go anywhere along that shore and back both into the lake and bring mussels into it. We've lost the kokanee. You know, so there are a lot of other issues that are going to affect what happens down there. People say it is not private property. That's true. He probably needs to, he pays for that lease. So he is leasing that marina to operate it as a business. It's true. It is. It's the only one in Wyoming that's operating on Flaming Gorge right now. So he has the right to say it is a private lease.
Yeah.
And to try to develop it to the fullest extent possible. And I think he's trying to do that. So that, you know, I think that's important for the public to understand. They say, but it's public land. It is, but you have 375 miles of shoreline.
Yeah.
And he's only asking for a little piece to develop it to the maximum extent so that people don't, you know, shooting rifles over the top of their heads and throwing toilet paper across the bay and camping and it's a trash pit. If you look at the South Bay, it is a trash pile.
Right.
So you can't blame him for wanting to improve the aesthetics of the area either.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
just follow-ups on my previous comments. The comments I've received from the public basically fall under three categories. One is how the permit is being complied with right now. Two, they're concerned about camping along South Buckboard. And three, Buckboard expanding their footprint, thereby reducing dispersed public access in the areas that they're going to take over. Addressing those one at a time. One, how the permit is being complied with. I don't think that's our job to determine whether that permit is being complied with. While I appreciate the public's interest in that, that ultimately falls to the Forest Service to determine how that permit's being complied with. And I really don't think this expansion should reflect on that, because we know, we've heard that there's extenuating circumstances in each of those issues. We've got falling water. We've got a fuel system that was basically condemned by the EPA. We have a pump out station that was owned by the Forest Service that has nothing to do with the vendor in this case. And people's comments were focused a lot on those issues, but those issues, some of them are pretty much out of the vendor's control. I believe the Forest Service, as long as he's working towards resolving the issues that are under his umbrella, is going to be okay with continuing his permit. But I don't think the expansion of the permit falls under our area of expertise in relation to how it's being used now. Second, camping along South Buckboard, we've learned that that's a huge thing for people. People think this plan is going to eliminate their ability to camp on South Buckboard, but what we've learned is they've never, well, maybe not never, but in recent years have not been legally allowed to camp there, though that has been the historical use. A lot of people do camp there. That's up to the Forest Service to enforce. It's not up to Buckboard to enforce. It's clearly not up to us to enforce. That's the Forest Department's decision whether they're going to enforce that or not. And that's not a discussion I think we need to be a part of, because clearly this doesn't change that, though it might change the boundaries. And by going through a NEPA process, maybe we can affect the new permit and keep that buffer zone from being expanded. I don't know if that's a possibility or not, as another commissioner said, but at least if we go through the whole process, we can have that conversation and have an input in that. And the third is expanding their footprint, reducing dispersed public access. Obviously, by taking over the 35 acres of that new area, that is exactly what happens. I know there are people that recreate over in that bay, and that would affect them. I'm not prepared to say whether that's a good idea or not, because what his plans are look good to me and could provide additional recreation opportunities that people don't have now. And once again, that's why we would typically go through a real comment period, whereas a cooperating agency, we can have a little bit more information to work with and a little bit more opportunity to make good comments. So once again, I would say I think our best bet would be to make a comment saying that we think that this particular amendment should be denied in favor of a more thorough NEPA process that everybody can participate in. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put that in the form of a motion that we instruct our land use director to drop some comments along those lines and authorize the chairman to sign them.
I would second that, and comments have already been started by CLG attorney Danielle, and John has looked at them. So I would just say, work with the comments.
Yep.
And to add whatever you think needs to be added.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Commissioner Richards to move forward with allowing our land use director to draft a letter indicating that we would prefer that the process go through the NEPA process and allow the chairman to sign any necessary letters to go with that, given the tight timelines. I believe we have a second by Commissioner Toman. Did I get everything in that?
Yep.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say, I would like to see Mr. Valdez and family have the opportunity to grow that into an amazing facility. But I think it needs to go through the proper process.
Any further discussion? Eric, I appreciate your time and the devotion you've put into kind of a difficult, rushed process. It's a lot to wrap your head around and try and keep up with, especially when the federal government's involved. So we'll continue to monitor it, and hopefully this helps with some of the public, pushback that we're getting on the matter. So we do have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
The
That motion's
CLG,
unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, they will be writing comments too, but maybe you can take their comments and make a letter for our chairman to sign and then work with Danielle so that there's also a letter that comes from the CLG.
Yep.
Similar.
Yep. And I've been, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Toman, I have been actually in discussions with Danielle, so.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate all your work on that. All right, commissioners, we are to the final item number 12, the class of 2023 County Commissioners Scholarship Awards. It was nice to see. When we first started out with this, we didn't have any applicants. We ended up with 18. So that is, I'm glad to see that. don't know the best way to handle going through these, if we all kind of want to share our top ones. It's the first time for the newbies. Commissioner Toman, you're probably familiar with the process and how it's
Well,
been handled in the past.
I check with De Leon. We usually go in executive session because we're sharing GPAs, ACT scores, the whole bit. We got to be careful.
John?
Discussing why we want the scholarships executive session because of the confidential information.
Yeah, that's how it has typically been done, is in executive because of the.
It's hard to say, I want this candidate because it's not fair to the students to share their personal information.
But if we're not discussing that and we're just stating
Our three choices.
the three
but I'd like to
choices,
be able
does
to
it?
say why I chose
If you
someone.
don't discuss the personal information, but if you want to get into some of the nuances of the candidates, then that would be better in an executive. You just want to
Look at our
then you
three.
can do that outside.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be appropriate to go into executive to discuss some of these, because there are some of those things that I would like to discuss.
Would this be legal?
No, it would be, well, it would be legal in that you're discussing confidential information of individuals.
Okay. Well, at this time then, we do need to enter into an executive session to, why don't we just do all of them? Do all executives, and then when we come out, we can act on item 12 and any other necessary action. Does that work? Okay. After this item 12, we had an executive session for legal and real estate. So rather than going into executive, coming out, and then going back into executive, I'd like to just handle all the executive session issues. Hate to keep the press sitting there waiting. So I apologize for that, but
Go get lunch.
it's
for 'em.
easier to kind of sort through it. So I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive session to discuss legal and real estate, and we will be taking action upon coming out.
So moved. I'm sorry.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second by Commissioner Richards? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. We're now in executive. I'd entertain a motion to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting.
So moved.
Got a motion to come out of executive and reconvene the meeting by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Commissioner Tillman left about the middle of executive session, so it's down to the new three newbies. After coming out of executive, we do have action to take. At this time, I turn it over to Commissioner Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, it's my pleasure to announce that we are awarding scholarships at this time, and we will be awarding county commissioner scholarships to Landon Story of Black Butte High School, Kaylee Nelson of Green River High School, and Mia Spicer of Rock Springs High School, with our alternates being our first alternate, Hallie May of Rock Springs High School, our second alternate, Braxton Cordova, Green River High School, third alternate, Hadley Banks of Rock Springs High School. And let me go back, Mr. Chairman, and say I would move to approve these, not that we have approved these. I misspoke.
Very good. Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to approve the class of 2023 County Commissioners Scholarship Awards as presented. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I would like to say that every application that we had deserved one of these scholarships. We could not have made poor decisions on this. It is great to see the caliber of students that we have in Sweetwater County and the experiences, the educational experiences that all these kids have had and related to us. Made them all deserving. I wish we could provide scholarships to all of them, but we had to make three choices. And I think we made three great choices.
Yeah, very well said. I was glad to see the response. There was 18 applicants, which we started out with 0, so that was good to see. Very difficult to go through, but lots of talent between the communities. So congratulations to those that have been almost officially approved, and we'll look forward to it next year. And thanks to the university for allowing us to look good, even though the money's coming from them. No other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We already went into executive. So next up is a 1:30 budget workshop. We're 4 minutes behind. We haven't had lunch or a bathroom break. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break and we'll get into the fun for the afternoon. So with that, the regular meeting for today has been adjourned.
some of it's still sitting in there. Some of it's still sitting.
You guys ready?
Thank you. Don't take the rest of my stuff.
Wait, is that yours?
Yeah,
That mine?
this one's mine.
Okay, all right.
All right, we'll go ahead and call this budget workshop to order. May 16th, 2023. Thanks to all that are in attendance. Apologize for the delay. It's been a busy one this morning. But we do have a quorum present with Commissioner Slaughter, West, and Richards in attendance today. Because it's a workshop, we will not be taking action, but this is the time where everyone presents their budgets. Today, we have the component units and I believe outside agencies over 200,000 in requests. And so we're going to chip away at this process, and I'll hand it over to Bonnie at this time, unless you want me just to jump right into it.
I'll just do a quick little overview and then we can jump right into it. I didn't schedule any time for me right here at the beginning. But just the first 2 pages. So it's actually page number 2 and 3. It's after the agenda. You're familiar with this. You saw it last time. So it's just updated numbers of where we are with revenues and expenditures. And as you can see right now with general fund, we're at a shortfall of 4.1 million. And then our overall shortfall, once you throw grants in there, is at 4.3 million. So that's where we are right now. The next page is just a comparison. But that's all I have for you at this point. And we can jump right into these scheduled appointments with the outside agencies and component units.
Very good. Thanks, Bonnie. Yeah, as you heard there, we've got a shortfall of about 4.1 million. 2 weeks ago, we met with the county core kind of department units. And sifted through some of that. So we're still in discussions with Senate File 60's change and trying to figure out what the projections are. And so we haven't formally, kind of, I guess, made any adjustments to budgets at this time. But as we sort through the process and figure out how close we're going to be with cash carryover and things of that nature, we'll have kind of a better outlook on where we need to end up. But that's where we're at for now. Commissioners, do you have anything before we get started? Looks like first up is the Rock Springs Young at Heart. We've got Jamie Laredo Vasquez. Good afternoon.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time to see us all today. I'll let you know that this is only my first time speaking in public, so I'm not going to be setting a very high bar. So this year I have decided to just stick with what our annual request was for last year. I did not, even though obviously I'm sure you guys have heard it time and time again, with the increase in inflation, cost of meals, et cetera, we do need the extra money, obviously, but just coming in after everything that's happened and the pandemic and all of that stuff, I decided to keep our county request the same. One of the reasons that county funding is so important to the senior center, especially, is because we use county funding as our matching funding. So that allows us to be able to ask for federal grants and state grants. So that is one of the reasons that our county funding is so important. So as many of you may know already, I know Rob is a patron of our center. We do congregate meals, C1 and C2. So we do home delivered meals and we also do in-house meals. We also provide in-home services, respite care for our seniors and our disabled in our community. We do home health services. So we provide trained registered nurses, CNAs, and homemakers to go in the home and help people with their med setup, purchasing groceries, things like that. So, and then we, of course, have our early learning center that is on, connected to our facility as well, that provides the quality childhood education, preparation for those kiddos to go into school. So we have a very far-reaching program. And with the cost of inflation and things, the last I knew, per plate, we were paying around about $12. With everything that's gone on, we're closer to 14 to 15. And we only get reimbursement for a portion of that. So our reimbursement on that is about $4 a plate. So, I mean, no matter how many grants we do receive, it's very, very difficult for us to continue to provide nutritious and healthy meals to those seniors in our community and those that need it the most, basically. So that's kind of my overview of our programs, and I'm open to any questions. I did realize as I was sitting here that I did not fill out our foundation information. So I'm going to give you a total on our reserve for our foundation. We're about $253,692, and that's cash and investments. And then of that amount, I'm going to say around 125,765 is unrestricted. So that's my little math on there. And then we also do receive other funding from the Older Americans Act, the City of Rock Springs, United Way. We ask for general donations from our patrons. We do fundraisers. We're always looking for other funding. Since I have taken over in September, I have applied for various competitive grants, but those ones are very difficult, especially when you're showing a budget of $1.8 million. They're like, why are you even applying for these? So we have received a small grant from Rocky Mountain Power Foundation and another one from Mountain West Pipeline. So, I'm constantly looking for money, but it's been very difficult. So.
Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate the background and information there, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
You've had your hands full, so we appreciate you taking the time to come give us some background on your request. I did have a question for you. It's showing for the year you're looking at a net loss of about 134,000. But your your budget request is remaining flat. Is that due to a lack of other additional funding you're receiving, or how do you plan to make up for that?
Yes, so I did request from CSBG. I requested an increase of about $15,000 there. This past year has been very difficult. As many of you know what we went through. We've had costs that we weren't expecting with our legal fees and things like that. So as we go forward, I'm just not super comfortable right now in my position because I've only been doing this for a couple of months. But as I get more into it and I, figure out where our shortfalls are, do some time studies and things like that, then I will have a better idea of where we need to be. We did lose $40,000 from the WSSB board, which is an Older Americans Act. So we do have some shortfalls that we're trying to make up for. But I didn't want to rock the boat too much and ask for a huge increase. So, I mean, we've made cuts where we need to make cuts. We've cut some positions. We used to have a marketing and events coordinator. We have cut that position. So we're trying to, analyze where we stand and adjust wherever we can.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, Jimmy, the 222,000 you're requesting, how much of that is split towards elderly care, senior care versus the child care?
So I have a breakdown of, for our home delivered meals special diets program, which the Young at Heart is the only one in Sweetwater County that does special diet meals. I'm asking $69,479 for that portion. Congregate meals, our socialization programs and exercise program, we're going to be asking $100,263. And in-home services, we're asking for $38,415. For the Early Learning Center, the only thing that I'm asking for that is for the utilities to help cover that, and that's $13,843.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Jamie, appreciate your time and coming to present today. We'll continue to give more direction as we get more information, but
Wonderful.
coming in flat is always a good thing. We appreciate that.
Yes.
too.
You did very well for your first.
Thank you
No
so
need to be
much.
nervous one, but the mean ones are gone today.
Right.
so
Thank you guys so much.
that'll come back to haunt me.
Yes, it will.
Okay, up next, we've got the County Museum. Dave Mead. Hey, Dave. Thanks, sir.
Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. Going to take some of your time to talk about the museum's budget. I think you're all aware of the programs the museum does offer and the services we provide, but if you don't mind, I'll take a little bit of your time telling you more about that. Over the past year, we have significantly increased our educational efforts and our research offerings. In addition to our virtual, which we did a lot of that during COVID, and on-site in-school classes, we just revived our third grade history fair. If y'all were in Green River last week, you probably saw the buses and the kids and the teepees and all. So that took place last week, drew over 700 participants from across the county. And as Commissioner Shanefield informed you, we are also producing a local history textbook for all the third grade classes, Sweetwater County. I didn't know they didn't have one, honestly, until a few months ago. So we're producing that with the museum staff, and we have several teachers who are helping us with that. I think she passed out a sample for you to look at, but that's being piloted. We've also increased a lot of our public presence through increased media releases and a lot of historical articles that you've probably seen online, such as Sweetwater Snapshots. And in addition to all of our normal requests, our Vintage Firearms Research Program has been very popular. So in keeping with this, we have a 5-year plan to further increase our educational programming. We also need to update our exhibits. The former will include publishing and distributing textbooks, providing supportive materials. We have hands-on learning kits we're developing, digital presentations and videos. So all of this will be resources for the teachers. In addition to the third grade, I should add, we have classes in the schools and classes coming to the museum and virtual classes for all grades, from high school to kindergarten, and also the home schools and parochial. We also need to refurbish and redesign our exhibits, both in-house and across the county. We have exhibits all across the county. Planning to have some new ones at the airport. And we really want to increase our spending for that. And in order to free up my time to work on exhibits, we've recently contracted with an accounting firm to help with our books, because we were unable to fill my former position as exhibits coordinator when I became director. We actually tried to fill it and couldn't find a good candidate. And then we had budget cuts. And long story short, I've been trying to do both jobs. So I figured it's harder to find somebody who can do my museum exhibits work and research and so on than it is to find a bookkeeper. Plus, if we can contract, which we're going to do that, we can contract from month to month for bookkeeping services. We don't have to hire anybody. We don't have to fire anybody. We don't have to pay their liabilities. We've also been approved for capital expenditures to replace the exterior windows in the museum building. We purchased one window and we have 13 more, 899 each. And Gene and Ricky and their crew are going to be installing them. So the museum's funding request amounts to $386,282, which is a 6.94% increase from last year. And we justify this as follows. We're doubling our educational programs expenditures, doubling our exhibits expenditures, increasing buildings and improvements expenditures for the windows and other projects. Our professional services expenditures is dramatically increasing. And then we have increased payroll liabilities to compensate for higher insurance premiums. So even if we are awarded the requested amount, we still will spend at least $31,150 from our reserves for this budget. The majority of our budget goes to personnel costs. It's about $330,000 next year. Because we have professional museum staff and all the necessary equipment, we actually do most of our work in-house. And then our utilities are $12,700 and basic operating costs of over $50,000. So I know what you're interested in regarding our cash balance. We still do have to make it through the rest of this year, which will likely expend over $30,000 in our reserves. We also retained $24,446 for our Reliance Tipple maintenance and bookstore inventory. And as for the rest of our cash on hand, our new accountant has suggested that the board needs to look at these funds and designate and reserve more funds instead of having everything in as operating. I think that will be much clearer for you all and for our own goals. We do continue to pursue grants and other funding sources. We recently applied for and received funding to conduct a collections assessment for preservation study, which will be done. By having these studies done and assessments, we have much better opportunity to get large grants for collections such as the new studio collection. So that'll take place in June. We also recruit, train, and implement a lot of volunteers in many capacities, such as scanning photos, conducting research, teaching history fair, and so on. During the past year, we recruited 23 volunteers who donated almost 1,700 hours. So we figure that's an equivalent by OIM standards, about $48,000 for the year. So it's like having another employee. The Museum Foundation also plans to launch Friends of the Museum group to help supplement our funding and volunteer activities. So that's all I have. Sorry to read it to you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks, Dave. We appreciate the background on what your operation has been up to. What, just for clarification, what did you say on your CPA recommended as far as days cash on hand? I didn't quite catch all that.
So what he recommended is that if you look at our request, you'll see that there's a lot of money. It's just operating expenses. But at the same time, we have 5-year plan. We have plans for funds that such as exhibits, programming, other projects. And what he suggested is that these funds be designated, reserved for projects, and not all just in the pot, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, you're showing you got 382 days cash on hand, which you don't need us if that's the case. You can survive a whole year on your own. But the irony is you're also showing a loss for the year. So I'm confused on those numbers.
We spent a bit more than we actually budgeted for.
Yeah, I'm not talking this fiscal year. I'm talking this year's budget that we're talking today. You're indicating a loss of $21,000.
Bonnie, can you help answer that?
Would you like me to?
Sure.
So the loss, they're going to make up the loss with what's sitting in their cash. So their days cash on hand should go down next year, assuming the county does fund them. Their days cash on hand should go down that $21,000. So the cash that's sitting in their bank account right now is not included in the revenue on this. If you're, I guess you can't see it because it's not on the screen, but in their total revenues, they have $396,000. In their total expenditures, they have $417,000. So that's a negative 21,000. So a net loss of 21,000 for the year. So they are planning on supplementing their revenues with the amount that they have in their reserves to balance. So that will bring their days cash on hand down for next year.
Totally understand.
And then also just another thing to add, the museum will not be collecting any more money from the county for this year. They've already collected it all. So their days cash on hand it's a little bit distorted just because it goes off of the March 31st date. If you look at the balance sheet, it's as of March 31st. Well, they haven't collected any money from the county in that time, but they've still had their monthly expenditures in that time. So I would imagine that balance is down now, and it will continue to go down until they collect money from the county for revenue, because the treasurer has stopped distributing any money to the component units. So that balance, what are your expenditures monthly, Dave, roughly?
30 to 33,000. Yeah.
A month. So, so that would go down by probably $90,000 to $100,000 between the March 31st date and June 30th, with the expenditures being 30 to 33,000 a month. Does that make sense that they're not collecting any more revenue?
I totally get it.
Okay,
It
all
seems
right.
odd that you'd submit a budget that's showing a net loss when you have over a year's worth of days cash on hand, even if you take out the last 2 months of overruns.
Well, it's showing a loss. It's just for the income statement for the year. So it's just revenues compared to expenditures. It's not including any of the cash in there. You're simply comparing revenues anticipated for fiscal year 24 versus expenditures for fiscal year 24. And if that's all you include and you don't include that cash carryover, then it's a loss for the year because they're going to use the 21,000 in cash that they have reserves to supplement that so that they get to zero.
We're saying the same thing.
It's to bring down the cash
So,
balance.
yeah, so to speak to Commissioner West's or Chairman West's point, I think what he's getting at and is that in looking at the number of days cash on hand that you have, showing that there are 382 days of cash on hand, obviously you're going to use that $21,000 and you're going to pay it from operational expenses for next year, which will decrease that. But it's still going to leave you with a significant amount of days cash on hand, probably much more so than what many of the other entities are. And we have had some discussion amongst ourselves that we think that probably the appropriate amount of cash on hand for most of the entities, and some are a little bit different, would be 3 to 4 months, so 100 to 120 days, something like that. So it looks as if your operational cash is significantly higher than what some of the other entities are. And in looking at that, it makes it a little bit harder for us to justify funding for one operation that has the money to fund themselves versus someone else who doesn't potentially. I'm not sure if I said that well, but I think that's kind of the concern. We certainly see what you're doing. We appreciate what you're doing. But I think we have to take all of those things into account, and we will be doing that as we look forward into the budget, as we move farther forward and see where other entities are with respect to this.
Now that Commissioner Slaughter was the buzzkill on money, I'm looking around here and seeing a lot of white walls that are
Yeah.
really stark for us to look at during meetings, and one more display of county art
You want some pictures?
might be really nice if my fellow commissioners also agreed.
Yeah, we actually put money in the budget for ourselves that we have yet to cut, but we probably will. But that was some of the intent behind that, was to dress up this. It's hard enough. You get headaches every day sitting here, so the white walls don't help, but.
Just a question too, Dave, and this probably is a little bit off topic, but you have got exhibits and things of that nature stored in several different places around the county. How difficult is it for you in having those things that way? Describe, if you can, for me, what that does to you and having to have that stuff in different places and not having access to it in one location.
Well, it's improved a lot, actually, Commissioner, over the past 2.5 years. Because previously, after the museum moved out of the courthouse and into the post office, we had 8 offsite storage units, commercial. One of them was as big as our whole museum gallery. And it was expensive. And over the past 3 years, we were granted use of the warehouse, which used to be for purchasing over at Road and Bridge. It's a big building over to the northeast. And so we have almost all of our collections under that roof, except for what we have in the museum basement. And then we have one room at Golden Hour that is our photographic and archival. That's where the new studio collection is.
Right, and I've actually been in that room.
Yeah, and Gene has been urging us, we want to move out of that. They recently filled in the pit over at the warehouse. There was a drive-in pit. And so, right, so we're working on shelving and reorganizing there so we can move out of Golden Hour, and also so we can transition more things out of the museum building, because we have a backlog. Then we also have exhibits across the county, and we're going to have more when the new airport's finished. We have, Farson, Granger. We have the Reliance Tipple, which we monitor that and take care of that as much as we can. So we're kind of spread thin sometimes. But I think we can share some of our funds to put some pictures up in here.
Any other questions, commissioners? Sure. Dave, appreciate you coming to present to us today. I think the point was just, we've got some organizations that are building a significant, cash reserve, and it seems difficult when it's, county taxpayers' money, that these organizations are building a reserve and then continuing to come back and ask for more money and ask for more money. And so I think we're all in agreement that we're probably going to crash down on that a little bit this year. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that when we see those numbers that are, 382 days, 350 days, it's kind of an eye opener as far as when we're trying to go through the budgets. So we'll be in touch as we sort through this, but do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. I have spoken with Mark about treasurer, the funds that we do have and do retain, we probably need to invest better and to use them better. And I talked to my board, we need to spend more money. I have a position I would love to fill, but we don't at the same time want to be greedy and see other institutions and organizations suffer and making us look like the fat cat or something.
Well, and yours isn't the only one. We've got quite a few that, have $1 million sitting in reserves that is not being invested. And so that's kind of the point of that. Why not allow the county to invest those funds and earn the interest on that? And that allows us to be able to give back to more other organizations. So
I think when we implement our plans, we're going to be, seeing a lot more funds go out. So I just haven't honestly had the time to spend the money in some ways. No, Anyway, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Dave.
Up next, we've got Memorial Hospital, Sweetwater County, Irene Richardson and Tammy Love. Good afternoon, ladies. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner or Chairman West and Commissioner Slaughter and Richards. I'm Irene Richardson. I'm the CEO of Memorial Hospital, Sweetwater County, and with me I have Tammy Love. She's our Chief Financial Officer and serving dual roles. We have Candy Pendleton, who is our Board Secretary, and also Deb Sutton, who is our Director of Marketing and Public Information Officer. And so thank you for hearing us today for our budget. I'm going to go ahead and just give a brief overview, and then I'll turn it over to Tammy if you have any questions. I won't give an overview of what we do. We have the pleasure of serving the healthcare needs of Sweetwater County. We accept all of the patients as a Memorial Hospital, and we're happy to be able to serve the community for their healthcare needs. Next month, I will be reporting or doing my annual report to the commissioners. I reserved 2 hours. I'm kidding. Maybe just 90 minutes. No, but I'll be here to do our annual report. So I'll give you a complete summary of everything that we've done over the year. As far as our budget is concerned, we just are asking for the exact same budget that we asked for last year. So in the maintenance fund, we're asking for $1,448,215. And for the Memorial Hospital Title 25 funds, we're asking for $471,488. So no increase. The maintenance fund is to maintain the hospital. Of course, you know, the building was built in, I think, 1977. And so we've maintained it very well. Let me just say that. And especially with the help from the commissioners, we've been able to maintain the hospital, and it looks very nice. We haven't asked for an increase, even though we know that there's been huge inflationary increases. But that's not the entire cost of the maintenance of the hospital, but it does help. And also, when I come to give my report in next month, I will have a full reconciliation of all of the money that was spent for the maintenance fund and for Title 25. So we're happy to provide that reconciliation because I think it's important to have transparency with the budgeted numbers. So with that, I don't know if you have any questions for both Tammy and I.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, on your Title 25 funding, 0% increase, does that include our budget amendment that we did for you? So you're zero from post budget amendment, is that?
Yes, it does include it does include the 198,000 budget amendment that we put through a couple months ago.
Okay.
We were having that discussion today when Southwest Counseling was presenting to us on Title 25. What are you guys seeing up there? I mean, the graphs they had, it was very comparable as far as, you know, the individuals that they were attending to, but are there longer stays? I mean, what is kind of what you guys are, yeah.
Yeah, I would say probably longer stays, and just because it's difficult to get the patients out to the state hospital and to WBI. So we have seen some longer length of stays, and also just an increase in volume. I think we've seen an increase across the board of the number of patients that we've had.
That's what's difficult because they were showing like they projected 276 individuals, and I think last year was 272, but we've had to do, you know, a $200,000 budget increase this year. So I'm just curious of what's making that mark. Is it, you know, obviously on the county's part, it's the 72-hour hold, or just trying to align with why the sudden increase. In your packet, you said county Title 25 funding will cover 55% of the total cost for the service. Is the state picking up the remainder of that?
No,
The hospital?
we actually write off the rest. We came up with that agreement a couple of years ago with one of the commissioners at that time. So that's back then, that is about what we collect from on average from all of our patients. So we decided we wouldn't charge you 100%. We were charging you just the 55% of what the actual cost is to us.
Huh. Just didn't know that. Any other thoughts, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, and this goes back to that same discussion on Title 25, and Linda's sitting there, so we have lots of ideas on this, but in the budget last year, we had $288,488. We supplemented with $198,000. But when I go back and I look at 2021, 22, it was the actuals were $145,000. Was that somewhat related to COVID? Is that something? The actuals in 2021 were $252,000. So I mean, we've seen almost a 300% increase from 2021, 22 to what our budget request is for this year, and that hurts.
We did see a decrease during COVID, which I think now that the pandemic's over and those patients that didn't get help during COVID is probably leading into the increase this year, because now they are coming in.
I think the opposite. Everyone being all cooped up and not being able to get outdoors, and I would have thought it would kind of peak during the COVID days, but. Any other comments, questions? Well, once again, we appreciate another flat budget. That makes life a little easier on our part. But thanks.
Flat.
Kind of flat-ish, yeah, minus the stuff that's out of our control. But yeah, keep up the great work, what you guys do, and we'll be looking forward to those new improvements, renovations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Following right along with Title 25 is Southwest Counseling, and we've got Linda Aker and Melissa Ray Marchetti.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Parade, aren't you?
Well, we do, yes, we do have an increase, but I'm not going to belabor what we do for Sweetwater County and for the residents. We provide the behavioral health continuum of care. And one of the things that I've always failed to mention to the county commissioners, at any given time during the week, there's 175 to 250 outpatient clients coming through our doors. So I think our increase was for the maintenance of the buildings. And we must have not got the memo that we had to submit it to the capital committee. And we did not get that, so I apologize for that. But in order to have the specific services that we're asking the county to fund, Title 25, the work that we do at the hospital, the care that the therapists take with the clients, those figures I gave you this morning, if we were to times that by the number of clients' emergency assessments, that it would be at $236,000. So the more we can divert people into the community away from high cost titles, the better it is for the state and the county. But the other thing that we do for the county is we go into the jail for jail-based treatment for men and women. And we do have our subacute beds, which are utilized for people who come to Southwest Counseling, may not be in a crisis that would require an emergency detention, but to be stabilized, they can go into subacute. They have to agree. And so we take them to subacute if possible, or it's a step down from the hospital. So although those services are important to the county, it's the entire continuum of care that we have that uplifts it.
So, and I don't know, Linda, if I don't know, we've ever had that discussion as far as the capital committee goes and, the county facilities, and that's probably something we should. I'm just looking at it, the events complex is on here, the museum, the library. It helps because we can kind of get in the rotation and, there's priority ranks on here. And so it allows us to, I think Rob serves on that committee and Gene, and, they can kind of go through and analyze the upgrades as needed so that we're not just hit with, $500,000 of maintenance needs and things like that. So the hospital is similar, but they follow a state statute requirement that, the county is supposed to provide some form of maintenance funding too. So that's where that comes from. But I think it'd be beneficial to maybe incorporate that into, the future agreement or something so that there isn't that confusion. And when we get a 40%, budget increase, we're not going, what is this all about? So any other comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I feel the same way about the capital request. I don't think the capital committee is a new thing. I think it's been around a while. I did feel when you presented to us at a previous meeting that you said you had put that in there because you felt the commission needed to invest in their building because we own it. But I also kind of feel like we're investing the building. I kind of think it's the tenant's job to take care of what they have and be knowledgeable about the process of getting capital funding. I've got sheets here of other organizations who knew that the process was to get capital funding, to go through the capital funding committee. Again, it's not a new process. The committee's been there. It's been recommending to this board for at least several years. So I'm inclined to say, bring that $240,000 request back to the capital committee for next year.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman West, Commissioners. I was just going to say that, yes, the little asterisk that's on the funding request that states that we must go ahead and submit that to the committee. My understanding, it only went out to 3 of the component units. So Southwest Counseling wasn't actually included to go ahead and receive that. And that was discovered after the fact. So there was no form for us to go ahead and fill out. We would have gladly complied. I would have filled out all of the information pertinent to that. I understand, Commissioner Richards, what you're saying in terms of the process or due process was not executed. But if there is the opportunity to go ahead and delineate those out, I do have a document that does delineate those out. I'd be happy to forward those on to the committee, if that is an option at this point in time that the commission would see fit.
Any information is appreciated.
One question I have is, last year your allocation was 650,000, which was set by the mill, and then we had an overrun. So you guys have received around 700,000 this year, and then we've cut that off. We're trying to decide today. We'll have discussions on how to handle that whole mill situation. But with that additional 50,000, have you spent that? Do you intend to spend that? And I bring that up because it's been brought to our attention that, any funding that we supply has to be approved. When you've had an overrun that wasn't necessarily approved, it was just kind of a formality at the mill over allocation. So can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Chairman West, excuse me, Commissioners. The funding allocation of the dollars that come to Southwest Counseling Service under that mill levy are allocated percentage-wise amongst those items that are indicated in the MOU. So we have the crisis detox, the emergency services, jail-based services, and then the some admin that goes towards maintenance or capital fixes for those buildings as well too. So it's just, yes, it is spent. It's just taken upon that percentage, and that's how it's allocated to those different programs via MOU. So yes, that, as you can see also on the financials, we're at a deficit through March at $393,000 in the negative. So yes, those funds absolutely are expended of the overage.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little bit confused with that. I would anticipate that the additional funding that would have been coming through on that levy should have been an unanticipated revenue at that point in time. So with it being an unanticipated revenue, what my thinking would be, and as the chairman alluded to, we are going to talk about this later today with the 12 mil. I would think that additional revenue could be something that you would apply to your next year's budget. And therefore, we as a commission would look at that and say, okay, if there was a $70,000 payment, which was an unanticipated revenue to you in fiscal year 23, we would then decrease the amount of your request by a like amount in the following year. Now, that would make sense to me if we continued forward with handling our mill levies as we do, and we fund you with a mill levy for next year. I don't know that that's going to take place, but doesn't that, am I off base with that, or do you agree with that concept? I see you nod your head, but.
Commissioner West and Commissioners, I agree with that concept. I think what's so unique for us for this year is because of the ARPA funding and the request that we have to put money aside, we had to put the match of over 800,000 out of our budget that we don't have available to us. Yes.
Gotcha.
And so just pavement for Jonah project alone came in at $330,000. The expenses are outpacing what we have. Rooftop units at College Hill, I don't think we can go through a winter without a rooftop unit, or maybe even the summer, is looking at over $100,000. So it's things that we knew were coming up, but the prices have just escalated so fast on us. So we do have a lot of the buildings. We keep very good care of those buildings, but it's like the hospital. They're old, decrepit, and sometimes the replacement is more difficult. Well, maybe I'm referring to myself in decrepit.
Decrepit's pretty serious.
They're getting
The rent's
old.
pretty cheap though.
Yeah, the rent is cheap.
So I mean, that's kind of the concern as you're hearing. I mean, I understand the agreement is for, you know, those 4 areas, but the agreement also spells out 650,000. And so,
Yes.
you know, that's kind of where this disconnect started with, you know, you're going after ARPA funds to improve the facilities that the county owns. Now we're hearing that you use that additional overrun because it was so expensive for the match money. And so you understand where we're coming from.
Chairman
where-
West, I can say that I think with ARPA funds, they are a great gift. But the architect alone, the bid out there is $200,000.
Well,
So,
you're preaching to the choir here.
yeah, you spend more money to get money, which is unfortunate. But I understand totally. And I'm going to go to the board, but I'd have to come back to the county commissioners. We can take out a loan, but you have to take out the loan for us so we can pay for projects. But I have to take that to my board first to see if they would approve of that. And then I would have to come to the county commissioners.
Yeah, it's just the accountability behind it is, you know, we've authorized $650,000, or the previous commission did. And then we're seeing through the mill levy that there's an overrun of 50,000, and we can't answer where that's been spent until we ask, you know, and so that's why every taxpayer dollar that comes before us has to be approved. And in this case, it was not approved.
Commissioner West, $50,000 is a great sum of money, but it doesn't provide the services. It doesn't even pay for one clinician and their benefits.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. I mean, we're the ones that are held accountable for it. I understand what you guys do and the amount of money that, you know, comes through your organization. And I'm not saying that going after, you know, this ARPA funding was a bad thing. It's going to be a wonderful thing that's going to improve a lot of your facilities, but we have to be on top of the tax dollars that we represent, because at the end of the day, we're the people that answer to it. So.
And I agree with you, Commissioner West, because I'm a taxpayer too.
Well, and I think just in agreement with the statement that Commissioner Richards made, you know, the $260,000 of capital that we are going to ultimately be funding, I believe it's imperative that we have the right to prioritize those buildings as we're doing that. And obviously there was something that was missed in this, whether it was miscommunication or whatever. So you know, it's something that once again, we have to look at as we move forward in this, and it will be something that we look at going in. We just want you to be fully aware of what our reasoning for that.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions, commissioners? Linda and Melissa, we appreciate you coming over today and present your case.
Okay.
We'll be in touch. Next up, we've got the county library. We've got Lindsay Travis here with us. Good afternoon, Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Chairman West, Commissioners. I'm Lindsay Travis. I'm the Director for the Sweetwater County Library System. Also here in the audience today, we have Philip Pazina, who is our board chair, Sherry Luth, who is in our business office, and Deb Sutton, who's also on our board. Just to give a little background information on the library's mission statement is the Sweetwater County Library System improves the quality of life in our communities by helping individuals obtain information, providing materials that are reliable and current, encouraging a lifelong joy of reading and learning for all, especially children. It's with this in mind that we provide all of the services that we do to Sweetwater County. We run the library in Green River, the Rock Springs Library, the White Mountain Library in Rock Springs, the rural branches in Granger, Reliance, Superior, Farson, Wamsutter, and Bear Oil, the Community Fine Arts Center, and the Children's Discovery, which is in the Rock Springs Library. All of our facilities have seen increased visits and circulation over this past fiscal year. Our budget request for the next fiscal year is $3,423,400, which is a 12.3% increase over last year. About 9% of that is for admin and operations, and 3.3% of that is for capital. Our admin increase includes a 6% cost of living adjustment for staff at a cost of $131,482. We know that the county may give a different amount for a COLA, so we're willing to adjust that to whatever the county approves for its own staff. Each percentage of COLA for us is roughly $22,000 per year. Our admin increase also includes moving 2 part-time positions to full-time and the addition of a part-time position to help staff the Children's Discovery Center. That's all, the 3 of those all come to a total of $66,558. The reason we're looking to change the positions to full-time, so our staff hours have been significantly reduced over the last decade or so, and the libraries have been increasingly busy. Since 2010, we've had a significant reduction in full-time staff. We used to have 33 full-time positions. Now we currently have 16 full-time positions, most of which are management. From my understanding, the original thought was that we could hire 2 part-time positions for less than 1 full-time position. But in reality, what happened is we replaced those full-time positions with either a part-time position or did not replace them at all. So we currently have 32 part-time positions, which is about the same number we had in 2010. Adding full-time positions will help with staff turnover. Right now, if you go into our libraries, the people who work at the front desk are all part-time except for 1 across all of our system. So it'll give our staff something to look forward to, maybe to move up, but it will also significantly help with our staffing. That adds 7 hours of time to each of the front desks in those buildings. For operations, we are looking to for an increase of $76,960. That goes for materials such as new books, computers and tech, and other operating expenses such as youth programming and office supplies. And then our capital request is for $100,000 to fund a few critical projects, including the carpet in the Green River Library. If you go in there, you'll see that there are patches without carpet. There's places that the carpet doesn't match. We've had building projects over the years, and we've had to patch things. And there's also the concrete underneath it is not even, so that will help level that out. So that's a $50,000 project. There's also exterior work such as stucco and awning repair at the Green River Library, which is $24,000, and new doors at the White Mountain Library for $26,000. We are also looking to add $125,000 from our cash carryover into our capital budget to fund other projects, specifically the carpet at the White Mountain Library. That's a cost of about $100,000. If you go into that building, I think the carpet is original to the building, which was built in 1987. It's pink, it's faded, it has tears. It's a needed project, maybe not as critical as the other ones, but it's definitely needed. I wanted to address our current cash on hand as well. On our budget form, it showed that we have 250 days of cash on hand. That number was from March 31st, when we still had 90 days left of our fiscal year. At that point, we had been 100% funded for the fiscal year. So we still had, more payments that need to be made. We usually received, in the past, we've received our last check from the county in July for a fiscal year. We also have several big payments that are due in June, causing our monthly bills to be much higher than typical. We're expecting more than $100,000 of extra expenditures in June, including we always pay our ebook services in June for the next fiscal year. We have a concrete project we're working on, a flooring project. We have some windows that are broken over at the Rock Springs Library that we're looking to fix. And we have some final payments for our fire panels that we've replaced at the Green River Library and the White Mountain Library. So we are expecting at the end of the fiscal year to have between 150 and 160 days of cash on hand. And we're also planning to put some of that money, like I said, into our capital budget. So do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners?
Just, Lindsay, How much were you anticipating putting into the capital budget of that again?
125,000.
Okay.
So that's on top of the 100,000 we're hoping to get from the county.
Okay.
So
And you said that there were 90 days left of the fiscal year.
on March 31st,
Time
Mhm.
that those were.
when we had to turn in our budget form.
Been 60 days.
What?
I was thinking there would have only been 60 days. It would have been
90.
Okay.
Comments, questions? Yeah, I mean, that too, obviously you just explained it, but the initial reaction when I see 250 days cash on hand, I was
Right.
curious how we got to that point.
Right.
So,
We have been told that we should have between 120 and 150 days of cash on hand. And that is more than $1 million for the library system. So I know that it looks like a lot, but we used to, and I don't know how it's working now, but it didn't work this way this year, I should say. We used to not get funded for a fiscal year until October. So that carried us over to make sure we had funding to pay our bills for 4 months. So.
That was back at the time, Mr. Chairman, when we were receiving 2 large payments for mineral taxes. And so they would have
May and
received the
November.
payment in November
Yeah.
and in May. It would have been, so you would have had to have additional cash reserves to carry over.
Yeah. And we are looking to put a little bit more of our cash into our budget, our cash carryover. I can't remember the exact number. It's somewhere around $50,000 to $75,000 that's going from our cash reserves into just to our operating funds. And we do that every year where we add more. So we are asking for, like I said, it's about $3.4 million. Our budget though is projected to be, if we get all of the funding sources, we're looking at $3.7 million. We also receive a little bit of funding from the city of Rock Springs and the school district in Rock Springs.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad to see that you're spending down that reserve, and it sounds like you're asking for some capital improvements, but you're also handling some on your own. So that's good to see. I mean, I understand that you're trying to run an organization and you want a reserve, or, you know, I guess you never know what this board of smiling faces is going to approve. And so you like to have kind of a little cush fund, but
Right.
at the same time, we're looking at it and saying, no, spend your budget and we'll decide, you know, so there's a fine line there, but I think collectively, when we're looking at a lot of these and seeing over $1 million in the bank, we're going to start, you know, going after that. So you've heard enough about that today from my standpoint anyway. But any other comments or questions? Lindsay, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming before us and hanging in there. Obviously, we're way behind, but we'll do what we can to make it up.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch. Wanted to also recognize Representative Davis, House District 47. You must be pretty bored if you're coming to a budget workshop for the commission, but welcome aboard. Next up, we've got the events complex, and Candy Pendleton, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks for lunch.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough lunch right there. Thanks for having me. I am not going to spend a lot of time telling you about what we do because I did that this morning. So just real quick, our budget request, total budget request, including capital, was $2,659,890. I will tell you of that, the roofing project was a big part of that. So we actually started out with a flat budget, $2,270,202 is what we needed to do the projects that we've committed to for National High School Finals and the couple of events we have coming next year. And then in that capital list, we submitted re-roofing the 3 small buildings that we have on the grounds. Those would be what we call our small hall, our shop building, and the sheep barn, very technically named. We do lots of improvements out there on our own, and I sing the praises of our maintenance staff all the time. So they do a lot of the improvements as we go along, but those were big enough that we didn't think we could take those on without some help. So I talked to Gene Legursky. I don't know if you guys have seen all of these from 2020, but in 2020, when Gene sort of took over at the county, he had these facilities use, what our buildings look like and what do we need to have improvements made from. So in 2020, he had this facility condition assessment done and shared that with us at the events complex. So the number that we had taken for the roofs actually comes from that figure that Mr. Legursky had put together with inflation in there because this was done in 2020. So this is a pretty large and overwhelming list of stuff that they recommended we do. So we just wanted to sort of take bite-sized chunks and see if we couldn't get some of those things done. So if need be, for the budget perspective, we certainly could divide that up into 3 projects and just do 1 building a year. The thought was there's probably some scale in there. And if we can get a roofing company to come in and do all three at once, it may save us in the long run. So if that capital project's approved, that's a 17% increase to our budget. If you decide that capital project needs to be pushed down, our budget would be essentially flat.
So clarify that for me real quick. The capital project you're referring to, is that all the roofs or is that separate from this request?
The capital project I am referring to is the 3 roofs for the small buildings. So roof replacement for 3 buildings, which was $389,688.
That's the shop, the sheep barn, and the small hall.
Correct. And those are all metal buildings with metal roof. So we have one up there and fixed it over and over and over again, but it really probably needs a complete rehaul. The metal is just.
So it looks like the capital, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Rob.
It looks like the capital committee had prioritized that as they ranked it number 4. I'm not sure what that means as far as how far down the list we're going to get to fund those items this year. But it looks like we're quite a ways down the road with respect to that. So if I understood you, then again, Candy, you could split those 3 units up from that $389,000 and do them over the course of 3 years.
Correct. We could do that for sure. So there are in your capital list, we had 2 other capital sort of projects that we had put forward that really essentially need to be funded, barring something crazy happening, to be able to host national high school finals next year. So one of those is an electrical upgrade and the other one's just some basic motocross track fencing to keep the golf carts out, some drainage issues, some things like that. So the 2 budgets that are the 2 projects that are in there at 147 and 155, I can absorb those into my budget. The flat budget I can absorb those into. So the only one that would be over budget would be the 389,688, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
And we do have, and we were able to mostly absorb, we do need a couple of full-time staff people added to our list if possible. So I have put in for 2 additional full-time staff people. As you know, we don't have a full-time accountant. We've been doing that in-house and probably need to have an accountant on staff. And with the number of events we have, we need another maintenance person, and part-time help is very difficult to get right now. So I increased our part-time budget a little bit as well.
Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Looks like you plugged in some cost increases too, but only a portion of that, like a COLA and a bonus would be absorbed by this. Okay.
And I would say to you, the only place to put it really was COLA. I have mentioned to you before that we've been trying to do some wage analysis with what our employees are paid versus what county or city employees are paid in the similar positions. So I had did a little research before I came over here, and this is embarrassing, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Our starting salary for our maintenance people is $17.47. So we have people that have been with us for 8 and 9 years that aren't making what your facilities worker position is that's open right now. So we really need to make some wage adjustments. And so if it's not a COLA, I would certainly like to make some wage adjustments to get our maintenance guys up closer to where the county employees are.
Let us hire first.
No, that's the problem, is you're stealing half our people. You can't have them.
All right, Candy, well, good to see you again. We appreciate the background and information and all that you do, and we'll be in touch as we continue to sort through.
I'll stick around for capital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate lunch, so thank you.
Next up, we've got the Rock Springs, Green River, Sweetwater County Combined Joint Powers Board. Got Rick and David in attendance. Board member or 2.
I say, put that up there. It looks good.
Yeah, you're the only one with the decrease. Did you look at this one?
I was gonna say, can we run with that?
I don't know, it looks pretty good, right?
All right.
When we
Hey,
see it on
thank
paper, it looks
Chairman,
pretty good.
Commissioners, glad we could show up today. It's all good.
I'm searching myself here. Let me see. All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Today we have with us Sean Sterlingson. He's one of our board members from City of Green River. And of course, you know David and I. once again, we're here as we have been since 2012 when the center combined and Joint Powers Agreement when the Joint Powers was formed. And as far as what we do, again, I won't take a lot of your time for that. We are the local public safety answering point. What that means is we take all 911 calls for service for all three, the city, county, or both cities in the county, and all disciplines, fire, EMS, and law enforcement. With that in front of you, you have our budget that was approved by our board. Overall, what it shows is a 9.4% increase. We arrived at that by we increased some of the employee salaries, $1 an hour across the board. We also are experiencing higher maintenance costs from most of the systems that we have in place. Those have increased quite a bit. And then just our general costs that we have to run the center, electricity, gas, and everything else. We were as conservative as we could when we put this together. We made no total staff changes. Our total number is the same. I've heard a couple of things mentioned about cash on hand. Our days cash on hand, I think it's about 102. Is that right? A little bit misleading because by the 31st, we receive funding 4 times a year in quarterly invoices. We just received the funding for the last quarter on the 31st. So we will expend almost, if not all of that by the end of June. So, and with that, have any questions? Any other information we can provide?
Any questions, commissioners? Run me through it real quick. I think I know the answer to it, but it shows last year's budget was 832,000, but then it adjusted to 1.2 million. Was that the back and forth over the agreement, the amounts and all that?
I have to make an educated guess, sir, but because I don't know, but the numbers line up for that to be the case. Yes.
Okay.
In your previous life, I'm sure you would have been around 1.2 million on your request. So.
Comments, questions? Well, gentlemen, we appreciate you coming before us. We'll continue to chip away, but short and sweet for what probably felt like a long afternoon for you guys as well. But.
No worries. It's okay. I understand. Anytime there's a question you want to make a visit, we're up the street. So.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks very much. Next up, we got the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport. Mr. Brubaker. I believe SkyWest Airlines is in there as well.
Yeah, I'll need to file a formal complaint. I only get 10 minutes for 2 different requests. Somebody knows I'm pretty long-winded from time to time, so they're trying to keep me in check. And I didn't bring treats. Absolutely. Well, Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Devin Brubaker, Airport Director, Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. Some quick background. We are a joint powers board formed by the city of Rock Springs and Sweetwater County. You all have 3 appointees to our board: Sean Valentine, Pete Rust, and Pete Jensen, Dr. Pete Jensen. The airport operations support nearly $37 million in annual economic activity in the community. We support medical evacuation flights, wildland firefighting, just-in-time cargo, flying doctor, land management, predator control, commercial airline, and corporate flights, amongst many other types of flights at the airport. We have 5 primary ways to generate revenue, operating revenue at the airport. That's fuel sales, landing fees, rental car royalties, hangar lease revenue, aircraft ground services. 3 of the 5 are adversely impacted when commercial flights are decreased from their normal levels. For fiscal year 24, we are forecasting that our landing fees will be at 70%, fuel sales at 85%, and rental car revenue at 75% of pre-pandemic levels. That equates to approximately $173,000 in reduced annual revenue that we should be seeing, but because we don't have those flights, we're losing that approximately $173,000. The silver lining in all of that is that the air service agreement with the county and the 2 cities in the state For the county specifically, year to date, you all have only expended $56,290 out of the $690,000 encumbrance. So because we've had less flights, you all have had to pay for less flights. So while you'll see we have an increase, I'll get to that here shortly. This year alone, you should wrap up with about $500,000 of unexpended encumbrance that you'll be able to carry over however you all do your carryovers. I do want to point out, just yesterday, United Airlines announced their 39th city that they have exited nationwide, and that brings the nationwide total for Delta, American, and United Airlines to 72 cities that they have exited since the beginning of the pandemic. Every one of those cities listed on that list of 72 is larger than Sweetwater County. So we are blessed to have the service we have, even though we would all love to have more flights and more service. We are at this point just thrilled that our relationship with United and SkyWest and the state of Wyoming with your guys' support has allowed us to maintain the flights we have. Much like every organization presenting today, you all, everybody in our personal financial world, we're all facing high inflation, runaway inflation. We expect that to continue in the aviation industry. Insurance premiums have been skyrocketing, and that's adversely impacting us. And I think you're all aware of some proposed utility rate increases during this upcoming fiscal year that will have significant impacts on the airport. We have a total of 38 electric meters at the airport. And so probably not as much electricity as you all spend, but anytime you see a 20+% increase, it's devastating on any one line item. To help combat these rising costs, the airport board continues to increase rates and charges, including for July 1st, we'll be increasing leasehold rates from 3 to 7%, depending on the lease, landing fee rates by as much as 18%, and our fuel margins by 4.2%. The airport board's fiscal year 24 capital budget calls for just under $2.2 million in expenditures, of which just under 91% is covered by federal and state grants. The request we have submitted assumes the board utilizing $200,000 of reserve funds to bring our reserve cash on hand to 122 days, which is our strategic goal for this fiscal year. We ultimately have a goal to get to 180 days, and I recognize that's higher than your number. But the challenge we face is as you see in our capital budget, we do large projects. We're currently underway on almost $27 million of capital at the airport, largely grant funded, but we have to pay those invoices and then request reimbursement. So it's not unheard of for us to have $1.5 million, $2 million invoices. And so when you get to our cash on hand, Mr. Chairman, I know you'll probably ask about that. Because of the immense amount of capital we have right now, we have to be able to pay those invoices. Our requests over the last couple of years have been decreasing significantly. Since 2019, we have reduced our non-terminal funding from the city and the county by 39.4%, or $362,000 total, or $241,000 to the county. And we've been able to do that because we received COVID relief funding as an organization, both through ARPA, CRISA, and CARES. All three acts, airports received some relief funding. Unfortunately, that relief funding is starting to run out. We still have a little bit left, and that's how we're able to use that $200,000 out of reserves to help cover those costs. But we're running out of that money as we speak. Our fiscal year 24 request to you all represents an 18.52% increase, which equals out to $68,769. That would return us to fiscal year 2023 levels approximately. And it still represents a 28.2% decrease compared to our fiscal year 2019 levels. Mr. Chairman, the other item that I guess I should speak to is the SkyWest Airlines agreement. You'll notice in your packet, I believe it's about a $25,000 increase. That's a existing contract with SkyWest Airlines. Those are not to exceed amounts. As demonstrated this year, I would expect the county not to spend anywhere close to the total amount that's in that contract. I recognize that doesn't help you as you're doing your budgeting, because you ultimately then have to encumber that full amount. But just like this year, where you will likely have about $500,000 unspent, I think you'll not have as much unspent next year because we're hoping to see more flights get added back in eventually. But I expect us to not get anywhere near that total amount that's allowed for in the contract with SkyWest Airlines. So we manage that very prudently. We make sure that we're not just adding flights to add flights. We got to make sure we know the demand's there. I can assure you that we have more demand than what we do seats right now. And so we will, at the first chance we get, add more seats, but we always keep it in check and do it in steps so we don't go overboard and add too many seats too quick. So with that, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, happy to answer any questions you have. Next time I'll know the requirements to bring lunch instead of just treats.
Getting close to dinner.
Dinner, I can do that. Next time I'll smoke something up on the Traeger for y'all.
Thanks, Devin. Appreciate the explanation on all of that there. I'll first just say I appreciate you showing a net income of 0. Some just don't seem to understand that they'll have more expense and revenue, and it just drives me nuts to see that when they have $1 million sitting in the bank and they're continuing to spend more than they're bringing in revenue wise. So I appreciate that. In regards to the SkyWest contract, the only question I had, even though it's a not to exceed, I can't recall, does that change every year? So there's like a 2.5% increase year by year?
I don't, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the exact percentage, but it is a slight increase. And what that is based on is there's a formula that's based on block hour costs. So the actual flight hour cost, the cost per gallon of fuel, because the fuel is a straight pass through. And then there's a forecasted revenue. So we'll forecast, it's all part of a negotiation with SkyWest where they'll say, hey, you're going to do this many passengers this year. We'll say, no, we're going to do this many. We meet in the middle somewhere. And they say, you're going to have this average fare. And I say, no, we're going to have this average fare. And then we meet in the middle somewhere and we arrive at these numbers.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? Looks like you're getting off easy.
It's not approved yet. So
True. For now, we'll keep the suspense rolling.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate your time. Next up is the Golden Hour Senior Center. We've got Ruth Lauritsen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The Golden Hour Senior Center is one of 2 senior centers in Sweetwater County, and we serve primarily Green River and Jamestown and a few outlying areas. And we have 3 major things that we do. We provide meals, whether it be congregate or home delivered. We also provide activities and enrichment, and we also provide medical, mental health, and technical information for our patrons. This year, we are asking for $221,480, which is an increase of about $9,600 over last year. Couple of reasons are we rely on Sweetwater County very heavily for our payroll. We have 9 employees, and we do rely on the county, and we've had in this past year made real efforts to try to increase our staff retention and increase our staff morale. And we have added some minor insurance programs, vision and dental, and that accounts for part of it. And those are partially paid for by the funding we get from Sweetwater County. And also we've had to adjust some salaries on a few key personnel. And so that accounts for that increase in request for this year. Does anybody have any questions?
Thanks, Ruth. We appreciate the description with all that. Questions, commissioners? Well, I hate to continue beating a dead horse, but it indicates you have 375 days cash on hand.
Correct.
How much do you have in reserves?
We have nothing in reserves. I mean, we have, obviously, we have some reserves. We run at about 55,000 a month that we need to keep liquid. But all of that cash on hand is considered reserve. It is not encumbered, except some of it came through Sweetwater County. And that is encumbered for salary and payroll expenses. Some of it came through federal grants, and that is encumbered by the requirements of those grants. And some of it just came through fundraisers that we've done over the years.
Yeah, but I mean, you see where I'm coming from with that. You got enough money in the bank to last you over a year.
Yes, I understand that.
So, you're asking for an increase. And so I think it's a legitimate question to ask why you need that much money in the bank
Right.
when you're continuing to.
We are aware of the fact that we have a lot of money in the bank, and we are aware of the fact that it has been an issue before. My board has been attempting to address this by, we developed an investment committee, and what we are planning on doing is we are planning on increasing the amount of return we get on that and using those funds to do things like replace some very aged kitchen equipment, try to improve our benefits for our employees, and also maybe contribute to some capital work on the building at Roosevelt.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, as the liaison to the Golden Hour Board, when I first went to their meetings as the liaison, it was apparent that they had significant cash on hand, but I was approached by their treasurer, John Freeman, about what they could potentially do to earn a better return on that. They had most of their money invested in local banks. So my suggestion was that they work towards having an investment committee. I suggested that they have their director look at potentially some of the things that need to be replaced so that they could spend some of that operations funding that they've got with respect to that. And I can say they've done a very good job over the last 3 months of doing that. Their board has been very productive in doing so. I think they realize that their cash on hand is significantly higher than most, but they have at least been trying to work towards getting a fair market return on what's there. And so they have been working towards that anyway. So I think they deserve a lot of credit with respect to that as a board in doing that. It does not change the fact that those days cash on hand are probably significantly higher than what some of the others are that we're dealing with.
Any other comments, questions? Well, thanks, Ruth. We appreciate you coming before us today, and we'll be in touch as we continue to sort through.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
We're slowly getting caught up, commissioners. You still awake?
We stay here long enough, we're gonna get caught up, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Let's see. Next up, we've got the Conservation District. Tom Burris and Stephanie Anderson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tom Burris, Chairman of the Conservation District, and Stephanie Anderson. She's our secretary on the board. We're here this afternoon to request approval for our 2024 budget in the amount of $221,160. This is the same as last year's budget. It's approximately $50,000 less than 3 years ago. This budget does not include any increase for inflation. We feel that with our relationship with the Little Snake River Conservation District, we will be able to make up any additional funds that we need for the inflation with their assistance. They're helping us with our grant writing and stuff. We should be able to make up any differences through the grant program. These funds will be used for matching funds to facilitate our being able to apply for grant funds. Also continue monitoring of Bitter Creek and Kilpecker Creek to comply with Wyoming DEQ requirements, and also to support small water development projects throughout the county. The Bitter Creek drop structure project will need additional maintenance this year, beginning this year. It'll be an ongoing process for a year or two. Engineering guesstimates. This is not an official estimate yet, but it's a scary amount of $600,000 to keep that structure in place because of these repairs have manifested themselves this year because of the excessive moisture that we got. We're having runoff like we never expected. The drop structure will need additional funding beginning this year. The guesstimate 6,000 or 600,000, and we've applied for a $200,000 grant. The need for this maintenance has been brought on by the exceptional high or harsh winter that we just had. We'll also be initiating a program to assist county residents to produce some of their own food. The USDA predicts that 2023 will be the third year since 2019 that the U.S. has run a deficit in food production. That, coupled with the shortages that we've had in the last 2 years, could be very critical for our citizens in the county. And we'd like to help alleviate that as much as possible. That's the major items on the operations side. And Stephanie Anderson will discuss some of our administrative side or operations side.
Thank you for the opportunity. Along with the projects that Tom mentioned, we have been committed to really looking into the BLM and the Forest Service's proposed land use plans and their resource management plans. And as a conservation district, we feel we need to be able to help interpret what they're intending and make it a simpler process for the people to understand. They can talk to us about that. We've attended meetings at the BLM for the permittees for their annual operating plans, and this has helped us understand the impacts of grazing in the county. We did look into the most recently discussed proposal to the changes to buckboard and spent quite a bit of time learning about the intention, what was discussed, and then what was actually shared with the public. And we put together several comments and gave that to the Coalition of Local Governors. And together we put together a letter where we asked for more disclosure. So we've been pretty involved with some of those types of projects. We recognize the increased demands on recreation opportunities in our county and how that's going to affect us. And I think that's something that could be overlooked if we're not ahead of it or stay right up with it. We also have taken opportunities to collaborate with partners such as Trout Unlimited, Muley Fanatics in the past, and Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So we like to keep those relationships up. This is a short list to explain what we do administratively and behind the scenes. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
I got to go back to the drop structure. That one just
Understood.
$600,000 in repairs. I mean, is it,
Video on my camera or on my.
what is it, a grouting issue or what's the improper engineering?
It could have possibly been engineering. I'm not an engineer, I can't say, but that geography out there is just strata about this thick.
Talking to the mic, please.
That the geology out there, I said geography before, but geology out there is layers of sandstone about this thick. We've seen it in places it goes 30 feet deep. And that water is getting in the structure upstream somewhere. We don't know where all that's getting in. The drop structure is holding everything that comes in like it's supposed to, like you would think water would come in on the surface. But this, in the old structure, you can, some pictures that I've got from 2015, you can see water coming through the strata 10 feet down. And the original engineers, I don't think allowed for that. They went, I think, I can't remember right now, if it was 4 or 6 feet with their sheet pilings that they went down. And you can see in these pictures, there's water coming through that structure, or through not the structure, but there's water coming through the ground below, you know, in numerous places through that strata. And Little Snake River's helping us out considerable with not only our grant writing, but they're doing the engineering on this project. And the latest thing that they think they can do is to go in and trench as deep as they can, probably 10 feet, and backfill that trench with bentonite in order to absorb or to slow that water flow down, so it's not coming out. I've got a video I took last week when I was out there that shows just water boiling out of the ground below the drop structure. And it's, you know, it's in there. I don't know how, I personally don't know how you're going to get it stopped. You can control it to some extent. This year, it's just amazing how much water that has come over the spillway or over the drop structure. Now it's down, you can see it's down a couple feet from what it was. Now I say that's last Tuesday I was over there. And, but there's still a lot of water flowing, and there's water just bubbling out of the ground, almost boiling out of the water, out of the ground below all of that drop structure. As you go to the very end of it, and it's still in the grouted area, or right at the edge of the grouted area. It's worked its way up through that, through the strata to the, right to the bottom of that grout. And it's interesting. Hopefully we're not going to get a whole lot of winters like this for more reasons than this, but it's major.
Questions, commissioners?
Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Mary's not here, so I don't risk the possibility of her throwing a gavel at me. But in your application, and I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but in your application, it says you do have the avenue of alternate funding, and that would be a 1 mil levy. Have you had any discussions since we last visited with you about pursuing that in the next election?
Yes, sir. We have had discussions on that. We need to get together with you folks and do more public awareness, because when you first read the charter or the statutes and the authority they give the conservation district, the Wyoming state statutes gives the conservation district, the majority of it is agriculture related. The second paragraph, I think, has a lot to do with the impact on the citizenry. What we can do, this is where our dealing with the BLM and this kind of stuff, and trying to keep our roads open and our access to the public lands, all that stuff comes in there. And also the requirements that we do the water quality monitoring to keep the main focus locally is Bitter Creek and its contamination with E. coli. And we work with DEQ, Wyoming DEQ, to address that. A sidebar on that is our BK WAG meeting is the 25th of May, and we'd like to invite you all, some of you at least, to come to that. It'll be at the White Mountain Library. And I am also working with the mayor's office to try to get some more understanding of what is going on with Bitter Creek. And their DEQ establishes criteria for the water. And for any stream that comes through a residential or a metropolitan area has to meet the standards for primary contact water, which means that your kids can go play in the water. And Bitter Creek is not up to that standard. But yet the city of Rock Springs is building walkways to take you right down to that water. And we're trying to work with them to do everything we can do with the guidance from DEQ to clean that water up. We've done seminars over there, or not seminars, but anyway, work sessions with septic tanks for people in, along the river that have had septic tanks in the past. They may not, some of them may not even know they had a septic tank. They've probably been getting a sewer bill, but their sewer may still be going into a septic tank, and it's unknown to where some of this contamination is coming from. That's why our monitoring, we're doing that with EDE, Environmental Design, out of Sheridan, and they will be at that BKWAG meeting. And that's one of our hopes, is to improve the effectiveness of our relationship with the city of Rock Springs. We went to Cheyenne several years ago to try to get some of the abandoned mineland money for some projects that we wanted to do. They say, well, we just gave Rock Springs this much money and you're supposed to get some of that. Well, Conservation District didn't get any of that. Rock Springs got all that money. So we need to work with them and to try to let them know that we are working on the same page they are, the same goals that they've got.
As long as you're working towards it, I think Sweetwater County has its funding sources, and we need to be careful about where we distribute them to. And when there's another route that you could be pursuing for funding, as long as you're actively moving towards it, I'm happy.
Let him finish, Tom.
Yeah, I'm finished. Good.
Go ahead.
That's all I got.
Any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just echo the sentiment. I think it's imperative that our entities that have the ability to levy funding do that. I think it's important. I know it's been a while since the Conservation District went out to the public for the levy and it was defeated, but I think we need to have a very strong information campaign on what it is that you do, because it is a very valuable service.
That's where I started. That was, most people think we're an agricultural type agency.
And that's why it's important. I think if people realized what it was, I think that they would be in favor of that. It's imperative that we as a commission join with you and get that word out to the people. But I think it's important that we work towards going out for, if there's a potential for a mill, which we have in this situation, for us to do that. Because I think that's another method for us to potentially do it, where the people are choosing at that point in time to put the funding on themselves. It's hard for us as a county commission to allocate funding for something that potentially the community is not willing to fund. So if we can put the ball in their court and have them say yay or nay with respect to an issue like this, I think we have an obligation to have them have the opportunity to do that.
That would be ideal if we could do that. And one thing about most special districts, and you guys are aware of this, are focused on one issue, where the Conservation District is required by Wyoming statute to address issues that impact every citizen in the county. And and again, it's an all volunteer thing. And there's no compensation for anybody that's on that board, except for some travel expenses and things like that. That's all there is. But we would need a lot of help in reaching those, enough voters to swing an election from the folks that just think that we're an agricultural thing. And that's part of what we're doing with the food productions avenue we're trying to take. That's part of what we're trying to do with the city. And but yes, we are working towards that. And we will continue to do that. But
And we would like to assist you in doing that.
we would welcome that assistance, yes.
Any other questions, or comments, commissioners? Tom, Stephanie, we appreciate your time and being here today, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got the YWCA. With us today is Melinda Boss, Kayla Manico, and Cheryl Pettick. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I am Melinda, the Executive Director at the YWCA. And we are here with our request again. It is the same amount we have requested this year as well as for the past, I believe, 3 years that we've stayed pretty consistently. I think there might have been a slight increase a 4th year ago, but this is where we've been for a while. We provide a multitude of services. We consider them framework services, services that provide a basics. We provide our childcare, we provide our domestic violence and sexual assault advocacy programs, we provide our financial education programs. Each of these makes it more possible for other jobs in the community to function. With our childcare, it helps prepare our children for early childhood education as well as the school district. It helps our parents be able to work. It ensures that we have people able to go to jobs that we need filled in this community. We have our domestic violence and sexual assault advocacy to fill in where the law enforcement is no longer able to do. They are able to provide the immediate return, the peace and safety, and we are there to try to get things back to a normal point. And then our financial education programs helps people understand and become better aware of how to manage finances and understand how they can be more productive in their goals and their work in the community. So we have in our request, we outlined our information in there, but we've also talked, I know there's been a lot of concerns about reserves and how much you have. Most of the reserve we have is currently in an endowment. We have an emergency of $50,000 that sits in our savings account, essentially another checking account. That is there as a payroll that would cover essentially 1.5 payrolls for our staff, and that is it. So our endowment was an attempt to try to build a larger support, a long-term support. The more we add to that, the more the reserves from that are able to then fund additionals to the program. You can see if you look at our current budgets, the one we have actually looks like a deficit, and we know that. This is the downside of some of the fields we work in that there's not always increases in funding for them. And our childcare struggles right now with an overwhelming problem of hiring. I am positive others have had that problem of trying to find enough people to fill jobs. We've been hampered for a couple of years of trying to fill enough positions to increase the childcare to be able to do that. The one thing the numbers don't show is that since we turned in this grant, it was one of our earlier grants, we relooked as a board and determined that we are raising the fees of our childcare, which would help cover a good portion and might get us closer to an even number. Otherwise, we do rely on people like our amazing grant writer who writes all these grants for us so that we can try to find other sources of funding. I mean, we have nearly 15 sources of funding for the organization from everything we get to help us make the bills possible. I don't know if you have any other questions for us.
Thanks, Melinda. Appreciate that explanation. Makes sense, and I'm glad to see you're working on getting balanced by doing what you have to do to survive. Any questions, commissioners? It's not very often you get an organization that comes through 3 years in a row with a flat budget, especially during COVID and the like. So,
well, I mean, I
commend you
would
all for
love
that.
to take more. If you have extra, I would be more than happy to fill that in. Yes, I fully understand that. So we know we have to look other sources. We've been grateful for the county support. I mean, I went back in records and we have had this support for over 30 years. In fact, in the back, we could find that we used to get almost double of what we get now. So we are still making our services possible, even with the funding that we have available.
Well, great job. Keep up the good work. Doesn't sound like we have any questions for you. So you stuck around all afternoon just to listen about boring numbers and reserves and days cash on hand. But
well, yeah,
we appreciate
got
you
to see
coming
where
on.
that was for everybody. But I thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you. All right. Last up here before we get into capital and grants and carryover and all that fun stuff is the Board of Health. Yeah. And we got Kim Lineberger and Sadie Lewis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman West, Commissioner Slaughter, and Commissioner Richards. I'm Kim Lionberger. I am representing the District Board of Health. The District Board of Health consists of a couple different programs under that umbrella. That would be environmental health, community nursing, and then the emergency preparedness with county health officer kind of underneath that umbrella there. So I do have the same request this year as last year. We did have a 20% cut 2 fiscal years ago, and then we stayed with that same amount last year. It did decrease our cashes on hand from 226 last year to about 186 this year. There was a significant net loss on the budget that was submitted last year, and that was because I didn't know at the time what we were going to receive from the Wyoming Department of Health for our maternal child program. So they wait quite a bit to kind of let us know what they're funding us. So I didn't have any revenue to put in. And so it's more significant of a net loss than what is actual year to date for us. But I do still anticipate a net loss for this year. I will report back that the agreement that was signed between the commissioners and the Department of Health last year, I feel like I've checked every box on that, which was to work with the treasurer. Statute says that they're technically the treasurer for our agency. So we've worked with Mark Cowan to fulfill that part of the agreement. I did provide itemized statements for community nursing, environmental health, and the county health officer in the budget request this year. He might remember the other one that I'm forgetting. The treasurer and those reports. I'm sure there's something else that I'm missing, but I check marked everything. So, questions?
I believe they were with, we've got them in here, but your state contracts and things of that nature.
I did provide our statement of works just because, like, when it asks what are the program goals, it's really hard to describe in that little box what we are required to do statutorily. So I did include our statement of work for community nursing, which is public health nursing plus maternal child health, the environmental health contract, and then the statement of work for the emergency preparedness funding and the county health officer funding.
Questions, commissioners? Kim, how come we're showing, why are your expenses so inflated in this budget cycle? 1.6 up to almost 2.1.
Do you mean from previous fiscal year expense or from year to date?
No, so your budget request for fiscal year 24, you're showing a net loss of $250,000, but your expenses have gone up from 1.6 million to almost 2.1 million. So I'm just curious why the uptick.
That's 31st end of fiscal year. So the budget that was submitted last year was 2 million. Yeah.
You're the last one today, so numbers are crossed.
That's fine. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners? I've been trying to keep them all apprised as to all the changes with the treasurer and all that, so they're probably tired of me talking about Board of Health, but thanks for sticking with us all afternoon. I'm not sure if you were here when we were just kind of indicating that obviously today's a workshop, so we're going to have future discussions once we're able to identify what the projections and cash carryover and all that will amount to. But
I did remember my other checkbox is requesting funding from cities. So the City of Rock Springs amount that I requested was reduced to basically half of what I requested. So they preliminary have me down for around 43,000 for a allocation. And I haven't heard anything from the City of Green River yet on where they are with their budget processes, but I did request funding from the City of Green River in the amount of 47,000 and some change. That's a good question because it was something new and I didn't really know where to go with that. But what I did was take that 20% cut that was like 130 $36,000 and I split it like 65 Rock Springs, 35 Green River, just because Rock Springs has a higher population than Green River. And so I just took that 20% decrease from the last 2 years from the county and started there.
We had met with both mayors and it was kind of what I felt was a little difficult for, Kim's sake on trying to figure out where do I start? Because what if they come back and say no, even though statutorily it says they shall, they haven't been. And so our hope is that as we kind of work through this, then we can level out the playing field somewhat. And that's what I was telling you guys about, an MOU or something that we'll try and get in the works. But
Yeah.
Kim, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And we'll be in touch.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. That concludes the outside agencies and component units. You guys want to break? All right. We'll keep on keeping on. Capital Committee.
I guess I'll start. I thought Jean was going to be here and Tim too. They're the ones with a lot of items on this list. Joe is here representing the sheriff. The sheriff couldn't be here today, so he's taking his place. But I provided all of you a list of the capital projects. These are projects that were requested from the various departments and elected officials and also the component units. And the capital committee met and ranked these projects. So you'll see the ranking on the right-hand side. They are in order. And then on the second page at the end is the component units. So those also have rankings. Those were ranked separately from what was coming out of the general fund. So this is just kind of where the capital committee ended up with their rankings. Hopefully Jean and Tim will be here shortly to answer any questions that you have on any of IT or any of the departments Jean's over. But Joe is here currently to answer any questions that you have on any of the capital requests of the sheriff. So I guess, would you like Joe to come up and answer questions for sheriff, or where would you like to start?
Yeah, if we have any questions, commissioners?
I sat in on the.
Oh, good. Jean's here.
Doing this, so feel fairly comfortable with it.
I guess on the budgetarily speaking on this, are we looking all of total rank one being in this year's budget, the 6.6 million, or is it broken down, or how is that being funneled into it?
So currently all of these requests are on that summary page that I give you.
Okay.
So all of them. So if you go to the second page, you can see the total right above the component units, the general fund, $9,334,940.47. That is included in the summary sheet in the departments line for the expenditures. And then the component units obviously is included in the component unit slide. So all of these are currently included in the budget as it stands right now.
Okay, I understand. We should do these for more hours in the afternoon. My head hurts. But it does help. I mean, I appreciate this breakdown because, operations kind of are what they are. So if we're going to look at making any cuts, I mean, typically it's easiest to go to the capital line items. So I appreciate seeing it line by line to figure out what the different priorities are. Jean, did you have anything you wanted to add? Under Sheriff? Okay.
What was the capital that was included in the budget last year?
Ooh, I'd have to get back to you on that one. It was significantly less than this. I want to say it was around 4 to 5 million. Does anyone remember from the capital committee? Wasn't it around 5 million? I would guess 5 million, but I would have to get back to you on that number for the amount included in the, and that would just be the capital projects and equipment over 10 million, 10,000. Thank you. Yes, it is getting late in the day. I would guess it was around 5 million.
At the rescue of pencil. Phase one capital looks really off because you have 4.8 million in for the night oil tool. So remember when that is in that first phase, that's why it really looks good.
So Gene, if we cut that, we're almost balanced.
We can mothball another building. It really doesn't matter to me. We can do whatever we want. Yeah. We're at your pleasure. So whatever you guys want to do.
The thing that I look at is next year's capital budget. Capital next year if we're doing this.
What I was explaining to Rob earlier, well, what I was trying to explain is, yes, we do have that night oil tool building in there for almost $5 million. We're not going to have to do a night oil tool building remodel next year. So
We better not
there
have
you
to do
go.
that.
I hope not.
Does kind of bring up an interesting point, though. I mean, will that be able to be completed within one fiscal year, like this fiscal year, do you think? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter whether you're carrying it over, you're budgeting for it next year, but
November's the goal.
All hope for it to move in by January. We were supposed to have bid documents done last Friday. We're 4 months behind. No, honestly, it is. And then contractors, and then I do not want to bid it in July or August. So we'll probably, instead of bidding in the 1st of June, we'll probably honestly bid it in September to hopefully get better prices so people can carry the work through the winter. My hopes are that retainage would be the only thing out for next year, in July. But, physical years lined up with construction, it'd be a whole lot easier to do this stuff.
A lot of times fiscal years.
Don't get about to
calendar years would help a lot.
What was that? Oh,
Same principle.
yeah. Yeah, but it is a guess. By all things, we should be able to, but you know how it is with manpower and contractors and everything.
I don't really have any questions. I mean, I think this is very well put together. It's kind of nice. Like I said, being able to look through line item by line item in the event that we do have to make cuts. I guess ultimately it's going to come down to where we end up and if we want to live within our means or not. So.
Yeah, well, and the nice thing about organizing like this and kind of the thought behind all of it was we had some saying it so we could rank the projects as we saw and then give them to you, and then you guys could have further information on that. When we used to rank them ourselves and just put them in the budget ourselves, then we were all fighting amongst each other. We get, paid by the county to do the best for the taxpayers' money. Tim and I always joke that it's pretty hard for us to argue with Gross Nickel over public safety stuff, but he has went, no, that's not really, I can fund this by this. And if you guys need RTU units, so it really gives all three of the major capital people some say in it. Yeah. So it works out well.
I just think it's great collaboration too, for that very reason. I've served on other capacities that do the exact opposite. So that's proven. Any thoughts, comments?
I think we run a big risk putting so many of the sheriff's projects as ranked number one. We don't want to give Sheriff Gross Nickel a huge head. But I don't see anything on here that's not worth doing. But as you said, it all depends on what our final number looks like as we work through this budget.
Anything more to add, Rob?
I don't think so. I think it's well done. I think it's clear. All we've got to do is just we've got all the pieces. We just have to put them all together now.
I appreciate all the work the capital group does. It makes our life a lot easier, I think.
Very beneficial. Okay, we'll punt that one down the road too. And looks like Grants is up next. Good afternoon, Christina.
Hello.
Very sorry about your brother.
We can do it another day.
I'd like to entertain you guys with grants. So as you know, very complicating process. I have emailed you a 3-page summary. I have a lot of notes on mine. I didn't want to overwhelm you, so I'm going to try to be as simple as possible. I felt it was important to come today because I know this is an important part of your strategic planning for the budget. So I'm going to refer to Bonnie's summary. I want to point out that on page 2, it shows grant revenues and grant expenditures. On page 1 of my packet that I hope you have pulled up, it matches. So if you want to take the outside of the cake, those two numbers, the expenses and revenues, represent all your contractual grants plus anticipated grants. Does that make sense? So all grants are centralized for budgeting and compliance purposes. There are a couple exceptions. You probably have heard of PILT money. That is federal assistance. And even though we don't submit a grant application, it is subject to federal compliance requirements in our audit. In the budget message, PILT is earmarked for payroll for the county treasurer, county clerk, county assessor, and clerk of district court. That is so that the auditors can test it for compliance. You can't just say, generally speaking, it's part of the general fund. So I just want to be clear on your total revenues of 3.6 million, that does not include the PILT money. You budget that separately. We give it really special treatment. So I have itemized by department, the grants we expect. You can see there's a heavy emphasis on pass-through grants. I work with a lot of the entities. I want to note that these are just the grants budgeted in our general fund. Our component units who are part of our audit and compliance report, they budget separately, but then I put it in our financial and compliance report, okay? So you will not see that on here. I'm sure you're very interested in the net difference. That is what it's costing you to run all these grant programs. There's actually very few reasons why we have a difference. So one, it's pretty obvious, a grant requires a match. The grant under county commissioners, the EDA grant that we're applying for requires a $50,000 grant. That's number 4. So that's a match. So it's costing us $50,000. Another reason, the second main reason would be a project shortfall. So for example, the attorney's office, they have 2 victim witness coordinators. The grant funding is not enough to cover all the health benefits and also software. So we project that shortfall. And then the third big reason would be kind of like a liability. We received the funding ahead of time. Now we have to match it to expenditures. You might get a kick out of number 1, the CAMA grant in the assessor's office. We received that probably 1 million years ago. No, probably 9 years ago, to be honest. But all these grants get budgeted in project accounting. Another one I want to point out, number 14, under the sheriff's office, the $5,000 from that very cute dog, Daisy, under the Rocky Mountain Power Grant, that is also revenue that we've already received and we haven't expended off of it. And so you'll see I've budgeted $5,000 for expenditures and nothing for the revenues. So it's kind of like a juggling act. And I'm trying to get you into this mindset because the next topic I'm going to be talking about is that famous ARPA funding. So first, do you have any questions on this first page? Does it make sense to you, this presentation?
Doesn't make sense to me, but I understand it.
It doesn't?
I'm with you so far, but you're gonna lose me here with ARPA. I
No,
can
no,
tell.
no. So again, the budget is what is the total budgeted, and then it gets split apart by projects. Okay, thank you, Rob. Okay, so next, I'm going to page 2. So let's attack ARPA. So to educate the newbies,
Of which we are all.
no one's, okay. So keep in mind, ARPA is an act. It's the like 100 layer cake with different types of funding under this umbrella. It's an unbelievable, it's as badly used as the word grant. ARPA here, ARPA there. You've heard a lot of component units saying we got ARPA money. There are different rules in general, different requirements. They have what's different assistance listing numbers. So when we file our audit report, you'll see in the back, it used to be CFDA numbers. Now it's assistance listing numbers. They have different ones. And for example, this year we got ARPA funding for emergency management to purchase a vehicle. That's a different pot than the one I'm going to talk about. So I have a couple main points about ARPA to make. I have a summary at the top of the county's local recovery ARPA funding. Local recovery is the key. The county has already receipted in the $8.2 million. That is no different than that $5,000 for Daisy. We have it, now we have to assign expenditures. That came in 2 chunks. I had to apply and then they paid us. So what's special about local recovery funding, and I have that in probably size 2 font to the right of the total local recovery award, it must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and closed out by December 31st, 2026. So I am right now reporting on this money. I have to say the types of expenditures, the obligations, but the bottom line is we do not want to forfeit 1 penny. That's the main thing to understand under local recovery. So where are we at with ARPA? So before your time, unfortunately, going back last year, ARPA was released under local recovery, and I'm quoting, to speed up the country's recovery for economic and health effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And under that broad definition of uses, there were 4 main categories for ARPA. Public health, negative economic responses, premium pay for essential workers, revenue loss, and water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. They said you could use it for 4 main areas. It's kind of misleading because under those areas, you have probably 60, 65 subsets, and then more after that. The county commission last March 15th, 2022, decided under my recommendation to take the standard allowance of revenue loss, meaning they could allocate the entire $8.2 million under the title classification of revenue loss. The huge benefit of that is in terms of compliance and reporting, it removed a huge amount of restrictions for the county. And so sometimes you may hear about this in other arenas, the uses of funding. Water, sewer, and broadband, that is not for like just straight repairs. You needed a DEQ violation to be in compliance for use. So this offered the most flexibility and broad uses. The commission approved that. I already reported to US Treasury on that. Is that kind of clear of where we're at with ARPA local recovery is revenue loss? So it's not discretionary money. And that's why it's kind of hard when you talk about the reserves. It should not be seen as reserves because you do have constraints. We just happen to have received it. So it's more like a liability, okay? So in the summary at the top, with the help of our purchasing department, because I want to point out, when you look at all this, they've been heavily burdened with expenses. So first of all, for fiscal year 23, we anticipate 1.4 million in expenses. And if you go to the #1 approved projects category, you will see that the actual approved budget is actually 2.5 million. But of that amount, only 1.4 million will probably be expended by the end of this fiscal year. So in projecting the next year's budget, you'll see that I have a budget of carryover of 1.1 million. Do you see how I get there? I have the approved budget, the expenses to date, final costs. There's 3 projects that are closed out. Some of them forfeited money. And then we have a carryover. Please keep in mind that because of the delay to obtain vehicles, the supply chain, that's why they're not completed. In one case for the coroner, the Suburban, the purchasing anticipates a $20,000 increase. So with this request, I'm including that $20,000. It's actually kind of a wash with the amount that was forfeited, though, in all honesty. Of the 10 items approved in fiscal year 23 projects, those were reviewed by the capital committee. And you're probably thinking, well, why were these selected? How about that night oil building and all these great projects? We can't just look at using this money of what we want. We got to think about what is simple in terms of the audit and accountability and getting receipts for compliance. So these are straight purchases going out to bid. We've worked very hard on ensuring compliance with suspension and debarment, but on the corner, the Suburban is expected to have an increase in cost when it goes out to bid. These projects I want to point out were all high priority for the capital committee. They deal with public strategy. They deal with a strategic planning to decrease long-term costs for the county. So for example, when you see the sheriff with 10 vehicles with upfits and radios, the idea is that they're going to get to a point where when they have 5 vehicles, they will only have to pay for 3 to replace them on a rotation plan. And that's to reach the point of less than 100,000 miles. So they're going to create a cost savings measure for the county. All the other vehicles are replacements. You're very familiar with the detention center security upgrade that was recently brought to your attention. So again, these are projects from last year that were approved under the capital committee, but they're not completed. So in my budget, I'm having the carryover. Are there any questions on that first fiscal year 23 approved projects? Okay. So next, that famous capital committee had the list. There's more vehicles that are, again, easy purchases. They're priorities at the county to maintain county operations. They're all replacement vehicles. So I pulled out $996,000 from that capital committee list and moved it under ARPA for your consideration. That has not been approved. If you do not like that, we can move it back. Any questions on that? Okay, then third, final recommendation with local recovery ARPA. Because of that fine print obligation by December 31st, 2024, and closed out by December 31st, 2026. The purchase orders that have been approved and in the system, they can go past that 2024 date. But we cannot add projects if they go under. So I am proposing to use the entire balance of the ARPA money, the 4.6 million, to classify the payroll projection of the Sheriff's Detention Center of $5.3 million. There is a difference between the two that will be picked up by the general fund. In the worst case scenario, if let's say they have empty positions and we don't reach that, you would still have 6 months in fiscal year 25 to close out local recovery ARPA. So that takes me to my last page, my last cheat sheet. If you take that recommendation of the payroll, that brings the grant projects budget basically of expenses 8 to 8.6 million and revenues of 8.3 million. And again, the difference is the same as what we started with. And Bonnie would pull that money basically from the quote unquote reserves, even though it's really not discretionary money for your convenience. There is another type of funding I want to mention that's important as well, but I just wanted to stop on local recovery ARPA. How are you with me?
I'm with you.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's hard to believe, but yes.
Mr. Chairman, just one question.
Go ahead.
No,
I
please.
believe I'm with you. So if we were to take your recommendation then, Christina, and were to do this, we would actually be able to change, in effect, our revenues at this point in time by the amount that you're suggesting we use from ARPA funding. And if we look at the numbers that Bonnie gave us earlier today, we would actually be looking at a $700,000 surplus at this point in time, if we use that money from the ARPA funding to fund this year's budget.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Slaughter, that is correct.
Okay.
It's a little bit off.
Yeah.
Well,
So the capitals, can I talk into the mic? Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm coming up with a little bit different number. Right now, are you looking at the total shortfall on the bottom of the page? Is that what you're looking at?
well, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the difference, the 4.1 million.
The 4.1, okay. So,
I'm sorry,
okay,
the 4.3.
4.3 or 4.1?
I was looking at 4.1.
Okay, so the 4.6 is not included in that number. So we would be in the positive 500,000.
Gotcha.
And that is what you were saying, correct?
I was looking at the 4.1 rather. That's
Okay, I apologize. I didn't know if you were asking about the capital, because the capital is included in there.
No,
This payroll is not.
I've got that.
Okay, all right, sorry. I did just didn't want there to be any confusion, and I apologize if I confused everyone else.
Absolutely perfect. Christina, you did a fantastic job of dumbing this down for me. So I don't know if the other commissioners approve it, are as happy with it as I am, but you did a very good job with this.
So are there any more questions on local recovery? Okay. So there's another ARPA pot out there, and that's called Consistency Fund. So it's another layer of that cake. This is what we've nicknamed the ARPA PILT. The only similarity with ARPA and ARPA PILT and PILT money is that the regular PILT money made us eligible to receive this funding. It is a separate listing under the catalog of federal domestic assistance. Requirements are a little bit different. And as I mentioned with PILT money, we already have payroll typically assigned to it. And that you can see that in the budget message. This is a juggling act. I want to emphasize, we do not want to double dip. We do not want to put one department on a regular PILT, another department under ARPA PILT, and local recovery money. So that is why we need to take extra care in how we classify this and put it in the budget message. So this year, fiscal year 23, we applied for and received the Consistency Fund ARPA money of almost 3.7 million. last year Bonnie had budgeted 1.5 million because we had no idea. If you want to know the complex formula of how they determine it, I can give it to you. But this funding is different than local recovery in that there is no deadline to spend it. I'm still doing the US Treasury reporting on it. We have to do expenditures, obligations. We can wait till 2027 to expend that money. So it's not as high as a priority. For fiscal year 23 though, back in October of 2022, because we received it right then, we decided to classify certain departments, their payroll for this, and it's not considered supplanting, if you're wondering. So road and bridge, facilities custodial, and facilities maintenance, their payroll expenditures in fiscal year 23 were classified under it. What I wanted to let you know is that next year, fiscal year 24, federal fiscal year, I will be applying for this funding. So the county will receive again another 3.7 million. I'm actually recommending to waiting to assign expenditures on that. We have enough under the local recovery. I'm not sure of your strategic plan in 2 years, 3 years. There could be other projects where we need this money that could help the county's budget. So, I mean, again, with this money, there's no urgency, but if you want us to look at it, I can make another recommendation. For the time being, Bonnie knows how to tuck it away until we want to work with it. Okay. That is all I have to discuss with you. It's very important, but very delicate, and I'm happy to answer any questions and get back to you on anything. So
That was very explanatory, which is great for the newbies here, but I appreciate all that. I thought I had it all figured out and I did not. So that clarifies quite a bit for me, and that's great. That additional 3.7 will be available again this year, and that foreshadows a positive future. But as always, I appreciate the details behind everything and helping us try and wrap our heads around all the ins and outs of the county. Any questions, comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, one other question, and this is something you may or may not be able to answer, Christina, but we're hearing a lot from the federal government on the clawback of ARPA funds. And I was just watching a hearing the other night. They're still talking about that. I know that Proposition 81 or whatever, Amendment 81 that Rick Scott proposed failed. But they were specifically talking about $100 million in ARPA funding that they were looking at clawing back. Have you heard anything with respect to that, and how could that potentially affect us if they were?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Slaughter, I have heard about that proposal, and I think I emailed the commission saying contact our US representatives and senators about it. I personally don't see how they can get it back, and that's why I will apply to get the ARPA consistency funding as soon as possible. It's shocking because when you receive so much at the same time, and we're talking, to be clear, the 8.2 million from regular local recovery plus, you know, over 7 million from consistency fund, you can't just think about it one day how to use it all. You're not supposed to put it in reserves. It's not for pensions. There's different technicalities of each one. So, I mean, the lesson from that is maybe sooner than later. It's shocking to me, though, they were discussing that in the sense just in April, I had to do the last report on US Treasury. So they were communicating this even before the data was out of obligations. So by the end of this fiscal year, though, just to be clear, we will have spent half of that consistency fund money. But if there is a threat of clawback, I'll probably be getting on the agenda to reclassifying payroll expenditures for the balance, okay?
I just found it curious they were talking $100 million, because the $100 million is just a very small portion of what was allocated. But, and they didn't specifically state what the $100 million was that they were using. So
yeah,
just very curious.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Slaughter, there were actually some entities who missed applying for their funding though. So I'm not sure if that was part of it. So.
Well, Christina, thank you for the very detailed information, and we'll need it as we continue down this path of trying to figure out what the heck we're doing.
Okay, thanks.
Hello again, Chairman and Commissioners.
Welcome back.
Okay, so I just briefly wanted to go over the cash carryover. I have been emailing you. I've emailed you a few updates and the number just keeps going up and up. But as of now, and let me preface this by saying, as of what is in our system currently, the total cash carryover projection is $11,697,797.35. And our cash carryover is made up of two different items. One is our revenues that come in above what we budgeted them at. And the other thing that it is made up of is our expenditures, and our expenditures coming in less than what we budget those for. So those two items make up our cash carryover. And this year it is very large. And most of that is due to the revenues. We're projecting that we will collect over $8 million in revenue more than what we had budgeted for. Our expenditures, we are estimating that we will have 3.6 million, a little over 3.6 million at the end of the year remaining in those budgets. So that is how we come up with the total $11.7 million cash carryover. Now, I prefaced that by saying, based on what is in the system, because our budget is done on a cash basis. And we have previously given the component units a portion of the 12 mil. And I know there have been discussions about that. So that is based on the way it has been distributed in the system currently. So as we go in and as the commission decides on the number of mills to give the component units this year and the general fund, that will change that number, because when that mill levy is set, the mill levy for this year is for the mineral production in calendar year 2022. And that is when Senate File 60 took effect. So all of those monthly distributions that we've been getting from the state for the minerals, those are going to need to be reallocated based on the mill levies that are going to be set in June of this year. So that's why I say that there's a lot of room for movement in that cash carryover projection number based on that information, that it is based on the mill levy that has yet to be set. So I just wanted to explain that, because it has the potential to go up significantly. Does that make sense? Are there questions on that? Because I know that is a little bit hard to understand, but essentially all of the distributions that have been made from the state because of Senate File 60, a mill levy has not been set for those at this point in time yet. Going all the way back to January of 2022 for minerals, there has not been a mill levy set on that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was something that was understood. So are there any questions on that before we move on to the next item on the agenda? Or any questions on the cash carryover in general? Okay. All right.
I'm losing my spot here. So I guess we are up next. It looks like Commissioner Tillman has joined us. Are you there, or did you fall asleep, Commissioner? And she fell asleep.
She's muted, so she may have fallen asleep.
The next discussions we had here on our list were the mills for the component units, the level of reserves, days cash on hand for component units and outside agencies, and the cost of living adjustments. So I don't know if you all have any. She's back. She woke up.
I am not sleeping. I'm in the airport. Thank you.
Welcome back, Commissioner. I guess the most important part is trying to figure out what to do based off of Senate File 60 and the mills for the component units. I know we've had a lot of back and forth on that. I don't know if any of you have any input on how we should address that moving forward. Obviously, this year we had some overruns in different, I guess, areas that we either put a pause on or they received some just by default. So the question is trying to figure out how to, I guess, properly set the mill to the best of our projection, or just to have the county absorb that 12 mills and allow these component units to come before us as many of the other agencies do with just a simple budget request every year. But you guys have any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman. Yes, several thoughts on that. We had, for my edification, I asked several of our elected officials, Ms. Berry and Attorney De Leon, along with Commissioner Richards, to sit down last week. And we had a discussion on this. Treasurer Cowan is an advocate of the keep it simple, stupid theory of doing everything. And his point, and I don't want to misrepresent what his point was, but his point was that he felt it would be much easier for us to levy the full 12 mills as a county and then pay each of the entities that we have considered component units from the general fund, and do that in a payment of 1/12 each month of what the total amount that was allocated for them for the year was. I believe, and please Commissioner Richards or Attorney De Leon or Bonnie, if I misstate this, correct me. But I believe ultimately what we came out of that meeting believing was that we would like to make this as simple as we can. And to do that, setting that 12 mil levy and then paying those entities a flat fee, which is their request for the year, would be the easiest way to handle that. So that would be kind of the recommendation that I believe that group would have for our commissioners. Obviously, it's something that we need to determine as a group, but it seems to make a lot of sense to simplify the situation. And in talking with the hospital board, I brought this theory up to them. They seem to like the concept of having a consistent cash flow that they could count on and seeing that amount. So they were, as near as I could tell, in favor of that. I believe that some of the other entities that we've talked to have been in favor of this also. So that would be my feeling with respect to what we do with mills. I hope I've not misrepresented Mark's position, because I talked to him last week and he kind of asked that I bring forth a couple of these things today. That was one of them. I hope that it was done correctly.
Ditto.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all probably in agreement. I don't know what that looks like on the back end of things, but I think it's impossible to try and project how to set the mill when you don't even know what the revenues are going to be coming in. I mean, we're given a best guess of $1.5 million a month, I believe, something around there. I think the purpose of doing that from some previous administrations was the sense of transparency, where showing, on the property tax statements when they're coming in, that X amount of the mill is going to this, component unit and what have you. But things have changed, and I think it's still an act of transparency by having a budget request. Mary, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think that it's workable. The only place it might not work on the 1/12 is if there's a special project, somebody needs to pay a contractor or something, you might have to have more than a 1/12.
What does that look like on your end, Bonnie? I'll go ahead and open that up.
You shouldn't have opened that up, Mr. Chairman.
Are you sure you want to ask that question? So my my biggest concern at this point with making this change right now is not knowing quite how we're going to get there. So I know we've talked about doing just a budget appropriation versus it being, rather than a number of mills, a mill dollar amount, which are going to be two different ways of reporting two different ways of financial reporting. So, and it's also going to change how we present that in the budget resolution. So I guess my concern is we kind of need to figure, we kind of need to get a plan going on how we're going to implement this soon, if we are going to implement it this year. So that's kind of my biggest concern, is we need to get a plan going of, is this a tax to these component units? Is this intergovernmental revenue? And is the total 12 mil going to be tax revenue to the county? It's just how we're going to work this out, because I do want to present it in the budget resolution appropriately, because right now we show a number of mills and a dollar amount associated with that. So I'm going to need to know, is this a tax? Do I need to present it as a tax revenue on the budget resolution, or do I need to present it as a budget appropriation like I would the outside agencies? So that's going to change how I do that. And then another thing that we did discuss was, well, for one, with Senate File 60, there was a 1.5 years of mineral tax revenue that is to be paid in 8% installments every year for 12 and a half years. And we hadn't decided quite yet how we were going to handle that. Mark had suggested that we just have the component units sign an agreement giving us their tax revenue, because this is both delinquent tax revenue and that 1.5 years of minerals that's going to be collected over 12 years. I feel like it makes it a lot more transparent if they still collect that revenue. It is legally theirs. But Mark wanted to have them sign an agreement, having them give it to the county, and then they just get the amount of their appropriation or tax revenue, whichever, the dollar amount of the levy, whatever we decide to do. So I just had some concerns with that as far as transparency and just doing journal entries to manipulate the books to make that work. So that's the brief version.
Mr. Chairman, if I can address a portion of that.
Yeah.
So the first concern that Bonnie had was something that we did discuss, and I think that it did get a little bit muddied. I think from Attorney De Leon's perspective, and John, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misstating this, he felt like to fully comply with the statute, it would be better for us to show this as actually an amount that would tie back to a levy, even though that levy is going to be set a year in the future. In talking about that in the meeting, I think we determined that to keep it simple, it would be much better just to do it as an appropriation. And so even though it's something that would be able, we could tie it back to a levy if we chose to in the future as to what that levy would have been, the appropriation would be an easier way to do it, which would at that point, I believe, make it an intergovernmental revenue for you, Bonnie, which makes it much easier. So is that fairly stated, John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Slaughter. So we discussed having an agreement with the library, the museum, and the hospital, which would articulate that the appropriation includes the past mills and encompasses the totality. And so that particular paragraph will be submitted to Bonnie, Treasurer Cowan, to make sure we're using the right language to comply or to be consistent with, I guess is the best way to say that, to be consistent with 3913-104 Wyoming statute, and which is the other part that was going to be looked at was to discuss with the other counties who are using the same procedure and just make sure that we're all using the same language to accomplish that goal.
Okay, that's very clear. No, I mean, I think I'm in agreement with that. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but unfortunately, this is kind of the cards that we've been dealt, but I would imagine that we're not the only county struggling with this, and we can't be the only county that, accepts all 12 mills. So I don't know if anyone has any knowledge or background on.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mark looked into that, and we are one of only 3 counties that still does it the way we're doing it now. The other 20 have already moved on to straight appropriation.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing that this does do with Senate File 60's passage, I believe it makes it imperative that we hedge our bets somewhat with respect to our cash reserves, just for the situation that will arise at some point in the future, and we know that it will, that's similar, only opposite in scope of what happened this year, where rather than having an additional $8 million in revenue, we have a decrease in revenue that was not foreseen. So I think that is going to be something that we will have to struggle with as far as setting our level of reserves if moving forward with this also, because that's one of the things, if we have a year where we allocate $1.5 million to the hospital for maintenance and we only make $1.2 million from our tax revenue, we will be making that up. So very important that we've got that. I think that was anticipated at the time this bill was signed. I never did agree with it. I still don't, but we're saddled with it. So.
Sounds like we're all in agreement. Obviously, we can't take action, but that's kind of the path we'll begin down, I guess, huh? Clear as mud?
Just, no, that's why I'm standing here. Question. So do you want me to just run some calculations with doing a 0 mill levy then for the component units? Because we will be having to take back the money that was distributed to them, whether we do that physically or through journal entries, increasing their appropriation for next year and moving that money towards their appropriation. Do you want me just to start running some figures on doing that calculation? Because it's not the unpredictability of the minerals, because we haven't set the mill levy yet for those minerals. They were distributed on a mill levy that is not the mill levy that was set. So
Mr. Chairman, Bonnie, would that be 12?
What was that?
When you referred to that a couple of times, that it's been collected on a mill levy that wasn't set.
Right.
Can we assume we're going to set it at 12? And that's what it was based on.
Yes.
In the collections.
Yeah. So the mill levy, so obviously the county collects 12 mills, and we're gonna, that is then distributed. The county as a whole collects 12 mills, but they are divided between the component units. So the county itself does not collect 12 mills, usually collects 8, 9, and then the component units get the remaining amount of that. And it's been calculated based on what their requests were from the county. And then that number of mills has been set and approved by the state. So now if we're going to change it to 0, that's going to change the distribution of the minerals that have been distributed to the component units, which has caused these huge overages in the revenue distribution. Because the number of mills that was based on was a number of mills that has not been set yet. So theoretically, if you don't want to change it to 0, you could change the mill levy to an appropriate amount this year, which would be a lesser amount, to bring that down. And then when you have the true up, it would bring the amount that was distributed to them down. Now, if we change it to 0, it takes all of that mineral revenue back and puts it in the county's tax revenue. So it's not a matter of they're getting more money than what we budgeted for, because we haven't decided on the mill levy yet. It's a matter of they're getting tax dollars that we haven't even levied yet. It's a prepayment. So nothing else in the process has changed except when that cash comes in. And obviously it's going through the state now. It used to be, it always was 1.5 years behind. But at that point, when we set the mill levy, we knew exactly how much we were billing. So that's why our collections were so close to what we budgeted for. So close. I mean, the component units were getting usually within 1% of what we budgeted for them, except Southland. That threw us off. The year that Southland didn't pay, they were short by over 2%. And then the next year when Southland did pay, they did get they made up the difference and got 2%, a little over 2% more. So those were very accurate because I would set the budget based on what we actually were billing. We knew what we were billing when we set that budget. Now, the difference here is now the state's collecting the money ahead of when we set the mill levy, and they're distributing it to us ahead of when we set the mill levy. But the date of the assessment and the date of the levy are still the same. We have not levied those taxes, the mineral portion that has been distributed to the component units yet.
But it's not 18 months behind as it was. We're actually receiving the money roughly 5 months behind
Yeah.
what's actually
Of production.
because they're actually paying us. Theoretically, they're paying the Department of Revenue for January production, but they have 60 days to pay the Department of Revenue. Then once the Department of Revenue receives that, they have 30 days to look at it, and then the time that it takes to distribute and get it out to us. So it resolved the 18-month issue, which is the reason that we have the 8% that we will collect for the next 12.5 years. But it still does not address the issue where the true up comes in with the levy, which is going to be set in the future.
Agree.
Or wouldn't that just be a one-time thing in the event that the county receives the full 12 mil, and we have this time period where the mill has not been set? But whether we account for those overruns and reduce the budget appropriation, wouldn't that solve it at that point?
Well, we would actually have to increase the budget appropriation because we'd have to go collect all of that mineral revenue that was distributed back. Because now we've set that mill levy at 0, and all that mineral revenue that has been distributed so far, there hasn't been a mill levy set for it yet. So now you're going to decide, we're going to set this at 0, which means all the mineral revenue that's been distributed to the component units would actually be the county's tax revenue. So we would have to actually go take that back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They've already received it, so.
They've received it, so they'd have to give it back to us because now
They
then
have
it
to
would be
give
the
it back
county's
to us,
money.
but then we're going to give it back to them because.
Through a budget
through the
appropriation. Yeah, so we would have to go in, and if we changed it to 0, we'd have to go collect the mineral revenue back. And then you would have to increase their budget appropriation so that then we can give them the money back through a budget appropriation. And yeah, just to make them whole for changing their
But
mill
essentially
levy
that'd be
to
a one-time
0.
deal. I mean, I understand
That
the
would be a
complexity.
one-time deal. That would, yes. Assuming you keep it at 0. That's my biggest fear.
Next board might decide to change that.
No, we can't speak for the next board. All we can speak for is this one, and I think it's worth worth doing to simplify this for future boards. Clearly, 20 other counties have felt that it was worth doing. We started talking about it without knowing that 20 other counties had done that. So clearly we think it's worth doing. So we need to do it.
Okay, so would you like me to start preparing numbers on what that's going to look like then for going to zero? Is the plan to go to zero?
That's kind of the consensus I'm getting.
Okay, and just some other things to think about. I don't know if I don't know which component units have been discussed. They may have some concerns or some things like some things that maybe we are not thinking of. One thing I thought about with the events complex is like right now they get a tax anticipation loan. They would no longer be able to receive that if they don't have tax revenue anymore. So that's an issue. Also, I would assume it would work really well for a lot of the component units because a lot of them, like library, museum, the bulk of their expenses are payroll. So they do have very similar monthly expenditure amounts. Events complex, another different story. I mean, Candy would know better than I would, but I don't think they have a lot of capital costs. So I don't think their expenditures are nearly as evenly distributed monthly. But I don't know, maybe the component units have some issues that just have not even been taken into consideration yet. So I don't know where the communication is with them on that, but just something that might want to be addressed. Just seeing some of the problems that they may have with switching it. I don't know what they are. I was more thinking of how it's going to affect me and the financial reporting and how we're going to handle the financial report, things that will be thought of as in talking to the component units about it. So just something
Okay.
to think
Everyone's on
about.
the same page. All right.
Okay.
I think the next discussion was the level of reserves. We want to get into that today as we're just chipping away here.
Mr. Chairman, I think by taking on and absorbing the ups and downs by doing this through appropriation, it means we're going to have to probably hold a little bit more reserves, but it's the reserves that some of those component agencies were holding on their books instead. And I think addressing days cash on hand on a couple of those helps. I don't think we need a remarkable change in the reserves we're holding, but I think it's just part of the larger conversation of what our overall budget looks like by the time we're done working on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, with respect to this, I've handed each of you a copy of the Sweetwater County Statement of Investment Policy. This is the policy that was actually adopted by the Board of County Commissioners on the 4th of May in 2021, which I believe was the last time that this was probably addressed. The intent was for me as treasurer at that point in time to actually be able to pin the Board of County Commissioners down as to what we could look forward to as far as cash flows in the future, how I could invest and things of that nature. And so at that time, I brought forth some data which I felt supported that the county should look at between a $20 and $22 million cash reserve at that point in time. I believe that Bonnie addressed it and her number was somewhat less than that. I don't remember specifically what it was, but 15, that's what I was thinking. The board at that point in time chose $25 million as a target to keep. And with that, if you look at the last page, they gave us, hopefully you have the last page. Yeah, it had some restrictions on the length of term that we could go with investments. Now, Mark, I know, and once again, I don't want to speak for the treasurer, But he talked to me about this, asked if I would bring this since he was going to the County Treasurers Association meetings. He is looking at several other counties' investment policies at this point in time. He made the comment at our meeting the other day that in the other investment policies which he has seen, it did not have any investment parameters contained. I think it's a good idea for us as a commission to try and set some of these types of parameters. I think we need to work with the treasurer to do that, but I think it gives him a little bit better position, and it also keeps us more informed. The intent was that this would be addressed each year when the board does the adoption of the entities which hold county funds. So typically that was done the second meeting, I believe, in March every year. My intent was, if I had been continuing when I brought forth that list of eligible entities that were potentially holding county funding, that we would address the statement of investment policy, because the statute actually states that it should be reviewed annually. I don't believe it has been. I give it to you just as simply a reference and a starting point with where a previous commission had looked at this. And certainly we can do whatever we choose to do from this point in time. But I believe this is the last thing that was done officially by a board of county commissioners.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. I hadn't seen that before, so it's good to review. I'm in a similar opinion as Island on it. When you look at the carryover that we're projected to have for this year, changes with the mill and everything that's going to be coming through, I think, there's a good chance we're going to have a lot of money coming in. I'm more of the opinion of we should build it while also taking care of, county services and county employees. But we've got a lot of needs out there and a lot of requests for things, whether it's the events complex and attracting those, or the shooting sports complex, or, athletic facilities. And it just seems like they continue to be, pie in the sky, and no one can ever make them a reality. We've been traveling around to different, communities. We spent a few days down there in Cheyenne at the Blue, community center. I just can't help but think, Sweetwater could get up with the times with, some wise investments and improvements in that regard. And honestly, I think the best way to do that is to save your bacon and be able to slowly chip away at making those investments while still taking care of county services. So I think we need to capitalize on this increase in revenue as it's coming in, and still, obviously maintain what we have. But I'm very interested in trying to build for the future and not just continue to talk about it, because time slips away, and next thing you know, 4 years has gone by, and what have we got to accomplish? We all run for a reason, to try and make good improvements for the community. And I think this has a unique opportunity for us to have those opportunities to jump and capitalize on. So I kind of got the opinion of more living within your means and making necessary, increases where seen fit. But that's kind of my stance on where I'm at in regards to the carryover, reserves. Mary, did you want to add anything on that?
Well, I think it's important that we do keep some reserves, and the 25 million has been working, but whatever everybody else thinks, I think that's important so that we can ride out the peaks and the valleys. If we have reserves, we don't have to lay off people and start over and start up and start over and start up. So that's what I think.
So I guess, is there any other, just continue on until, we get closer to finalizing this budget? Is that kind of what everyone's thoughts are on it? Come up with some, projects. Together, we haven't even really had the chance to discuss what our future goals are, things. I think the three newbies here that are tasked with today, obviously have different goals, and we ran on different ideas, but collectively, we haven't really had that sit down as we've been on information overload. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, we've all talked about different projects that we see as priorities, and none of those projects will be possible if we don't put money aside to build those projects. So I think it's a reasonable plan to keep our budget tight this year and put as much money into reserves as we can while still fulfilling the necessary budget requests. I don't know that every budget request in front of us is necessary. I'm sure each organization feels theirs is necessary, but I also think several of these organizations can meet their budget needs by dipping into the cash that they're holding and not expect us to spend down our reserves so they can keep building theirs.
Totally agree. Okay, well, I guess we'll continue to focus on a minimum of 25, and it sounds like everyone agrees that should be more, but we'll see how it shakes out, and hopefully in the next few months, we'll start making a game plan for projects that we can earmark that towards. The final piece, well, I guess it's not the final piece. Next would be the base cash on hand for component units and outside agencies. Lots of discussion on that today. I understand the need to have, some buffer, but some of these organizations that have 200, 300 days cash on hand, I just think is crazy. I don't know where you all are at with that. It's pretty clear how I felt about it all day.
Mr. Chairman, and talking to some of these entities, some cash on hand is necessary. One example for a need is if they lose a high paid longtime employee that has a lot of personal days built up, they've got to cash those out immediately. So that's a hit that 12 equal payments doesn't help them with. So I recognize that they do need to have some, and I think I heard you mention 3 to 4 months cash on hand, or it was Commissioner Slaughter, and I think that's realistic. I think if an entity believes they need higher than that, they're welcome to make that argument. But I think 120 days cash on hand is kind of a legitimate cap to put on entities that are getting funded by us at the rates of 95%. Entities that are operating on user fees and customers is a different story. But some of these entities are almost 100% funded by us, and it doesn't make sense to me to have what's basically our money being saved in their accounts.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Rob, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think there are certain circumstances for some of these entities where there is maybe somewhat more in reserves that would be warranted. But I, once again, would be of the opinion they would have to justify that to us. And I think those entities that have those situations would or should be able to do that. So I think as we work towards this, that should kind of be our goal, trying to normalize some of this and bring some of that revenue, which is sitting out there in these small pools, to the county where we can earn significantly higher interest rates by investing hopefully larger dollars and do a better job, and then allocate those funds accordingly to these entities each year during our budget.
And a part of me wishes we would have had this discussion to begin with before. That's just the timing of things, but it'd probably be wise if we're all in agreement. Mary, did you have anything different on that?
No, I don't, but I'm about to board, so I'm not going to, I can listen for a while longer, but hard to talk.
I didn't catch all that, but. Oh, okay. Safe travels. But a lot of these that presented today have a significant amount. So I guess maybe in your next liaison meetings, we can ask them what that would look like. If we ended up cutting their budgets, down to the 120 days cash on hand, obviously I would assume that's going to reduce their budget amounts, and maybe that'll help us as we push through. And some it may not, they may not be able to, or they have different reasonings, but I think especially the ones that are 100% funded by the county, it doesn't It makes sense to me to continue to build that fund. So if we're all on the same page there, then that's how we'll move forward. Anyone else have anything to add on that? Last topic would be the COLA and or a bonus. Passed out some information on that. Right there you go. That first page is just in reference to $1,000 bonus. It was compared to last year, which is what we just accounted for with one of our budget amendments this year, or today, I mean. The other packet is a history of the cost of living and or the bonus that has been distributed since 1998. I just thought that was interesting to go back and look on. I think Gary presented you guys all with that graph relative to the cost of living index that the state produces and how that compares to Southwest Wyoming as well. So Bonnie presented about a month or so ago some cost projections for fiscal year 24, anywhere from a 1% to a 6% cost of living. So you should have those numbers as well, but feels like we should probably start making some decisions on what we're going to do so we can try and tighten the screws a little bit as we get closer to these deadlines. And just felt like this would be the appropriate time to have some feedback and discussion on that. If we're all still here.
Mr. Chairman, I think for sure some COLA is appropriate. Cost of living has increased. But I'm comparing it back to 2005 to 2008 when inflation did the same thing and the commissions provided 4%, then 8%, and then 7%, and then 5%. And from 2010 on, we saw pretty big cuts in Sweetwater County. We saw almost a decade of reduced staffing, et cetera. And I don't want to spend too much money on COLA now and reward staff next year by having to cut jobs. I don't think that's responsible. I do want to see us again provide some COLA because you can't get a mortgage on bonuses. They're not guaranteed. It's not income that you can put on your income statement and buy a house with. But on the other hand, if you buy a house this year and we lay you off next year because we don't have any money, you're still not ahead. So I would throw out that we start with a 3%, and somebody can convince me that we need to go higher than that.
Yeah, I know there was discussions last year about, a 6 last year, 6 this year. I think it's crazy to talk years in advance when you're not prepared to. But here we are. It's also important to note that there's been a net increase to the budget of about $1 million, and that is attributable to, a few new positions, but also some grade increases and lateral entry for positions and things like that. So just this year compared to last, there'll be a $1 million increase. I too, feel that a COLA is warranted. What that amount is, I don't know that I necessarily have the crystal ball. I was in that probably 3 or 4% range. I think the bonus was more of just a Christmas bonus last year. And so I just brought that forward so that while we're having these discussions, if we did want to plan on that we go ahead and get it in the budget, because as we learned this morning, it wasn't in the budget. So Rob, you got any feedback?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I have a little different perspective, which is okay. I have always been of the belief that our employees are the most important asset that we've got. And I've seen through time the fact that our cost of living adjustments have not kept up. Gary supplied that information to us. I would personally like to see us set a cost of living adjustment prior to setting everything else in the budget, and commit that to our employees. Right before I left office as treasurer, I brought an idea to the commission, which I still think warrants some scrutiny, and I don't think you will agree with it, Mr. Chairman, but that's okay. I really believe that it would be appropriate for us to set up an employee reserve fund. And I would suggest setting it at $1.5 million or $2 million, which would allow a commission, but not guarantee that a commission could provide cost of living adjustments for employees for a term of office for 4 years. So, you know, what my thinking is, and I have kind of been tossing back the 3% and 4% that you're talking about also for this year. I think I've leaned more towards the 4%, simply because of what we have seen with inflation. I've seen our revenues are much higher than what we anticipated. The problem is obviously we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and it commits us to that in the future. But I'd like to see for the 4 years of my term of office that each year our employees receive a cost of living adjustment. I think that that's appropriate. I think we see the costs go up every year, and I would like to have them feel like they've got some security with respect to that. And that's the reason I think it would be appropriate to set aside a reserve to do that. As I say, I think 4% for this year is a good place to start, but I would like to lean towards doing something more. I'm not a big fan of bonuses. I agree with Commissioner Richards. If you can't do them, if you can't do a cost of living adjustment, obviously it's great, but once again, it doesn't add to your retirement. It's something that you're not going to receive in the future. I just think it's a last resort, and I think we're in a situation right now where we can give a cost of living adjustment and hopefully do so for the next few years.
No, I agree. And I obviously think the cost of living is more effective than a bonus. I just wanted to throw out all the options so that we're not making another budget amendment at the end of the year. Mary, go ahead.
I would say I was thinking along the same lines as Commissioner Richards at 3%. Sorry for the noise.
I think I heard that she was on the same page as you.
I heard 3%. That was
Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate Commissioner Slaughter's commitment to increase doing a COLA every year. I would like to do that too, but I want to be very careful that I don't do what the previous commission did and almost encumber the next commission with a number that's become difficult. We saw it with budget requests. I was told several times, but that's what we were told is we were going to get that next year. And we have to be careful that we don't cross that line and make promises that another commission is expected to uphold. I'm amenable, like I said, to going above 3%, but the 3% seems good to me. And it gives us room for growth year after year. And I think if we go too high in any one year, then that decreases our ability to continue to grow through COLA. And looking back at the years of 8% and 7% and 5%, that turned into years and years of no raises, some bonuses, sparse raises every few years. I don't like the idea that we give COLA raises when 3 of us are up for election. It feels like that's happened previously, but looking at these previous to 2010, there was a lot of years where there was just regular COLA increases, and maybe that'll be 2%, maybe that'll be 4%, but I agree we should try to do that, but I don't want to commit myself to doing that because we might not have any money next year. So still landing on 3.
Yeah, and I see your point behind that too. I guess from my perspective, I look at it the same with just not spending down our reserves period, build that up more so that you do have the money to take care of employees. to put towards projects, whatever. But that's an interesting, thought. I understand your reasoning behind that.
Well, and if I could, Mr. Chairman, too, I think the reason for it, and this comes from what I would consider my experience of 30 years of watching our valuations go up and down. And during my 34 years, I think we saw valuations go up significantly more times than what we saw valuations go down. But what happened was the philosophies of the county commissions would change from year to year. One commission would believe that a balanced budget was the only way to go. One would believe that it was okay to use some carryover to use funding to give cost of living adjustments or things of that nature. What I saw and what I believe is important in the system that we're working in is the fact that we're always going to see those increases and decreases in valuation. But I think through using carryover or through using reserves, if you do it prudently, and had we done it prudently over the 35 years that I was here, we could have done cost of living adjustments over the course of that point in time. But we didn't, because there were times that we would have, one year we had a $900 million decrease in valuation. But we had at that point in time, $40 million in reserves. The commission could have chosen at that point in time to give a cost of living adjustment to the employees, which I think probably would have been warranted. But the philosophy at that point in time was we're not going to spend reserves. We're not going to spend a part of the carryover to balance our budget to do that. I think I've always looked at our budget at the county level as the treasurer and now as a commissioner as really three different components. It's the revenue that we receive. It's the valuation that creates the mineral dollars that we've got. And then it's the carryover and reserves that we've got that we can use to help fund a budget at that point in time. And it's not to say that we have to do it, but I think it's something that's important if we get in those situations and we've prepared fiscally prudently, that we still could potentially do that. So, and that's, once again, that's just the way I've looked at it over time, and don't know if that makes any difference or not.
Okay. So where do we head? I'm hearing 3 from Island. I was 3 to 4. I think Mary said 3. Where'd you end up, Rob?
I think I would go 4. 3 is okay. If everybody believes 3 is it, I would lean towards 4. I don't know. Mary, I think I heard say 3. But
Mary, you still on?
Yes, I did say 3, but I'm riding a bus to get to the plane, so it's very noisy.
Still can't
really appreciate your dedication today. She's on a trolley heading over to board the plane, I think is what I got out of that. Okay, well, sounds like we have a somewhat general consensus of 3%.
Plug it in and see where we're at.
Can you plug those? I mean, I know you've given us the projection, but we do have some of these outside agencies that some plugged in a cost of living. Some of them has the county absorbing that. Some of them have just a percentage of the county absorbing that. I mean, in the past, how have you handled that?
We've done it different ways, but I would have to contact all of them and just have them run the numbers for me because I don't have it broken down enough just to plug that in. But I would be happy to contact all of the component units. Are you just talking component units to ask them?
I believe that's it. I don't think any of the outside agencies rely on the county for that. So,
Okay. So
yeah.
contact the component units and ask them.
Yeah, because I mean,
How
I
much
know
it's
there's a
gonna
few
cost?
that don't, they handle it within their revenue generating.
Right.
The hospital, I think, I can't remember the other one I saw. I don't think Southwest Counseling had any. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I think that would help. Just get that finalized.
Okay.
number
And
give you
you're
some
wanting to do
direction.
for a 3%, or do you want me to do like a different one as well? I mean, they could do one for different amounts, but are we just going to do 3% or different amounts as well?
3% should be about $625,000 roughly, I think, according to what.
For the county, yeah, that's just for the county. That's not going to include the component unit amounts. But then again, if we're going to modify the appropriations, we're going to call them now. If we're going to modify the appropriations to the component units based on the level of the number of days cash on hand, that's going to change the amount as well. So.
I'm going to say on library built in a 6. So it would clearly be a reduction in there.
Right.
Somebody, I don't know what the museum and
Yeah.
I think the museum had 0. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones.
Just trying to get you to be able to have some numbers to work with. rather than us
Absolutely.
Just sitting up here talking. in
Absolutely.
circles
I
as
can
we-
contact them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I can contact them and ask them what that will, the dollars that will mean for their budgets.
Yeah, because your projection for the county was 642,000 for 3%.
Sounds about right.
Everyone in agreement? So, anything else we want to hash out today or stay for dinner?
I'd like to go eat. Are you buying?
Happily. Okay, well, that was a lot to get through, commissioners. Thanks for being here. Good thing all three of us were. But Mary, thanks for hanging in there throughout all your interesting travels today. Long day for you. Bonnie, thanks for putting all this information together. Thanks for helping us out as we continue to learn along the way, but.
Thank you guys for putting up with all the noise, and I will catch up. I heard everything from Christina on, so I'll catch the rest on video. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Say that again, Bonnie.
I was saying, I'm glad we have 3 weeks until the next one.
Yeah, that'll help drastically. If I can help clarify or we can help clarify along the way, please reach out, but we appreciate all your efforts and getting us to this point.
I did learn one other thing today, and I think it was why some of the prior commissions chose not to work